Lin Meiyun. Hearing Lin Lianya's voice, he didn't want to pay attention to her, so he walked straight forward. Lin Meiyun, what do you mean? Look down on me? Lin Lianya immediately shouted. Lin Meiyun was speechless, turned to look at the gray-haired Lin Lianya. Why should I look up to you? I really think it's very interesting. I've never seen anything like this. Others don't want to pay attention, can't it? You. Shinbalian was so angry that she felt that she couldn't kick her anger. I'm leaving. After saying that, Lin Meiyun left. Her behavior made Lin Lianya feel that Lin Meiyun looked down on her even more. What's so fun to be proud of? It's not the same mud legs as yourself. What kind of pretense? Lin Lianya could only continue to go back to work, which felt like a punch on cotton, which made her feel very uncomfortable. The people on the side were watching the excitement. The Shin family separation was in an uproar before, everyone knew it, and the reason was also a little known, but I didn't expect this Lin Lianya to take the initiative to provoke Lin Meiyun. Lin Lianya, it seems that the relationship between your sisters is very bad. There was a person who was about the same age as Lin Lianya and said gloating, hey, if it were me, I would definitely not feel comfortable. After the separation, I lived in a green brick house and didn't have to go to work. How is it like us, right? Lin Lianya glared at the man, you talk so much. Cut. That person didn't argue. Anyway, everyone knew that after the old Lin family separated, the most cowardly thing was the big house. Lin Yuqing also found a partner before. He was originally a lazy person, and he couldn't agree if it weren't for the good price of the bride price. As a result, after the separation, the big house lost money, and now taking out 100 yuan is a matter of emptying the family's foundation, and Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin are angry again, and they are unwilling to help at all. No, Lin Yuqing's matter has been delayed, and he hasn't been able to get married until now. No, looking at Lin Lianya, he couldn't help but mock a few words. Lin Yuqing himself is very lazy. If the girl who was scheduled before refuses to marry, then no one is really willing to marry. It may not be clear from the outer village, but as long as you inquire in the village, you will know that Lin Yuqing has always been like a second-rate child. Lin Lianya probably knew that she was asking for boredom, so she didn't speak and worked sullenly. People in this era don't have to say how vicious their minds are, but they also look down on the things Lin Lianya did to Lin Meiyun, her cousin, before. To say that they are all cousins, Lin Lianya's vicious behavior before was looked down upon by individuals, so after the separation of the family broke up, everyone had a bad idea of Lin Lianya. At this time, it seemed that she was still wronged, and some people provoked her from time to time, and she also pointed fingers at Lin Lianya's work, and finally Lin Lianya was stunned and cried angrily. Halfway through, Lin Meiyun thought about it, took out a ginseng plant he had planted in his space before, and handed it directly to Lin Guoqiang when the time came, asking him to take it to the acquisition station to see what price he could have. This kind of small things found in the mountains, including the grain distributed, can be sold at the purchase station, but the price will not be too high. Compared with the price of supply and marketing cooperatives, it is indeed not comparable to the black market, but this is safer, and it is still a legitimate income. After all, ginseng should still be able to sell at a good price, and the family does not have to worry about it because of lack of money. Chen Lianhua shouldn't have much money left to build a house before, so Lin Meiyun planned it this way. When she walked to the door of the house, Lin Meiyun remembered that Han Chen should be the only one at home now, and suddenly she hesitated a little again. Help, who is the same as him, and there is still a fear when he goes back to his own home. Just when Lin Meiyun hesitated, Han Chen had already opened the door to the yard. Back? Han Chen's expression was still very calm. Lin Meiyun didn't say anything and went in directly. Han Chen knew that she probably didn't really want to pay attention to herself now, so she didn't say anything, so she sat on the stool, busy with something in her hand. Lin Meiyun was also curious, so he looked over and found what he was doing. It turned out that he was carving something with a piece of wood. Feeling Lin Meiyun's gaze, Han Chen said without raising his head, I'll make some gadgets, and I see that the tools at home are a little broken, so I'll make up for it. This is quite natural, I don't feel like an outsider at all. Lin Meiyun didn't refute, thinking of what he took out. Han Chen should still understand better, want to ask, but feel that the two of them are a little embarrassed in this way of getting along now, and they still want to say it. What's wrong? Han Chen noticed her strangeness and took the initiative to ask. He didn't think there was anything embarrassing about the two of them now. After all, they were unmarried, and Lin Meiyun should not resist himself. Han Chen could feel that he should resist marriage. Think about it, after all, although the two have been engaged, they really haven't gotten along properly, and if she doesn't resist, there will be a problem. Girls are relatively shy, and he often hears this from his comrades. So Hani-chan is not discouraged at all now. He gives her enough time to think about it. If she still doesn't want to, then she will go back to the army, and one day she will agree. Do you know if the acquisition station will buy medicinal materials? Hani-chan asked, and Lin Meiyun didn't want to be pretentious, so he asked. Hani-chan looked at her suspiciously. I received it, but that thing is not easy to find, and most people don't know it. Lin Meiyun nodded, took out the ginseng that was still stained with dirt in the basket. The size of this ginseng was about the same size as the wild ginseng she found on the mountain. Look at this, right? I've seen it in textbooks before. Hani-chan put down the things in his hand, took the ginseng and looked at it carefully. Although he didn't know much about it, the medicinal materials and medicines in the army were still relatively complete, so he could still recognize the true and false. Are you really a medicinal herb? Did you find it in the mountain? After reading it, Hani-chan handed it back to Lin Meiyun. Lin Meiyun nodded after taking it. Yes. Then you're really lucky, this should be worth a lot of money. Hani-chan said. The price of the acquisition station should be very low, right? Lin Meiyun asked. The price of the acquisition station is indeed relatively low, but it is not necessarily necessary to sell it to the acquisition station. Hani-chan looked at Lin Meiyun mockingly. Lin Meiyun. Isn't that digging a corner of socialism? Lin Meiyun thought he was teasing herself, so he said angrily. It was because of the wild boar incident before, and this person said this about himself. So naturally, Lin Meiyun also felt that he was making fun of himself. Hani-chan was stunned for a moment, and then he reacted, and immediately laughed out loud. Do you still remember? Lin Meiyun. He seemed to be very careful. I was just joking at the time, don't take it to heart. In fact, since the black market exists, there is a certain reasonable, everyone is not a saint, although I am a soldier, but I have the idea of not supporting or opposing this kind of thing. Of course, if it is my own person, then I support it. Hani-chan's words also meant something. Lin Meiyun almost heard it, but. I really think this man is quite flirtatious. But Hani-chan's words changed. Although the purchase station is safer and the black market price is relatively high, it is not without a win-win solution. What? Lin Meiyun was curious. In her opinion, selling things is nothing more than these two methods. One is to go to the acquisition station, of course, the price is not so beautiful. The other is to go to the black market, but the risk is particularly great. Lin Meiyun herself can go unscrupulously every time, and there is also a reason why she has her own space. If it weren't for this, she wouldn't dare to take risks. I know a friend, his family conditions are good, that is, his father is old, so his health is also very bad, over the years have looked for a lot of places, or have not found good medicinal materials. You are good, although I can't see the year, but it should be 10 years, not a lot, but the value of wild ginseng is originally higher. Hani-chan explained the situation concisely. Lin Meiyun looked at him, he looked so serious. Did he want to help him contact that friend? But doing this is actually not good for him at all, and it may cause trouble. That's what you mean. In fact, it's not just to help you. My friend's family has also looked everywhere, and now the old man's health is very bad, so I can be regarded as helping him. Hani-chan said, saying this because he was afraid that Lin Meiyun would have a great psychological burden. However. Then thank you. Lin Meiyun thought for a while, thinking that if this matter really happened, the big deal would be to invite Hani-chan to eat a good meal. Well, the kind of restaurant that goes to the restaurant. Hani-chan also smiled. Yes, this little girl's personality is like this. How could there be a psychological burden because of this little thing? Instead, he preferred Lin Meiyun's unceremoniousness to himself, and he was immediately happy. Then I will find a way to contact him. Hani-chan said. Lin Meiyun nodded. Trouble? No trouble. After talking about business, Lin Meiyun didn't know what to say, probably because he felt that Hani-chan had already offered to help him, so he was embarrassed to be cold again, so he said, what do you want to eat tonight? Hani-chan thought for a while, and then asked very seriously, is it okay to eat something spicy? Lin Meiyun frowned, have all the wounds on your body healed? Although it is actually nothing to eat a little spicy, but if there are still wounds on the body, it is more likely to cause inflammation, and the current medical level is indeed very low. Okay, it's just that the bones are not as flexible as before, which is a small problem. Hani-chan said, really a bit like a begging child. After all, Hani Chen has been living in the Shin family for so long, and Lin Meiyun also felt that it would not be very good if he continued to live, so he did not dilute the well water during this time, so Hani Chen also felt that his body was completely different from before. The speed of healing was so fast that Hani Chen felt shocked. On the one hand, he didn't want to inquire about Lin Meiyun's secret, and on the other hand, he felt that his previous guess had been confirmed. But the amazing thing is that he didn't feel scared at all, and when he saw Lin Meiyun, he still felt like she was a normal person. Then I'll get some, but I can't eat more. Lin Meiyun's tone unconsciously took on a little commanding tone, and even she didn't notice that she was concerned about Hani Chen's body. The corners of Hani Chen's mouth curled up slightly, and then he continued his work. He is not a lazy person, he really couldn't move when he just came back, and now he wants to help the Shin family do something. Even if the above gave money and things, but during this period of time, he saw the care of the Shin family, especially at the beginning, he had no way to take care of himself, and it was also very hard for Lin Wenhao and Lin Wuhai to take care of themselves during that time. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for Lin Meiyun's relationship, who would take care of a person without relatives and reasons like this, even if someone is willing to take over for the sake of seeing the money, it does not mean that everyone can take care of it like this. Lin Meiyun has been quite fond of cooking recently, but she doesn't like to work, mainly because she likes her family to feel happy because of the food she makes, and she will also feel very happy. Knowing Hani Chen's needs, Lin Meiyun made a green pepper fried pork. Of course, the green pepper is also not too spicy, and there is still a little chili flavor in the end, but for the people of Chuanchi province, this chili pepper is no different from nothing. Then cut some of the wild boar meat that was marinated before, it was already flavorful, so there was no need to do anything, just wash it and cook it with water. The pig's trotters have been eaten, and there is nothing else good at home, even that little wild boar meat. There are only a few ways to turn over and turn. After all, Hani Chen's sick name must also be taken into account. Then there is a pot of scrambled eggs and a vegetable. The portion is very large, so the family is also enough to eat. Everyone is used to eating delicious meals after work, but Chen Lianhua still can't help but say a few words. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. Come back to cook and you can't get tired of your mother. It's really impossible to have your two brothers to help. You can rest assured, our family doesn't point to you to work. Lin Meiyun understood what her mother meant. Her mother was worried about herself because she was not at ease, thinking that she was doing this every day to eat up the mountain, because she had no job after graduation, and she had to eat food at home, which was a psychological burden. In fact, it is not surprising that Chen Lianhua would think so. After all, the original owner didn't do these jobs at that time. She almost graduated as soon as she came over, and she started cooking after returning home, which was inevitably overly worrying. Lin Meiyun smiled and hugged her mother's arm. Mom, I won't wrong myself, but I also like to cook. Besides, you and my dad and my brother work so hard every day, you feel sorry for me, and I want to feel sorry for you. Chen Lianhua was amused and laughed directly. This mouth is really getting better and better at coaxing. Lin Meiyun laughed and said, Mom, I'm not coaxing you, I'm doing it from the bottom of my heart. Okay. Our Near has really grown up. Chen Lianhua smiled and scratched Lin Meiyun's nose, but when Lin Meiyun turned around to serve the food, Chen Lianhua looked at her daughter's back, but her eyes showed a hint of complexity. The days passed like this, and in the blink of an eye, the autumn harvest was over, and Hani Chen was almost recovered. At least he looked no different from a normal person. He also fulfilled his promise, and after he was in good health, he went to the county seat and sent a letter to the friend he spoke of. The autumn harvest is over, and everyone's face is tired and joyful. This autumn harvest was very successful, and nothing happened, for which Lin Weilin, as the captain, also held a special meeting to praise everyone, and also gave a little reward to the few people who contributed the most. This is all a matter of paying out of pocket, so there are only a few people, and it is not a particularly valuable thing, an enamel cup with the words "Labor is the most glorious" printed on it. And among them is Lin Wuhai. After all, Lin Wuhai is indeed a good hand at work. Even if one person does the work of two people, he can still complete it beautifully, and he can also help others do some work, so among the people who were praised this time, there is naturally a share of him. When several young and middle-aged people, including Lin Wuhai, took the stage to receive the award, they all looked happy. In this era, there is nothing more proud than this kind of thing. This is equivalent to being collectively recognized, so that even if they are just a mud leg, they are also contributing to the construction of the motherland, and they are no worse than those workers. Although it is said that workers and peasants are one family, the reality is that workers do not look down on farmers, and in this era, being able to become a worker is a proud thing and gives them a sense of superiority. When they stand on the stage holding enamel cups at this moment, their momentum must not be inferior to those formal employees. It seems that what he is holding in his hand is not a cup of drinking water, but the highest honor. Lin Meiyun naturally came to join in on this liveliness. After all, there is his own brother among the people who are praised. Some people are happy and some people are uncomfortable. The old couple of the Shen family has not been happy for long because of their grandson, and soon Lin Weilin began to criticize those who were cunning and slippery by name, among which was Lin Yuqing, who was originally flattered by the people around him, suddenly felt embarrassed on his face. Speaking of which, the old Lin family, the difference between your big house and the third room is really big. An old sister who had a good relationship with Mrs. Lin whispered, she actually didn't have any bad intentions, she just chatted with her old sister. Old Mrs. Lin naturally understood, but she was still uncomfortable. This discomfort was not because others raised this matter, but what they said was indeed true. Is also his grandson, one is a good hand at work, can be said to be the pillar of the family, and the other is even more powerful, that is, a stirrer, but this eldest grandson still has a powerful place, that is, he is not only a stirrer at home, but even a stirrer in the village. Old Mrs. Lin thought so, and she was also not angry. The division is separated, and it has nothing to do with me and Lao Shen. The old aunt probably felt that she shouldn't say this. After all, the old Lin family must also feel uncomfortable. They are all old people, and they all understand each other's thoughts, they are all their own children, and they must be distressed, and now the Shen family is obviously living a good life after the separation, but the big house is not known how many times more miserable than before the separation, so it is inevitable that they will feel a little stuffy. Don't take it to heart, I don't mean anything else. I know. Old Mrs. Lin didn't take it to heart, but she had an opinion about Lin Yuqing. Mr. Lin was also smiling at first, but now he looked at Lin Yuqing, who was being criticized, and was silent. Han Yichen stood next to Lin Meiyun, and he was also a little impressed by Lin Yuqing, but during this time he had been in the old Lin family, until these 2 days he didn't come out, he never asked about why the Shen family was separated, and the heat of this matter was almost gone, so Han Yichen didn't know the real reason for the separation of the Shen family. This is your lobby brother, right? Han Yichen asked. Lin Meiyun nodded, Seeing her cold appearance, Han Yichen immediately understood, it seems that Lin Meiyun's relationship with this lobby brother is not good. I still remember that before I came back to get married to Lin Meiyun, the Shen family had not yet separated. In fact, it didn't take too long. When I came back, the Shen family had not only separated, but also the Lin Meiyun family had also made the house so far away from the Shen family's old house. Han Yichen had thought before that there should be something in it, and he could still inquire in a few days. The conference ended quickly. In fact, the main thing was to praise those model workers and criticize the second-rate people who spent more time criticizing Lin Yuqing and his party, and the rest was to talk about how the autumn harvest went smoothly, when the grain would be distributed in the future, and then there were things such as the hope of evaluating the advanced in Anping village this year. In fact, for Lin Meiyun, there is nothing to be happy about, nor is it that she is looking forward to everyone being bad. The main reason is that she is a person from the later generations after all, and she is not so heavy for this sense of collective honor, but seeing Lin Guoqiang and the others so happy because of Lin Weilin's words, she also puffed out her palms. The next day was the day to pay public grain, and Lin Wuhai felt that he was now a model figure in the village, so he took the initiative to asking to pay public grain. So Chen Lianhua got up very early and got him some food mats, mainly because he had to go early to pay public grain. The evaluation of advanced depends on whether the village or the brigade is active and working, and there is also the quality of public grain. Of course, there are also some heroic deeds, such as a Han Yichen in Anping village this year, and Lin Weilin feels that he is still sure. In normal work, the leaders of the commune cannot come to each brigade to guard the supervisors, so it is up to them to judge whether a brigade is active enough, that is, it is time for them to pay public grain. So many brigades go early in the morning. If the first arrives, the quality of the grain can also be rated as excellent. It is still very possible to evaluate the advanced at the end of the year. When the time comes, the advanced brigade will have preferential treatment, and one more pig can be left. Whether it is killing everyone to share, or handing it over to the acquisition station to exchange money, the team members share the money. The above is not the same, that is the real thing of the team members. So let alone Lin Weilin, even the team members are also positive. A lot of strong laborers came. Uncle Niao drove the ox cart to pull a cart full of grain to walk in front, and the strong laborers behind were pushing the cart, and when the cart was gone, it was to carry it. Lin Wuhai intuitively felt that his strength was greater than most people, and he was embarrassed to choose the job of pushing a pallet cart, but even if he was a backrest, he would almost be a pallet cart. Even Lin Weilin couldn't help but nod his head again and again. The second son of Lin Wuqiang's family, he was really a good worker. However, it is not only Lin Weilin who thinks so. The ants in the village are also moved by their minds when Lin Wuhai is praised, especially how Lin Wuhai usually works, then everyone sees it. No, if you have a girl of the right age, or if you have relatives who have a suitable one, you have begun to think about this matter. But that's all for later, and the group slowly walked to the town. There is also a grain station in the town, so the grain of the various brigades of each commune below is collected and sent to the grain station. The staff of the grain station were the busiest in these 2 days, so they opened the door of the grain station early in the morning. However, although the people of Unity Village had already risen very early, by the time they arrived, there was already a team in front of them, which should be close to the village and the town. The captain and Lin Weilin over there also knew each other. After all, they were in the same commune, so they often met together. Although it was a pity that they were not the first to arrive, Umping Village was a little far from the town, and they still felt content to be the second to arrive. When the front team was being inspected, several teams came one after another, all of whom wanted to earn performance early, and such an idea was present in all brigades. Don't think that a brigade of grain can be inspected quickly, but in fact it is not, because it has to be checked one by one, and it also takes a lot of time to do it. However, Lin Weilin and his brigade were in second place, so it didn't take long for their turn. Lin Weilin is a person who will come to trouble. In previous years, when handing over public grain, some grain station staff would always try their best to pick on the thorns, so this year they had already been prepared, and took out 2 bags of large front doors to the 2 staff in charge of inspection. At this time, the big front door is not good, but it is definitely not bad. Dakiamin cigarettes still have to be purchased with tickets, and they have to be sold for 3 cents and 5 packs, although it is not as good as the red double happiness of 7 yuan, but it is also very good. There are also Pegasus cigarettes for 2 cents and 8 cents, Warrior cigarettes for 1 cent and 3 cents, and even production cigarettes for a pack of 8 cents, so the front door is definitely not bad. The 2 staff members immediately smiled when they saw what he was quietly stuffing in their hands. When I checked later, my attitude was also very good. Comrade, your brigade has planted very good grain this year, there is no problem, and you can go back after the scale. Things went very smoothly, and after signing a document, Lin Weilin led the strong laborers back. Don't look at it as just paying public grain, but it's still very hard, and if you have little strength, you don't want to do this job. In addition, the public grain was also handed over smoothly, and Lin Weilin was in a good mood along the way. Everyone has worked hard today. As long as we are here today, we will all remember the work points. Okay. Although everyone was still a little tired, when they heard Lin Weilin say this, they still echoed loudly. For rural people, work points are the most important things. Work points are food, and no work points mean not enough to eat. If you can get full work points, no one will be unhappy. Probably a little tired and a little happy. I don't know who started singing revolutionary songs. After one person started, everyone slowly sang along, which was really imposing. And Lin Meiyun and the Shen family is also welcoming a guest. It was the friend that Han Yichen mentioned before, about after going to the letter. The other party was also anxious, so he came directly to Shen's house on the grounds of visiting Han Yichen. This is a young man who looks like he is in his early 30s, Han Yichen introduced him, named he Jinji. I only know that I am from another province, and I don't know where it is, but I was originally here to make a deal, so Lin Meiyun didn't care about this. It's a transaction and not a friend. Lin Meiyun hopes that the two will not see each other again after the transaction. Meiyun, you go take out the things and show Jinji. Han Yichen signaled. Lin Meiyun nodded, went directly into his room, and then took out the ginseng that was obviously pulled out in his own space, but was named wild ginseng. She knew that the seeds bought by later generations were actually artificially planted, so Lin Meiyun herself was not sure what the effect of the medicine would be after growing in the space for a period of time. She also wondered, since she was buying this kind of thing, why didn't he Jinji bring a professional over, in case she bought a fake one? Han Yichen probably knew how to read minds, as if he knew Lin Meiyun's thoughts, and explained, Jinji himself is a doctor, so he still knows this aspect very well. Meiyun, even if you show Jinji, he and I have been friends for many years, and he will not take advantage of you. Jinji glanced at Hani-chan lightly, but he couldn't stop complaining in his heart. It was really perverted in love. He sat here and didn't say anything. Hani-chan began to beat himself. Although Hani-chan and Lin Meiyun did not directly tell him about their relationship, Jinji could still see at a glance that Hani-chan was different from Lin Meiyun. Tsk. Lin Meiyun was relieved after hearing that Jinji was a doctor. Although the most she took out was that the quality was not as good as wild ginseng, but it was still not fake. However, she still underestimated the ability of space, and after Jinji took the ginseng and looked at it for a while, his expression became more and more serious, and he kept staring at the ginseng. Lin Meiyun asked at the right time, "Is there something wrong?" Jinji nodded, yes, where did you pick this? The quality is so good, take me to see it." Lin Meiyun glanced at Hani-chan, and Hani-chan immediately understood what she meant. "You are a doctor, you should know that Chuanchi province is actually not suitable for the growth of mountain ginseng, and it is already very lucky to meet this one, so we only have this one." He said to us that he was telling Jinji that he was on the same front as Lin Meiyun. Jinji also felt that he was indeed a little presumptuous in this question, and he was a little embarrassed for a while. "It's me who is abrupt, but Chuanchi province is not very suitable for the growth of mountain ginseng. I don't know what price you want for this mountain ginseng." Lin Meiyun spoke, "You are a doctor, and you should know its value better than us." Jinji glanced at Hani-chan, "Yo, this little object of the stuffy ghost who didn't understand the style was still a very shrewd girl. Xinyan and I have also been friends for so many years, so let me tell you the truth, although this ginseng is not very old, but the quality is indeed very good, and my father really needs this, you see, how about 500 yuan? The price of 500 yuan is indeed very high. In this era when regular employees are only 36 yuan a month, 500 yuan is a huge amount of money everywhere." "But say it well." Hani-chan spoke coldly. He knew Jinji too well, he was a shrewd fox, and the initial offer was definitely not his reserve price. Jinji twitched the corners of his mouth, and sure enough, he still couldn't hide it from Hani-chan. "But this ginseng is indeed not old. But you also said that the quality is very good, and I believe that vintage is not the only criterion for evaluating value." Hani-chan continued. Jinji. Looking at Lin Meiyun, I found that the girl had no expression from when she said 500 yuan. Unexpectedly, what he imagined was that Lin Meiyun was just a rural girl after all, and he didn't know the price of medicinal materials at all, so he thought that if he quoted this price, Lin Meiyun would be very happy to agree immediately. The fact is the opposite, whether it is Hani-chan or this rural girl, it seems that they are not interested in this price. Jinji touched his nose, 600, Hani-chan, this is true, I can only give this price. At this time, Chen Lianhua walked in from outside the door, and happened to hear such a sentence, and immediately asked, "What 600? Lin Meiyun walked over and grabbed Chen Lianhua's arm, and said, "Mom, I accidentally picked up a wild ginseng on the mountain before, and I haven't had time to tell you and my dad about this. This comrade Jinji is a friend of Hani-chan and wants to pay 600 yuan to buy this ginseng." Chen Lianhua's hand trembled, 600, how much is this? If all of them are replaced with gross tickets, it will take a long time. But she claimed to be a person who had studied, but she couldn't lose her demeanor because of the 600 yuan, she just nodded, "Then you talk, I'll cook." Looking at her mother's pretending to be calm, Lin Meiyun only felt funny and cute. If she hadn't seen her mother staggering a few steps, she would really believe that her mother was not excited at all. Lin Meiyun walked back to Hani-chan. Hani-chan nodded at Lin Meiyun calmly. Lin Meiyun understood that this should be the final price, so he spoke generously. "Since you are Hani-chan's friend, then I also trust you, so let's give it 600. Jinji naturally came over with money. After all, Hani-chan's letter did not explain how many years of ginseng bai was, so he prepared a lot of money, bringing a full 1,000 yuan on his body, which is enough at the moment. Immediately counted 600 yuan to Lin Meiyun, all of which were great unity, and after Lin Meiyun came to this era, it was the first time that he had come into contact with so much great unity. I was also very happy for a while. Although I went to the black market when I had nothing to do, and I have saved a few hundred so far, I am still very happy with such a one-time income. If you can still encounter this in the future, please write to me." Jinji gave Lin Meiyun a note with his address on it. "If you really have this luck, I will definitely contact you." Lin Meiyun also took it generously. "Then thank you in advance." He Jinji said. Lin Meiyun nodded. At this time Chen Lianhua was already cooking, and the smoke on the top of the kitchen had already floated up, so Lin Meiyun said, Comrade He Jinji, stay and have lunch before leaving. However, He Jinji shook his head, no, I'm in a hurry to go back, now my father's condition is not very good, I won't eat, I will book a train to go back at 1 o'clock. It was originally a polite remark, people really didn't stay, Lin Meiyun wouldn't force it, after saying hello, he went to the kitchen to help. He Jinji saw Lin Meiyun walking away, turned his head to Hani Chen and teased, your little object is quite interesting. Hani Chen still looked like a stuffy gourd, as if the person who talked a lot in front of Lin Meiyun before was not him. He Jinji felt that his hot face was pressed against his cold buttocks, but he was not angry, waved his hand and said, I'm leaving, otherwise I won't be able to catch up for a while. Let's go. Hani Chen said. You don't plan to send me off? He Jinji looked at him speechlessly. Can't you see that I'm an injury? Hani Chen asked rhetorically. I can't tell it, I think you're in good spirits. As a doctor. How could He Jinji not see that Hani Chen was almost completely healed? However, although Hani Chen said so, he still sent He Jinji to the entrance of the village. A city man came to the village, which still attracted the attention of many people, and on the way back after sending people back, some people inquired intentionally or unintentionally. However, Hani Chen didn't have so much to say to everyone, and he dealt with it in a salty manner, and in the end, except for the man who had just left was Hani Chen's friend and came to visit him, the others didn't inquire at all. In addition, Hani Chen is a well-known person with a position in the army after all, so it is not uncommon for a few city friends to skip this topic after chatting for a while. Lin Meiyun handed the money to Chen Lianhua, Mom, this is the money from selling ginseng. Looking at the thick stack of great unity, Chen Lianhua's hand holding the spatula trembled. You just keep it. Mom, you can take it, I still have money here, but I don't have any, just ask you if you want it, you are our family's Dinghai god needle, this kind of big money must be controlled by you. Lin Meiyun said. In the end, she still didn't argue with her, Chen Lianhua still accepted the money. I don't want a spatula anymore, I ran to my room with the money, so much money must be locked to feel at ease. Hani Chen saw such a scene when he sent He Jinji back, Chen Lianhua took the money with a panicked look, and suddenly laughed. He walked into the kitchen to help, and at this moment Lin Meiyun was taking over the spatula in Chen Lianhua's hand to stir fry, and the technique was quite neat. Hani Chen walked to the front of the stove to light the fire. Soon all the dishes were ready, because Chen Lianhua had prepared enough before stir-frying, so the stir-fry was very fast. Hani Chen helped serve the dishes, and Chen Lianhua, who had finally found a safe place for the great unity, also came out, and was embarrassed to see that they had already prepared all the meals. I'll just come. Lin Meiyun teased, Mom, if we really wait for you to come, maybe we can only eat pot rice at noon today. When her daughter said this, she also blushed, can she be blamed for this? When has she seen so much money, isn't it normal to be a little stupid for a while? Chen Lianhua did feel that she looked a little stupid just now, and there was still a Hani Chen at home, and she felt embarrassed. Lin Guoqiang and the others still went to the field, although they had already paid the public grain, but there was still a little finishing work, and they could rest for a day or two after working here, and then they had to start sowing again. After Lin Guoqiang and Lin Wenhao both came back, Lin Wuhai waited for a while before arriving home, and after arriving home, he went to the kitchen and poured himself a big sip of water. I'm really hungry, after all, I went out so early, and I used so much strength after eating some breakfast, although I wasn't particularly tired, but I was really hungry. Chen Lianhua naturally took this into account when cooking, so she cooked a little too much at noon. Lin Wuhai felt that he finally came back to life after eating, he was really good at work, and he could really eat when he ate. After taking a break at noon before going out, Chen Lianhua pulled Lin Guoqiang aside, talked about what happened before, and said that the ginseng was sold for 600 yuan. Lin Guoqiang's jaw was about to frighten, isn't our daughter's luck too good? Da Qiang, do you think our daughter has changed a lot recently? Chen Lianhua stopped talking. Isn't this a good thing? Lin Guoqiang was puzzled. Chen Lianhua. It's a good thing, but I always feel that something is wrong, and this change is too big. Don't think too much about it, my daughter was young before, but now that she has grown up, she knows that she feels sorry for us, are you still too worried? Didn't you keep saying that you would enjoy the blessings of your daughter in the future, and your son couldn't be trusted? Isn't this enjoyable now? Chen Lianhua nodded, that's what I said, but I still want my daughter to be the same as before. Now I always feel that she has been stimulated by something. Do you think someone said something in front of her? Chen Lianhua didn't think about anything else, she just felt that most of them were talking nonsense in front of her daughter, and she was worried about whether there was something wrong with her daughter's psychology. Although this is indeed very good now, compared to her daughter being so sensible, Chen Lianhua still hopes that she will be carefree. Don't think too much, let's take a look. I see that my daughter is much more cheerful now, and her personality is much better. Let's observe that if anyone really dares to talk nonsense in front of her, we will beat them to death. Lin Wuqiang comforted his daughter-in-law. Chen Lianhua nodded, she was afraid that her daughter would have such a lot of talk after graduation, but because she was worried about what kind of psychological burden her daughter had, it was not easy to ask, so she could only take a look as Lin Wuqiang said. Then again, our Nir's luck is really good, you can always bring something back when you go up the mountain, you find time to tell your daughter, let her be careful, it's best not to go up the mountain during this time, if someone finds out, it is inevitable that someone will go online. Lin Wuqiang also said that as a father, it is sometimes difficult for him to communicate with his daughter, and this kind of thing is naturally better for Chen Lianhua, a mother, to come forward. Chen Lianhua nodded, but also understood the truth, once or twice, if the luck could be so good every time, naturally some people would be jealous. But what they didn't know was that Lin Meiyun had always been very cautious in doing things, except for what she wanted others to see, she was not discovered by others every time. After all, she still has a space, if someone finds it and throws it into the space, it will be very stable. And at this time, Lin Dalan was also angry at home, if you go to pay public grain, you can get full work points, and you won't let you go with me, when will you be able to marry a daughter-in-law like this? Opposite him was Lin Yuqing, who was named and criticized yesterday. Lin Yuqing still looked indifferent, I can't stand it if I have to carry things so far. Lin Dalan was so angry with him that he said, you can't do it, you just know how to say that you can't do it, how can people listen to martial arts? He is a little younger than you, he receives 2 full work points every day, and now he is going to pay public grain, why can't you learn from others? Lin Dalan's words were not only Lin Yuqing didn't like to hear, Feng Sui also exploded, Lin Yuqing was originally her baby pimple, otherwise she wouldn't be able to develop like this now, she immediately began to refute. Always listen to literature and martial arts one by one, even if they are promising, they didn't expect to come to honor you, uncle, after 100 years, you can't throw a basin for you, what are you yelling at Yue here? Lin Dalan immediately felt a little myocardial infarction, glanced at the bad mother and son, and the girl who was watching the play, and suddenly didn't want to say anything, it was meaningless, I won't tell you. After saying that, he went out directly and didn't even eat lunch. The second room also heard the movement, Lin Yonghai frowned, why are you arguing again? Fang Yin didn't say anything, but lowered her head to eat. Lin Yonghai still wanted to say something, but he was honest when he was glared at by his daughter-in-law. Fang Yin said angrily, what is the matter with people, what does it have to do with you? Don't be too comfortable on a day like this now, she never wants to be mixed with the big house anymore. The old couple of the Shin family were also eating, and they shook their heads when they heard the movement in the big room. The farce of the big house is basically staged every day, whether it is the too old or the second room, it is not surprising, when there was no division before, although Lin Yuqing was lazy, but there were other people there who would not be hungry. But now that the family is separated, but no one is used to him, after all, they are all working to have food, there was no division before, and it would not have much impact on cheating and cunning, but now it is different, originally there were only 2 men in the big house, Lin Dalan and Lin Yuqing. Feng Sui's work is not very powerful, so now Lin Dalan's burden can be said to be very heavy, especially Lin Yuqing is still unsatisfactory. Over time, the conflicts in this family came out, and it was not you said that he was bad, but selfishness was still something engraved in his bones. If you can carry it clearly, you won't have to make trouble with the third room like that before. Lin Dalan's departure did not attract the attention of his children, he ate when he should eat and rest when he should rest. However, Feng Sui was still worried and ran out to find someone. Wash the dishes. After Lin Yuqing finished eating, he put the bowl on the table, faced Lin Lianya, and ordered. Lin Lianya was very unhappy, but she didn't dare to say anything, there was no one else in the family at this time. Lin Yuqing also completely let himself go after the separation, saying that hitting people was really going to hit people, and now Lin Lianya didn't dare to provoke him. In fact, if it were before, Lin Lianya would definitely have to refute 2 sentences, but after the separation, she really realized what it means to be beaten in reality. She also regrets it now. If there is no separation, many things can be pushed to Lin Chunmei to do. Lin Chunmei was not taken seriously by the second aunt at all, even if he bullied her, that was the case. She is extremely jealous of Lin Meiyun. She is also the granddaughter of the old Lin family. Why can Lin Meiyun be so lucky? There is a pair of parents who love her so much, even her brother loves her so much. Look at my brother again, he is really more popular than others. Reluctantly, the brother and sister had a lot of food, and they couldn't eat enough at all. Today, Lin Dalan and Fong Sui went out one after another, and the brother and sister had a full meal. That is, they ate their parents' share. Fong Sui finally found Lin Dalan back, and was about to call him for dinner, but found that the lunch was gone. You don't have to think about it to know what's going on. Lin Dalan's anger, which had already been dissipated a little, burned like a raging fire. This is your good son, your good daughter. After saying that, Lin Dalan went out again. Fong Sui was also stunned on the spot, and then scolded, although she still loved Lin Yuqing very much, but she really couldn't help it at this time. If only we could move out and live like the third brother's family someday, living with this family every day, and the noise was dead. Listening to Fong Sui's crying, Fong Yun was also a little speechless. But we don't have that much money, Lin Yonghai said. Fong Yun glanced at the direction of the kitchen, where Lin Chunmei was washing dishes. She lowered her voice and whispered, I met a sister-in-law in my mother's village before, saying that she wanted to introduce a partner to Chunmei. We can let Chunmei get married. Lin Yonghai looked at his daughter-in-law, a little shocked, and said bluntly, you don't want to sell your daughter to build a house, do you? Why are you talking so ugly? What do you mean by selling your daughter? I provide her with such a big gift, is there anything wrong with receiving some gift money? If you get married, it will be someone else's family, and the children born in the future will have other people's surnames, and the work points earned will also belong to your husband's family. Seeing that Lin Yonghai's expression was still stinky, Fong Yun then said, besides, you are a man, you don't know a man's mind yet, if you can get it easily, you will still not be concerned in the future, maybe one day you will abandon it if you want to. Lin Yonghai's expression softened a little, and he began to think carefully about what Fong Yun said. I have to admit that what I often pay a price to get is indeed something to cherish. Then you take a good look, don't look for those crooked melons and split dates, especially in terms of character, take a good look, don't just believe the matchmaker's mouth, if you take a fancy, go and inquire and see what others say. Although Lin Yonghai is a mediocre person, he is not particularly partial, and his son and daughter basically care about the same, so he has always been not very in favor of Fong Yun's partial approach to his son. But the daughter is always going to get married, and Lin Chunmei is a little older than Lin Meiyun. Lin Meiyun has already said kissing, and Lin Chunmei is naturally old. Han Yichen's health is already healed now, and some things cannot be dragged on. After all, he may have to return to the army after some time. So when everyone went out that day, Han Yichen knocked on the door of Lin Meiyun's room. Meiyun, is it convenient to talk? Lin Meiyun probably guessed what he was going to say. This kind of thing said that he wanted to escape, but it didn't work, so he simply went out of the door. It was time to talk. The two sat opposite each other at the table in the hall and did not speak for a while. Or Han Yichen took the initiative to break the tranquility. Listening to Hong, how did you think about what I said before? When I am completely healed, I will go back to the army. If you don't want me to go back, I will stay. Lin Meiyun didn't speak, and continued to look at him. Han Yichen continued, I have never dealt with a partner, and I may not be so careful when getting along with you, but I can learn these, and even if I don't go to the army, I will definitely be good to you and not let you suffer, you can rest assured. Lin Meiyun was silent for a few seconds, and then suddenly asked, do you want to marry me? Ask me for my opinion on this kind of thing, is it because we are engaged, or because of me? It was the original owner who was betrothed to Han Yichen, so Lin Meiyun had to ask Han Yichen what he thought, saying that she was hypocritical. She felt that if she really had to get married, then she had to find someone who really liked her. She is not a twisted person. After so many days of getting along, it is fake to say that she doesn't feel like Han Yichen, so she asks like this, if she really doesn't like it, Lin Meiyun will definitely take the initiative to mention the dissolution of the engagement, and she can't wait for Han Yichen to come to herself to say this. Although military marriage cannot be child's play, Lin Meiyun is also unwilling to spend her whole life, and if she really doesn't like it, she will say it even if it is a risk. But after so many days of getting along, Han Yichen, although sometimes he doesn't listen so well and likes to make himself angry, but Lin Meiyun still has a good impression of him. Han Yichen probably didn't expect her to ask this, But he said almost without hesitation, "Of course, it's because of you. We haven't gotten along much before, and we may not know each other very well, but you can rest assured that I am a responsible person, and I really like you and want to start a family with you." Lin Meiyun saw that his expression was very serious, and he also felt a little funny. "You smile, you don't know so seriously that you think you are negotiating with the enemy now." Han Yichen's expression cracked for a moment, and Lin Meiyun's words were really a little bit of a bad scene. "So what do you think? What if I say I don't want to get married for the time being, but I don't want you to go to the army?" Hearing her say this, Han Yichen breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she was willing to make a request, it meant that she was not really resisting herself. In fact, after returning from this injury, Han Yichen understood one thing, that is, Lin Meiyun may really have no feelings for him, so when he talked to Lin Meiyun about this matter today, Han Yichen's heart was still very apprehensive. "When you get married, I respect your decision. If you don't want me to go back to the army, I can also apply to retire," Han Yichen said very firmly. "But aren't you on the rise in your career now? Are you really willing to return it like this for me?" Lin Meiyun asked again. Han Yichen smiled at the corner of his mouth. "I went to the army because there was no one here who made me worry, but there will be one in the future, so I didn't have to go." Lin Meiyun suddenly felt that her heart was beating a little faster. Is this a straight man's confession? But it seems to be more heartwarming than those sweet words. "Don't you feel sorry for yourself?" Lin Meiyun felt that even if the two really came together, Han Yichen had already expressed her attitude, and she should respect Han Yichen's thoughts. Han Yichen just shook his head. "No, I joined the army when I was a teenager, and I had no scruples before, so I will do the task with all my heart, but I can't continue to put myself in danger without selfishness now, because I have other responsibilities now, don't I? It's okay to say that I'm an incompetent soldier, but I do hope that I can be safe." When he first considered this issue, Han Yichen did not dare to say that he had never fought ideologically at all. After all, as a soldier in Country A, he had a natural sense of mission. But over the years, the strength of the state of Country A has gradually stabilized, and gradually there is a place. Han Yichen has thought that if the country really needs him, he will still go back, but at least for now, he can guard his small home, which is enough. I have to say that Lin Meiyun felt his importance and nodded. "Then discuss it with my parents." Although she didn't say anything to discuss, Han Yichen also understood. What she meant was to let herself discuss marriage, right? Han Yichen smiled. "But Comrade Lin Meiyun, I have another question I want to ask you." "Well, you ask." "I may not have a job after I am discharged from the army. Will you dislike me?" "Yes, so you have to work hard to earn work points and make my life the same as when I was at home, and I won't dislike you." Lin Meiyun smiled. After saying that, the hearts of the two people narrowed some distance, and now Lin Meiyun looked at Han Yichen and really looked at him as his own object. This man's facial features can't be said to be perfect, but he is indeed very handsome, and he has been training in the army for so long, and the tough guy atmosphere around him is very charming. And Lin Meiyun felt that he was really a very responsible man, and marrying him was not such an unacceptable thing. When Lin Wuqiang and the others came back, they were shocked by Han Yichen's words. Han Yichen was also a little anxious, although Lin Meiyun was not a perfect woman, and sometimes her temper was still very hot, but Han Yichen inexplicably wanted to marry her home. So the buttocks of everyone who came back from work were not yet hot, and they were struck in the head by Han Yichen. "Really? Are you really willing to return?" Chen Lianhua felt a little stuttering. "Willing, aunt." Han Yichen nodded solemnly. Lin Guoqiang didn't speak, but his expression was still very happy. Obviously he didn't expect Han Yichen to do this step for his daughter. As a parent, how can you not want your son-in-law to put his daughter on the tip of his heart? "But I heard that retiring from the army is not so easy, right?" Lin Wuhai also wanted to go to the army. Now the requirements for going to the army are not so strict, education or anything is not important, as long as the physical fitness is up to standard, it is still very easy. Lin Wuhai's body is absolutely no problem. But there is already Han Yichen in the brigade, who is a soldier, and sometimes he may not be able to come back once a year, so Chen Lianhua has always disagreed with this matter, and this matter has been put on hold. Lin Wuhai is a big-hearted person, and he doesn't feel sad. Anyway, he has strength, and it is the same wherever he uses it. However, he still understood some of the rules in the army, especially Han Yichen's current level. It is really not so easy to retire from the army. It's really not that easy, but I've made a lot of contributions before, and it's hard for my body to return to its previous state this time. Even if I go back, I may not be able to climb up, and there will be some restrictions on doing tasks and so on, so it should be approved. Don't think that Hani Chen looks like a normal person during this time, but before returning to the village, he can be said to have been closed out of the ghost gate in the hospital, even if Lin Meiyun gave him a lot of space for well water during this time. In such a short period of time, he could only return to normal life. The training in the army is really not as simple as strenuous exercise, it is absolutely high intensity. Lin Meiyun was not surprised to hear him say this. Well, water is not a miracle medicine, although it does have the effect of accelerating the healing of wounds. It is impossible to directly let Hani Chen return to the state before the injury, at least it will take a long time. After Hani Chen completely retired, she also had to take good care of him, otherwise when he was old in the future, he might have problems of one kind or another. If nothing else, even if it is rheumatism, it is enough for a person to drink a pot. Lin Wuhai and Lin Wenhao, who were brothers, heard him say this, and walked up to him and patted Hani Chen on the shoulder. Lin Wuhai, be good to my sister, otherwise I will still beat you. Lin Wenhao, my sister has always been pampered, even if you are discharged from the army, you can't let her work in the fields. It's really not good, and my brother. Hani Chen's retirement from the army was decided, because he was willing to do this step for Lin Meiyun, and the attitude of the Shin family towards him was more than several times better. Soon Hani Chen left, still in a military jeep, and it should be someone from his unit who came to pick him up. Lin Meiyun knew that the next time Hani Chen came back, he didn't have to leave. The night before leaving, Hani Chen secretly gave Lin Meiyun most of the money and tickets he had saved over the years. Lin Meiyun said that he was rich, but Hani Chen glanced at her meaningfully. What you earn is your own, and what I give to my daughter-in-law. Lin Meiyun always felt that this man saw through something. In the end, Lin Meiyun still accepted it, and Lin Meiyun joked with him, aren't you afraid that when you come back, I will marry someone else with money? Hani Chen's face was full of unhappiness. If you get married, I will break that person's leg. What about me? Lin Meiyun continued to tease him. Grab it back. Just after saying this, Hani Chen took Lin Meiyun into his arms with a very aggrieved expression. Don't say such things. Lin Meiyun's mind was blank, and it was the first time in her life that she had come into contact with a man so closely. The breath full of male hormones entered from the tip of her nose, and her face turned red. Throwing off the scrap in his mind, Lin Meiyun retracted his gaze and prepared to turn around and leave. As soon as he turned around, he met Lin Qingqing's teasing expression, which startled him. What are you doing? Is there no sound to walk? It scared me. TSK, women in love are full of their own objects. Where can you see me, a good friend? Although the words are sour, the ridicule is simply not too obvious. Hani Chen's departure naturally attracted a lot of people, and the autumn harvest had just ended in the past 2 days, and the big guys were quite idle, so they all came to join in the fun. Just now, Hani Chen didn't dare to ask, but at this time Hani Chen had already left, and many people gathered around to gossip. Shinjianeer, Comrade Haneo Yi is so soon? Then this is going back to the army? Then he has made great contributions this time. Does he have to rise to a leader when he goes back? I don't know. Lin Meiyun made 4 or 2,000 pounds, and didn't let others ask anything anyway. Lin Qingqing is the captain's daughter after all, and she still has her own set of people who deal with this kind of gossip. Oh, I said everyone should disperse. You all know that Comrade Hani Chen is a member of the army, and you can casually inquire about the affairs of the army, huh? I was heard by people with a heart, and I see what you can do. One sentence frightened everyone to disperse, joking. According to Lin Qingqing's words, you really can't ask, otherwise you may be put on the title of enemy agent, and the whole family will have to suffer. It has to be you. Lin Meiyun gave Lin Qingqing a thumbs up. How is it? I'm amazing. Lin Qingqing is also boundless. When there was no one around, Lin Qingqing leaned into Lin Meiyun's ear. What are you doing listening to Brother Wen? Lin Meiyun glanced at her, and then said, isn't the autumn harvest over? School is about to start, prepare lesson plans at home. Oh, then I won't bother him. Lin Qingqing's voice was a bit of a pity. What's wrong? You were going to disturb him at first. Oh no. Lin Qingqing didn't feel embarrassed at all. Anyway, she could be herself with peace of mind in front of Lin Meiyun. TSK, you just said me, I think you are also a love brain. Lin Meiyun complained. Lin Qingqing didn't feel ashamed when she said it. Anyway, she was thick-skinned. Her thinking jump is really big. Anyway, she can't find Lin Wenhao now, so she said, why don't we go to the mountains? Why do you suddenly want to go up the mountain? Lin Meiyun looked at her suspiciously. Lin Qingqing looked proud. That's not because you're lucky, maybe we will gain something when we go up the mountain. That expression was like she was lucky. Lin Qingqing really feels that she is lucky. Lin Meiyun is lucky, she and Lin Meiyun are best friends, and giving away 5 incomes is her own luck. Then go. Lin Meiyun also felt quite bored, so she went there. This is the entrance of the village, relatively close to Lin Qingqing's house, so I went to Lin Qingqing's house to get 2 baskets. On the way up the mountain, Lin Qingqing said something to Lin Meiyun. Meiyun, I'm going to work in the county seat in a few days. It's good, what are you doing? Lin Meiyun knew that Lin Qingqing's aunt's family conditions were still good, so she was not surprised. The supply and marketing cooperative is just a temporary worker, and it will be much more convenient for you to buy things after I become a full-time employee. Lin Qingqing blatantly said that she would open a small stove for Lin Meiyun in the future. Lin Meiyun also smiled, that's good. Lin Qingqing chattered, Meiyun, have you ever thought about going to work? If you have this idea, I will ask my aunt to inquire for you. If there is any factory recruiting people, you can try it. Now the work in the town is a radish and a pit, and it is no exaggeration to say that it is no different from the throne, and it can really be inherited. So it's really not that easy to find a job, but if there is really a factory to recruit, people in the town will definitely know the news earlier than the rural people. Lin Meiyun graduated from high school, and her grades are still so good. If she really recruits, she will definitely be able to pass the exam. Then help me take a look, I'm not sure yet. Although Lin Meiyun doesn't really want to go to work, but their family wants to put a good life on the surface, if they can have a formal job, then it's okay, and they can take a look at it when the time comes, but she is still quite pretentious in this regard. If the work is particularly tiring, she probably doesn't want to go, the big deal is to hide it. After all, everyone is very idle after the autumn harvest, and women and children are basically looking for wild vegetables on the mountain. There were so many people on the mountain, and Lin Meiyun didn't take anything out of the space, so Lin Qingqing was still a little disappointed when she went down the mountain. Hey, why don't you have that kind of good luck today? Lin Meiyun listened to her strange and regrettable tone, and was also funny. Do you think that kind of thing happens every day? Besides, even if there are really any wild things, so many people have long been frightened and hidden, where would they dare to come out? 2. Lin Qingqing also felt that it made sense. Just a few days later, Lin Qingqing had gone to work in the county seat, and the village also ushered in the day of grain distribution. Everyone got up very early on this day. After all, this is the most festive day in the village except for the New Year. Chen Lianhua and Lin Guoqiang were also very happy, infected by their atmosphere. Lin Meiyun also got up early in the morning. Everyone came to the valley field, and the distribution of grain was distributed here. The village cadres began to get busy, and many people came to help carry the grain. This is not a centimeter, but there are still many people willing to help, except for the reserve grain. All the grain to be distributed is in the middle of the drying field. Lin Weilin, the captain, is still doing a good job. He will never report high grain production for his own performance. No matter how much the harvest is that year, they only pay what they should hand over. Although the leaders above don't like him very much, after all, compared with the captains who deliberately report high production and pay more public grain every year, Lin Weilin is very rigid in this regard. But the team members are still very convinced of him. After all, as long as everyone can not starve to death, he is a good captain in this era. And Lin Weilin will leave some grain as reserve grain every year. If it is not used that year, the old grain will be divided in the next grain distribution. Such an operation is very humane, and the grain distribution is very fair, and the brigade can always have some reserve grain. Even if there is a force majeure that leads to grain production, it is an emergency. Therefore, no one has starved to death in Omping village for so many years. What Lin Weilin has always told the team members is that in our brigade, as long as they are willing to work, they will not starve. On the day of grain distribution, the only loudspeaker in the village played several red songs on a loop, such as 5-Star Red Flag, Good Socialism, and Yellow River Chorus, which have been sung by the world for nearly 100 years, and are also very popular in this era. The song is inspiring, and everyone's face seems to see a better future, and their faces are full of smiles. Lin Meiyun felt a bit of a pity that she didn't have a camera and couldn't record the scene. The simplicity and satisfaction revealed on these ordinary faces are basically invisible in later generations. With the improvement of the quality of life, people's hearts have also begun to have various wishes, so that they are no longer so easy to satisfy, and their happiness has decreased a lot. How many people have been house slaves all their lives for a house of their own, and how many people have saved money for a good car or an expensive baby, just for the cheap vanity? It's not that you can't pursue what you like, but if you do what you can, you will really be much easier and happier. When the sun gradually rose, Lin Meiyun took the gong and knocked it out. Everyone knows what this means, that is, the preparations are ready, and the food is to be divided. If you call your name, come and get the food. Although this was the rule in previous years, some people still couldn't help but want to squeeze forward, but Lin Meiyun didn't eat their set. The rule of Omping village has always been that those with more work points will lead in front, and those with less work will be in the back. Lin Meiyun's family is separated this year, and the population base is not large, so the work score is slightly behind. But who is called Lin Wuhai has been praised this year, and the families of those who were praised with Lin Wuhai are the same, and they can all take the lead in receiving food. Therefore, the earliest thing to receive food is an honorable thing, and the first thing Lin Meiyun called was Lin Wuhai's name. Of course, not everyone has a work point, and there are even those kind of upside-down households, but Lin Meiyun manages it well, so there are still not many such Lao Lao in the village. Only some lonely elderly people or orphans have become upside-down households, but every year the village will still organize relief for them, although not everyone is willing, but give a little more, and don't let these people starve to death. After being called by name, Lin Wuhai held his head high and took his parents to receive food. Lin Guoqiang took the time to make a pallet truck before, so the Shin family didn't have to carry it back, which was still very convenient. Lin Meiyun also walked over. She was just curious. She saw the official distribution of grain for the first time. Lin Weilin had a notebook in his hand with Lin Guoqiang's name written on it, and there was a string of numbers behind it. Lin Meiyun didn't see how much it was, but it should also be 4 digits. Then there is the distribution of grain, because Lin Wuhai did the work of 2 people alone, plus Lin Guoqiang also earned full work points. Chen Lianhua is not bad, although he can't get full work points, but most of the time it is also 7 or 8, so it is equivalent to the Shin family except Lin Wenhao, they all have work points. But although Lin Wenhao has no work points, he has a salary, and there will be some leftovers after each distribution of grain, which is to take it out and sell, and the money sold can be taken to everyone at the end of the year to share together. Although Lin Wenhao has no work points, he can also take money to buy grain. So after distributing the food that belonged to her family, Chen Lianhua only asked Lin Guoqiang and Lin Wuhai to push the grain back, and she continued to wait here with Lin Meiyun. After that, there was a long wait, although it was boring, but Lin Meiyun watched it with relish, especially which one might be wrong because of a few centimeters, and the captain and the village cadres argued, all kinds of things. For Lin Meiyun, this kind of trivial excitement is still quite good-looking. Chen Lianhua saw that she was energetic, and she was also very helpless, she used to call her, except that she didn't participate in these excitement when she was a child, whether it was food or meat. Now that she has grown up, this temperament is more like when she was a child. I don't know how long it took. It was the turn of the Shin family's big house, and at this time, the distribution of grain was basically coming to an end, and then it was their turn. It can be seen how lazy this family is. Now the burden of the family is basically on Lin Dalan's shoulders. In this short period of time, it has been visible to the naked eye a lot of age. In fact, Lin Yonghai and Lin Dalan are not much apart in age, but they are also doing farm work, but Lin Yonghai looks much younger than Lin Dalan. Especially at this moment, looking at his second and third brothers, they are all developing in a good direction after the separation, and Lin Dalan's heart feels even more uncomfortable. The food received by the big house was a little more than that of Mrs. Lin and Mr. Shen, which can be said to be very miserable. Oh, why are you doing this? This is not right. Feng Sui saw the little grain she had allocated, and knew that she would definitely not be able to eat for a whole year, so she began to act helpless. Lin Weilin was almost angry. He was very tired today. The front was okay, they were all diligent people, and there was not so much to do. The more these people behind, the more unreasonable these people became. Almost every one of them had to break with himself for a while. Lin Weilin really didn't want to pay attention at all. But Feng Sui has already mentioned that the work is wrong, and it is impossible for her to really care, so she can only show her. See for yourself, what's wrong. If you tell a reason, if I really deduct your food, I will compensate you tenfold. Don't you know how much work your own family does in a year? Lin Weilin angrily threw the notebook with his work points on the table and got angry. Feng Sui was immediately frightened. How could she not know what was going on at home? The reason why they said that was not because they thought that a little food would definitely not be enough to eat, so they looked at Lai Lai. Maybe they would give themselves more if they thought it was troublesome. Unexpectedly, Lin Weilin actually got angry directly. Even if Feng Sui was a bastard, she would never dare to provoke Lin Weilin. The captain was still the one who held their lifeline in the end, and he would not be so stupid. Lin Dallin glared at his mother-in-law. You'd better shut up, don't talk about it after you can't speak. Lin Meiyun looked at it from a distance, and she was also amazed. Her uncle was also a god, and the green arrow was still done well. Green arrow. It is in the same vein as green tea, referring to a shameless and upright man. Feng Sui didn't see him stop her when she opened her mouth before, and she waited until Lin Weilin got angry before making a sound, which was really interesting. Wei Jun, don't take it to heart, this mother-in-law can't speak. She guessed that she just doesn't have much food at home, and she is in a hurry to eat enough. Lin Dallin's words were quite clever. But as long as he is a little more shrewd, how could he not know what Lin Dallin was thinking? It's nothing more than if his mother-in-law makes trouble, then he will take advantage of it, and if he doesn't make a fuss, he will stand up and scold him, and he can still end up with a reputation for being sensible. However, this premise is that everyone is a fool, but although most of the people in the village have never gone to school, they are still very good at caring about this area. Don't you know if you don't have enough food to eat? Lin Weilin said. Lin Dallin also felt that he couldn't hang on his face, so he pulled Feng Sui away with his food. Today, Lin Yuqing came to help with the grain, and Lin Lianyan naturally came. She felt extremely embarrassed, and turned her head to see Lin Meiyun and Chen Lianhua standing aside watching the show. She didn't know that Chen Lianhua stayed to buy food, so she naturally felt that they had stayed to watch their jokes, and immediately glared at Lin Meiyun. Where did Chen Lianhua see others looking at their daughters like this? Their own families were reluctant to say a word, so why did it be the turn of others to bully them in person? He was not a messy temperament, and he immediately got angry. Lin Lianya, do you still think that you haven't been beaten enough before? If you stare at my near like this again, do you believe that I will pick out your eyeballs? Lin Lianya. In the end, I was still cowardly, especially when I thought of the scene where Lin Meiyun's aunts beat her before. I was afraid for a while, in front of Chen Lianhua. Why did I provoke Lin Meiyun? Lin Dallin's family left the drying field in disgrace. Finally, when the food was almost divided, Lin Guqiang and Lin Wuhai also came back. The educated youth with better conditions had already gone over to Lin Weilin to buy food, and Chen Lianhua was worried that it would be gone if it was late, so she hurriedly ran over. Captain, our family also wants to buy some food. At this time, a female educated youth who was dressed quite well in front turned her head, and when she saw Chen Lianhua, her expression was full of incomprehension. Aunt Chen, there are only a few people in your family, and you have received so much food, do you still want to rush to buy food with us? This opening made people feel particularly uncomfortable, as if there was something wrong with Chen Lianhua paying for food herself. Are you a little wrong? Chen Lianhua was not polite, and immediately said, does it have anything to do with you that I spend my own money? But so many of our educated youths all want to buy a little food, and there is not much food that can be sold to the team members, and if you still come to grab it, we won't be able to buy much. Zhang Hui said as a matter of course. Chen Lianhua was full of question marks on the spot. You are all young people with hands and feet, why haven't you thought that you can't even earn enough rations when you go to work? It's your own problem. Our strength is definitely not as good as yours. Zhang Hui was a little speechless for a while. So, this is what you often say to support rural construction? Chen Lianhua rolled her eyes. Whether you can have enough to eat is up to your own ability. My eldest son teaches in the village primary school, and he has no work points, so I can't buy some food with my salary, right? Zhang Hui, shut up. It is indeed true, people have no work points, and it is reasonable to buy food. But she still felt very uncomfortable. After all, Chen Lianhua spoke so rudely. Her family conditions are good, she has not suffered much since she was a child. Even after coming to the countryside, she is also able to do it, and if she can't do it, she will spend money to buy it, precisely because she has not worked much. She is still white, dressing up or something is also very fashionable in the village. Most people in the village are polite to themselves. Chen Lianhua is the first time to meet this. But she didn't continue to provoke Chen Lianhua. She thought she was from the city and didn't care about the mud legs. This was just a small episode, and the matter of buying grain was quickly over. Lin Dallin's family did not buy food. After all, their family is still worried about Lin Yuqing's marriage, and the matter of Lin Yuqing being named and criticized before was somehow spread. Although there is no need to force a bride price in this way, Lin Youqing's lifelong event still broke their hearts. Where do you dare to spend money to buy food? Anyway, there is no problem in eating temporarily. In case you meet a suitable girl again, it is not okay to have no money in your hand. After returning home, Lin Guoqiang and Chen Lianhua sorted out the 60 pounds of coarse grain and 20 pounds of fine grain that honored the old couple of the Shen family, and then pushed the cart to the old house. Anyway, idle is also idle. Lin Meiyun also followed. By the way, look at the two elders. When the cart was pushed to the Shen family's old house, Feng Sui and Lin Lianye were both feeding the chickens in the chicken coop, so as soon as Lin Meiyun and the others came, they found out. Yo, what a rare guest. Feng Sui said strangely. Chen Lianhua was speechless, but she didn't want to pay attention to her, so she winked at Lin Guoqiang. Lin Guoqiang ran directly to the two elders, parents. Hearing the voice of their youngest son, the two old men who were cooking hurriedly came out and saw Lin Guoqiang pushing a cart. Daqiang, from the third family, you are here. Well, parents, we're here to send you this year's food. Chen Lianhua said. Lin Meiyun also shouted, Grandma. Eh. This is the share that was already agreed upon when they separated, and Lin Yonghai and Feng Yun found out about the movement here and took out the food they had prepared. Feng Yun didn't feel distressed. After all, the separation of the family had already been agreed at that time. The two old men were old, and they couldn't earn too many work points, but they had to eat this grain for a year, plus the three brothers, they were not unable to take it out. But Feng Sui's face darkened when she saw the actions of the second and third rooms. She felt that they must have done it on purpose. They all knew that the food in their big house was not enough to eat, and they actually sent food over. Didn't this make it clear that they were embarrassed? Feng Sui winked at Lin Lianye, and the mother and daughter went straight back to the house. As long as they hid, they couldn't do anything to themselves. In fact, Feng Sui really thought too much. After all, they have separated now. Whether it is the second room or the third room, there is no intention to care about them. As for the food that should be honored, it is also a matter for the old couple. They are willing to ask for it, then they want it. If they are willing to go hungry and not embarrass their eldest son, it has nothing to do with them. After all, it was said from the beginning that they should be given no points, and the three brothers can't expect anyone to take care of this matter. It is really difficult to say that the big house is really difficult. The key is that it is lazy that leads to the current situation, so they have no intention of pulling out, and it is good to live a good life. Parents, today's grain will be sent to you. If nothing happens, we will go back first. Chen Lianhua said. Okay. Slow down on your way. Old Mrs. Lin said. When all the three rooms were gone, no one came out of the big room. Feng Yun is not a person to mess with, and she was worried that if the big house did not give food, the two old men would not have enough food to eat, and they would have to ask for it themselves at that time, so she began to point at Sang and scold Huai. She walked to her chicken coop with chicken food and began to scold, eat and eat, you know to eat is lazy, even if you are lazy, I haven't seen you lay an egg. Look at other things, which one of them doesn't lay eggs on time? Just you, stupid and lazy. Although she didn't have the idea of going to the big house to point fingers, it didn't prevent her from blocking them. If in the past, Mr. Lin would definitely say something when he saw a daughter-in-law provoking trouble, but now he took out a dry tobacco bag and took a few bites by himself. Lin Dalin's face was particularly bad in the room. He naturally heard what this second sibling meant, so he felt that he had no face. Prepare the food and send it to your parents. When Feng Sui heard this, she exploded directly. How much food does our family have only received in total? You still have to give away so much. Do you want to starve us to death? Lin Dalin slapped the table suddenly. Our family is all people with hands and feet, and people and children can earn work points, so why can't our family do it? From tomorrow onwards, Lin Yuqing must go to work for me. If you don't go, then get out. Don't want to eat the food at home. And Lianya, you must earn enough 6 work points a day, otherwise you are not allowed to eat. Feng Sui was startled by his sudden anger, and after reacting, she scolded directly, are you crazy? Are you going to kick our son out? And Lianya, she is a girl who earns 6 work points a day, do you want to tire her to death? Okay, they don't earn it, then you earn it, don't you stand up for them? Then you can make up for their share. If you can't make up for it, we will divorce. Lin Dalin was angry, and he spoke without scruples for a while. Divorce is a very serious matter in this era, especially in the village. Even if the real life is sad, there are only a few divorced people. It can even be said that there is none. The idea of the older generation is very simple. Anyway, who you live with is a lifetime, and you are afraid of gossip outside, so there are really few people who are willing to divorce. Lin Dalen actually directly told the divorce, which made Feng Sui look incredulous, and then she cried, "Lin Dalen, do you have a conscience? I worked hard to give birth to a son and a daughter for you, and you actually said divorce. If you dare to divorce me, I will hang myself directly in your Shin family and see what you do." Woohoo. Lin Dalen, your conscience was eaten by a dog. Lin Yucheng was so annoyed by his mother's crying that he ran directly to his room, closed the door, and didn't take Lin Dalen's call to work at all. Lin Dalen saw her crying, and felt annoyed, so he went directly to take out the food that should be given, and then went to Mrs. Lin and Mr. Shen. No matter how Feng Sui cries, he can't lose face anyway. The second and third brothers have given it, and if they don't give it, they can make others laugh out of their teeth. Feng Yun didn't expect that Lin Dalen would be able to deliver the grain so quickly, and he was also a little guilty at this time, so he hurriedly entered his room. Mr. Lin didn't ask for this grain because he didn't get much food from the big house. If they really did that, the second and third children would be chilled by then. Lin Dalen originally thought that he had brought it all over, and his filial piety was exhausted. Maybe his parents would not accept this grain for the sake of his difficult life, and the current situation was indeed a bit surprising to him. But the delivery was all delivered. If he said he wouldn't give it now, then it would really be that he had lost face inside, and now like this, at least his face was still earned back. Lin Meiyun's family didn't know what happened here. Everyone was happy to divide the grain today, and they hadn't eaten dumplings for a long time, so Chen Lianhua got some wild boar meat to make dumplings. Although this kind of marinated wild boar meat dumplings is far worse than the pork buns, even so, it is a good thing. The dumplings were made by Lin Wuhai at home, and Lin Wenhao came back after class to help pack some, and there was no saying that boys did not do housework in the Shen family, these things that the brothers had learned since they were children, and only Lin Meiyun was the one who really didn't touch the spring water. The family happily ate a meal of fragrant dumplings and had a good day at home. The weather has gradually cooled down, and after a while, Chen Lianhua is going to take Lin Meiyun to buy clothes. Our Nier seems to have grown a little taller this year, and her birthday is coming soon. How about Mom take you to buy new clothes? Chen Lianhua said. Okay. Holding a huge amount of money in her hand, Chen Lianhua also plans to celebrate a birthday for her daughter this year. She is 18 years old this year. In Chen Lianhua's opinion, this is an adult, and the meaning of 18 years old is also different. The mother and daughter walked to the county seat together. Lin Meiyun suddenly thought of something and said, "Mother, let's buy a bicycle for a while?" Chen Lianhua was stunned. She hadn't thought about this question before. After all, a bicycle is one of the 4 major items, especially in the countryside. If anyone can have a bicycle, it is really a matter of face. But we don't have bicycle tickets at home. Lin Meiyun thought for a while. It is true that it is really inconvenient to buy things in this era, then wait for Hani-chen to come back. What? We can't let him help with ticketing, he will be looked down upon. Chen Lianhua is still more principled in this regard, especially if her daughter is going to marry Hani-chen in the future. She can't let Xiaoyi help their family look down on her. How valuable a bicycle ticket is, how can this thing ask Xiaoyi for it? Mom, you misunderstood what I mean let's wait for Hani-chen to come back and think of a way. He should have quite a lot of friends. When the time comes, let's ask him to help find it. Let's exchange the ticket ourselves. Lin Meiyun explained. Fortunately, she didn't tell her mother that most of Hani-chen's belongings were with her, otherwise her mother wouldn't have exploded on the spot. Chen Lianhua thought for a while and nodded. If her son came to tell herself about buying a bicycle, Chen Lianhua would definitely not agree, but who said that this was her daughter, and most of the money in the family now is earned by her daughter. Even if it's because of luck, it's also the luck of the girl just wants a bicycle. What's too much about this? Let's go to the county seat today, there is nothing good to see in the town. Lin Meiyun pulled Chen Lianhua and said coquettishly. Okay. Anyway, they have already taken a day off, and it is not impossible to go to the county seat. But taking the shuttle bus is really torturous. Fortunately, the weather is cold now, and there is no one on the shuttle bus, so there is no strange smell, which is much better than the previous time Lin Meiyun took it. After shaking and swaying, they arrived at the county seat, and the mother and daughter got out of the car and found a place to rest. Hey, this thing is really not for people to sit on. Chen Lianhua patted her chest. Why don't you buy some water? Although Lin Meiyun is not very comfortable, she is young and feels much better after getting out of the car, but her mother looks very uncomfortable. No, no, your mother is not that fragile yet, just stand for a while. After about a few minutes, Chen Lianhua calmed down. Let's go, it's still early, let's go shopping first, and then go to eat. Then let's go to the department store first? Lin Meiyun asked. Okay, you have gone to school here, you are more familiar with it, you can just take your mother with you. In this way, the mother and daughter came to the department store again. The department store building is 3-story, much larger than the supply and marketing cooperative in the town, and it sells more things. Let's just say that bicycles, radios, and so on, although there are not many department stores, there are still them, and there are no ones to sell in the town. It's rare to come to the county seat, and Chen Lianhua is also very happy. The mother and daughter went shopping like this, because they thought of buying clothes for their daughter from the beginning, and the rest of the family also wanted to buy some fabric to make clothes, so Chen Lianhua went to the black market in the town a few days in advance, and exchanged a lot of cloth tickets, and other tickets were also available, plus Lin Meiyun still had some there, so the mother and daughter did not have any psychological burden when they went shopping. They didn't go straight to the counter selling clothes and fabrics, but just walked around slowly one by one. When she walked to a counter selling daily necessities, Lin Meiyun saw the alabaster paste placed inside, and looked at Chen Lianhua's hand, obviously in her early 40s, but her hands looked very rough, and Lin Meiyun couldn't help but feel sour. Hello comrade, labor is the most glorious, please help me get 2 bottles of alabaster paste and 2 bottles of clam oil. Lin Meiyun said. This is not a ticket, so you can buy it directly, after all, there are not many people who are willing to buy this thing to use, so there is no need to supply it in limited quantities at all. Long live the people. Good. The salesperson probably also thought that Lin Meiyun was white and clean, and she was dressed well, so her attitude was still good. When Lin Meiyun was about to pay for it, Chen Lianhua was touching her wallet, and was held down by Lin Meiyun. Mom, I bought this for you, so naturally I want you to give me the money. I'll give it to you. What? Bought for me? No, no, where can I use these? Thinking that a bottle of alabaster paste can buy a pound of meat, Chen Lianhua felt reluctant. Mom. Listen to me. Lin Meiyun frowned. Chen Lianhua can't stand 2 things, one is that the girl is coquettish, and the other is that the girl is angry. When she sees Lin Meiyun's expression, Chen Lianhua shuts up even if she hurts no matter how painful she is. After buying it, Chen Lianhua said, you should keep this thing for yourself, Mom is old, and it is time to make jokes about others. If the daughter uses it herself, then Chen Lianhua still doesn't feel distressed, and if she wants her to use it herself, she really can't be ruthless. Mom, you're just talking nonsense, you're still young, you just have to take good care of it, lest my dad be hooked by the little goblin in the future. Lin Meiyun said. He dares. Chen Lianhua's eyes immediately widened, and after reacting, she pointed her finger at Lin Meiyun's head. You are a girl's family, who made you talk nonsense all day long? Even if this matter was interrupted like this, I bought a few more towels afterwards, and the towels at home were already old. Chen Lianhua also knows that her daughter is a particular person, and if she doesn't change it, she should have a bad opinion. I bought a lot of things piece by piece, and finally walked to the counter selling ready-to-wear clothes. And look how good that dress is, you must wear it properly. As soon as Chen Lianhua came in, she was attracted by a really good shirt, which was different from the cotton cloth they usually wore, which looked very stylish. From the perspective of Lin Meiyun's later generations, this white shirt is not ugly, but she knows that this kind of fabric is slowly almost eliminated in later generations, just because it is uncomfortable to wear. If it is summer, it does not absorb sweat at all, except for stylishness, there is basically no other advantage, the key is expensive. Mom, I don't like this, it's uncomfortable to wear, I still prefer cotton. Lin Meiyun told the truth. How beautiful this is, you young people should be dressed so neatly. Chen Lianhua didn't believe that she didn't like it, which young man didn't like it must be her daughter who wanted to save money for herself. Thinking so, Chen Lianhua simply didn't ask Lin Meiyun's opinion, directly reported the size to the salesperson, took one, and picked out a pair of army green straight-leg pants for Lin Meiyun. In Chen Lianhua's eyes, her daughter is the best-looking girl, and she will definitely look better when she dresses up. After that, Chen Lianhua forced Lin Meiyun to choose 2 sets of ready-to-wear clothes, but fortunately, at Lin Meiyun's insistence, she bought cotton clothes. In fact, it is not suitable for the village at all, although she doesn't work in the fields, but it is impossible to wear this clothes up the mountain, and it is still white, and she can't wear it to cook. But seeing her mother seem to be very happy, Lin Meiyun didn't say those words of refusal. After thinking about it, Chen Lianhua still bought a sanitary shirt for each of his two sons, which is not cheap. It costs more than 7 yuan a piece, but it has been 2 years since I bought clothes for them. Lin Wuhai is okay. Lin Wenhao has to go to school every day after all, so Chen Lianhuai is ruthless and still buys it. As for her and Lin Guiqiang's clothes, they went directly to pull the fabric with some flaws and went home to make it themselves. Mom, why do you want to buy this flawed fabric? Lin Meiyun was a little distressed. Buying clothes for her and her two brothers was for the good, and when it was her turn to be with Lin Guiqiang, she was reluctant. What do you know? This kind of cloth is cheap, and there is no need for cloth tickets. In fact, there are not many flaws on it, and it will be good to embroider something on it when the time comes. We have to spend more money on what we do. Anyway, the effect is similar, it's just a little troublesome. Chen Lianhua said, looking like you are still young, you don't understand. After hearing this, Lin Meiyun also felt that it made sense, and suddenly remembered that Chen Lianhua often made clothes before, and they were all quite good looking. Mom, your clothes seem to be very good. No, although your grandmother didn't let me work before, but I have liked this since I was a child. Your grandmother's craftsmanship is very good, I have learned a lot from her, plus I love to do this after so many years. Can it be good? Was praised by her daughter. Chen Lianhua looked proud. Lin Meiyun immediately had a mature idea in his heart. How to make the family's source of income come to the surface. It was my own fault before, and it may not be me, but this matter has to be looked at again. After all, although Lin Meiyun knows some things about this era, this is actually not the time and space she lived in her previous life, and there are some small things that are still different. If it is really feasible, their family will be able to live a good life openly in the future. The mother and daughter definitely couldn't go back like this, and they wanted to go to the supply and marketing cooperative in the county in the afternoon, so they went directly to the state-run hotel. Not to mention, this is the first time Lin Meiyun has traveled over to a state-run restaurant for dinner. Lin Meiyun's eyes were full of novelty, although she still remembered being here with her classmates, but what she saw was different. The state-run hotel house is still very high, but the wall is very old, and the 4 big characters in red are sprayed with red paint directly above, State-Run Hotel. The left and right sides are written like couplets, self-reliance, hard work. A strong sense of age comes to my face. Tisk, near, this is the first time my mother has come to a state-run restaurant for dinner. Why are you still a little nervous? Chen Lianhua, who has always been fearless of wind and fire, suddenly showed her timidity. Lin Meiyun felt that her mother was quite cute. What are you afraid of? We spent money to eat, why are we still nervous? When Lin Meiyun said this, Chen Lianhua instantly felt that her waist was a lot straighter. Isn't it? She is here to spend money. Lin Meiyun took Chen Lianhua's arm and walked into the door of the state-run hotel. The people inside are also very well dressed and have a good mental outlook. It was time for a meal, and Lin Meiyun and the others happened to have the last table when they came in. Lin Meiyun said to Chen Lianhua, Mom, you occupy this position, I'll order food. You don't have a ticket, I'll give it to you. Chen Lianhua said that she was going to take out her wallet. Yes. Lin Meiyun stopped her, and then walked towards the window where she was cooking. Looking at today's supply on the small blackboard, there are braised pork, small fried pork slices, palace fried cabbage, lotus white soup, and egg soup. Luckily, meat is not available every day. I asked for a braised pork, a palace fried cabbage, and egg soup. 2 people are almost the same. Meat dishes are 3 cents a serving, vegetarian dishes are 1 cent, rice is 5 points, and then 2 taels of meat tickets and 4 taels of food stamps are given. This price can be said to be very cheap. Of course, state-run hotels are not without expensive. Lin Meiyun remembers an article she read in her previous life. The highest standard meals in this era can reach 30 yuan a table, or without adding alcohol. However, ordinary meals are still relatively cheap, at least for Lin Meiyun, who came from later generations. After handing over the ticket, the window staff gave Lin Meiyun a number, and then she could go back to her seat and wait. As a result, when she passed, she found that her mother was arguing with a man and a woman, and Chen Lianhua's face was red with anger. You mud legs, is this the place where you can come? Can you afford it? Hurry up and walk away. One of the men said. My daughter has already gone to give money, why are you so domineering? This position is ours, come up and ask for money, I have lived for decades, or is it the first time I have met such an arrogant person as you? What's wrong with the mud legs? Eating your rice? Chen Lianhua was not a swallowing temperament, so she immediately got angry. Cut, even if you eat, you probably can only eat some black noodle steamed buns, why do you have to occupy a place here? Isn't it the same to go out to eat? The woman looked at Chen Lianhua with contempt. Lin Meiyun walked over and stood in front of Chen Lianhua. Two comrades, did you go through your brain when you spoke? She couldn't tell if she was angry or not, but standing there still made the man and woman feel a little pressure. Lin Meiyun is a person from the next generation, although he is not a big man, but he has also experienced all kinds of socializing when he is at work, and he has never seen any big people, so he will naturally not show his timidity in the face of these two people. The moment the man saw Lin Meiyun, a trace of amazement flashed in his eyes, and the woman noticed it, and looking at Lin Meiyun's expression was not very friendly. Who are you? What does it have to do with you? This girl's dress didn't look like mud legs, so they naturally thought that she was the one who meddled in Chen Lianhua's affairs. This is my mother, I want to ask now, what did the two comrades just say mean? Lin Meiyun said unhurriedly, looking at the two of them sharply. What do you mean? It's literal, mud legs dare to eat here, hurry up and give us your place. The man didn't speak, and the woman looked at Lin Meiyun's delicate face, and she was very uncomfortable, so she didn't have any scruples when she spoke. Oh, Lin Meiyun showed a clear look, our leaders have said that the workers and peasants are a family, and the supply of grain you eat is also the fruit of our farmers' hard work, but as a result, you look down on the peasants so much, and call us mud legs, are you disobeying the leader's thoughts? What is the most effective thing in this era, that is, directly buckle the hat, no one dares to say that they are not afraid. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Meiyun's words came out, the two of them turned pale, and they all reacted that Lin Meiyun was not easy to mess with. I don't talk nonsense. The woman was even a little incoherent. Then explain what it means that mud legs are not worthy of eating here. Lin Meiyun pressed step by step and continued to output. The woman panicked, if this hat was really fastened, could there still be good fruit to eat? Don't talk nonsense, it's a big deal to give up this position to you. What do you mean to give us up? We came first, and we have already given money tickets. Chen Lianhua was not happy when she heard this. Now not only the woman, but also the man knew that these two women were not easy to mess with, so he immediately retreated. Misunderstandings, they are all misunderstandings, we don't mean anything else, don't take it to heart. But Lin Meiyun didn't want to hear this, I still hope you will make it clear, otherwise we will only invite the Revolutionary Committee to come, I want to see, why can't we eat in a state-run restaurant with mud legs? We don't steal or rob, we are upright people, but your ideological awareness is really not good. Lin Meiyun's output was sloppy, and neither of them was very able to resist. Yes. I'm sorry. Let's go. The man pulled the woman beside him. But the woman felt that this was very shameless, why are you like this? Didn't they all say that we didn't mean that, why are you still aggressive? Lin Meiyun laughed angrily, am I being aggressive? When you were embarrassing my mother just now, why didn't you think that your behavior was wrong? Mom, you don't have to be polite when you see this kind of person in the future, just greet them directly, two soft-footed shrimp, and you can only be cowardly when you really encounter something. This can be said to be very faceless, and the people watching the play around him laughed out loud. I have to say that Lin Meiyun's metaphor is very in place. Let's go. The man pulled the woman as if leaving. Did I let you go? Apologize to my mother, otherwise don't think about exposing this matter so easily. Since Lin Meiyun came here, she has felt the endless love of the Shen family, and at this time, she naturally did not allow others to bully her mother and leave. In the end, the man and woman had no choice but to apologize and bow in front of everyone. It's not that they want to keep their posture so low, but Lin Meiyun is a very bad woman, if their attitude is a little less pious, it is estimated that they will have to hold on to them. Lin Meiyun sneered, and ignored them, just at this time their number was also called from the window, and Lin Meiyun went directly to serve the food. Chen Lianhua looked at her daughter's back, and felt a burst of pride in her heart, her daughter has really grown up, and now she can protect her, she is relieved. The mother and daughter were in a good mood because they had just won, and their appetites were very open. Originally Lin Meiyun still felt that the dishes might be a little too much, after all, the state-run restaurant at this time was really real, and the portion of the dishes was sufficient. Unexpectedly, the mother and daughter actually solved all the meals. When they went out, both of them walked with their stomachs on their backs. Chen Lianhua said with satisfaction, "This state-run hotel is a little expensive, but the taste is really good." Lin Meiyun smiled and said, "Where is it expensive? A meat dish is only 3 cents, and people have to pay salaries. Of course, it is not as good as eating at home, but it is also very affordable." When she said this, Chen Lianhua also felt that it was indeed a good deal. "It's a pity that your dad didn't come. Then wait for everyone to be idle for a while, let's come together." Lin Meiyun said indifferently, anyway, they could afford to eat, even if she had no money, she could eat another ginseng for a long time. I walked around the county seat again. The supply here is indeed much better than in the town, and they also bought a little meat, although not much, but it is enough for the family to play the tooth sacrifice. In this way, the two planned to go home. Not long after walking in the direction of the station, I found a group of people surrounding a place, in the form of an encirclement. Country A people are born to love to watch lively, and Lin Meiyun is no exception. "Mom, let's go over and take a look." Chen Lianhua smiled and said, "I just wanted to say that you have grown up now, but this temperament is still the same as that of a child." Although she said so, she herself wanted to join in the fun, so the mother and daughter squeezed into the crowd. The discussions of the people around them also gave them a general idea of what was going on. It turned out to be an old lady, who fainted somehow while walking, and everyone didn't know much about medical knowledge, and there was still some distance from the hospital in the county, and now someone had gone to the doctor. Others didn't dare to touch this old lady easily. Lin Meiyun walked over and found an old lady with gray hair lying on the ground, looking very painful. It's not clear what the situation is, but it doesn't prevent Lin Meiyun from being a person with common sense. Everyone quickly disperses to let the fresh air circulate. No matter what the situation is, it is bad for everyone to gather around. At this time, people were still very enthusiastic, and as soon as they heard Lin Meiyun say this, everyone quickly dispersed. After breathing fresh air, the old lady looked a little better, but she still looked very painful, thinking that she should be sick, and it was still unclear what kind of illness it was, so Lin Meiyun had to take a closer look. "I have a little medical knowledge, now I need to get close to the old lady to see her situation, everyone will help me testify. The old lady's fainting has nothing to do with me." The reason why Lin Meiyun said this is because it is not uncommon for good people and good deeds to be beaten upside down in later generations, so she is so vigilant. "Little girl, don't worry, our big guys are watching, it definitely has nothing to do with you." That's right, finally someone who understands a little more, and I don't know who this old lady is, since she is sick, how can the family rest assured that she will come out alone, if this is? It's really too late to regret it. Lin Meiyun took a closer look at Lu Tiantian's situation and found that the old lady's face was particularly bad, even a little purple. If this continues, maybe the old lady will be, before the doctor comes over. So Lin Meiyun directly began to grope for the old lady, and everyone watched this scene from a distance. Some people thought that Lin Meiyun was going to steal something, and immediately yelled, "What are you doing? Push us away to steal the old lady's money?" Lin Meiyun was speechless, she didn't want to deal with this kind of person at all, but Chen Lianhua, when she saw her find a bottle of medicine from the old lady, she angrily replied, "Open your eyes and see clearly, my daughter is taking medicine." The person who shouted before also knew that he had misunderstood a good person, and immediately blushed. Lin Meiyun looked at the bottle of medicine, and sure enough, it was used to treat asthma, and as soon as she saw that the old lady was breathing more and more rapidly, she guessed, so she quickly fed her the medicine according to the usage on the bottle. By the time the doctor who was called by the enthusiastic masses arrived, the old lady had already woken up and was holding Lin Meiyun's hand gratefully. "Little girl, thank you so much, if it weren't for you today, I would have explained it here, old woman." "It's okay mother-in-law, now that the doctor is here, you can follow them to the hospital for another examination, so you can rest assured." After saying this, Lin Meiyun planned to leave. But the old lady didn't want her to leave like this, and grabbed Lin Meiyun's arm. "Little girl, don't go, my wife has just experienced such an experience, and I don't have any acquaintances around me, and I don't feel at ease when I go to the hospital again, or you wait for my son and grandson to come before walking." The old lady still looks relatively weak, and the disease itself can't be too excited, thinking that she can help, so let's help it directly, but the mother and daughter don't know if they can catch the last train home tonight. In the end, the mother and daughter were not cruel people, and they were worried that the old lady was really doing something, so they still went with them. After arriving at the hospital, they were also busy helping to run away, and by the time the old lady's son, daughter-in-law and grandson received a call from the hospital, the old lady's examination had already been completed. Was lying obediently on the hospital bed, accompanied by Chen Lianhua, and Lin Meiyun helped get the medicine. "Mom, how are you?" Fengxing's face was worried, and his head was covered in sweat, which showed that he was really frightened. Zhang Shuyan's appearance was not much better, and Su Jiwei also looked at his grandmother with a worried face. "Milk, didn't I tell you that you want to go out with us? Why did you come out by yourself?" "Old Mrs. Feng turned her head to the side and said angrily, "I want you to be together, but you are busy every time, and I can't come out to catch my breath yet? But you know your body yourself, if something really happens, what do you let us do?" Su Jiwei is also really worried about the old lady. His parents have always been very busy with work, so they have been brought up by their grandparents since they were young, and now that their grandfather is gone, they want their grandmother to be good. When he received the news at the unit today, he was really scared and stupid, so he quickly took leave and came over, but fortunately, he met a kind person and it was okay. At this time everyone naturally noticed Chen Lianhua, and old Mrs. Feng also introduced to them, "This is the mother who saved my little girl, Xiao Lu." Zhang Shuyan quickly stretched out his hand and shook hands with Chen Lianhua, "Thank you so much for you and your daughter." Chen Lianhua was a little embarrassed. Firstly, it was her daughter who came to save people, and secondly, this woman seemed to be very well maintained. If she hadn't seen that she had such a big son, Chen Lianhua couldn't believe that her age was not much different from herself. However, people took the initiative to shake hands, and she couldn't put them aside, so she also stretched out her hand, but she wiped her body before shaking hands. Zhang Shouyun did not dislike Chen Lianhua, who had extremely rough hands, but naturally chatted with her, and when Lin Meiyun came back, she saw her mother talking happily with a strange woman, and her mother smiled so much that she showed 8 big white teeth. "Mom." Lin Meiyun walked over. The moment she appeared, Zhang Shouyun's eyes lit up, firstly because this girl was good-looking, and secondly, she felt very familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen her. At this time, Su Jiwei's surprised voice appeared, "Listen to the rainbow." At the beginning, Su Jiwei was facing away from the door, so Lin Meiyun didn't see him, and Feng Xing and Zhang Shouyun were just one-sided, and Lin Meiyun had long forgotten about it. It was only when he heard him call himself that he realized it was him. "Su Jiwei, why are you here?" Su Jiwei couldn't laugh or cry, "Because you saved my grandma today." "Huh?" Rao as Lin Meiyun is also a little confused. Is this world so small? Little table, do you know this girl? Old Mrs. Feng's eyes were bright, staring at Su Jiwei, waiting for him to give herself an answer. When Su Jiwei saw Lin Meiyun, he didn't have the heart to entangle his grandmother's unchangeable title, and his eyes never left Lin Meiyun for a moment. "Grandma, this comrade Lin Meiyun is my high school classmate." "Yo, that's really a coincidence." Seeing her grandson's unpromising appearance, the old lady's gossip soul has begun to burn. His grandson brought it up by himself, he must understand, his grandson is the first time to show such an attitude towards a girl, no wonder he asked him to go on a blind date after graduation, he refused to live or die, it turned out that there was someone in his heart. This girl is kind in her heart and good-looking, although she learned that she was from the countryside when chatting before, but their Feng family is looking for a granddaughter-in-law, not a family member, as long as she has a good character, everything else doesn't matter. Of course, the old lady has lived for so many years, and her eyes are also very bright. Obviously this girl has no other thoughts about her grandson, and she guesses it is also her grandson's unrequited love. What a coincidence. Lin Meiyun really felt that it was a coincidence that she casually rescued an old lady on the side of the road, and it was actually her classmate's grandmother. "Meiyun, what are you doing now?" Su Jiwei asked. "It's at home." Lin Meiyun said indifferently. "Didn't you go out looking for a job?" It can be seen that Su Jiwei is really surprised, but he probably thinks that everyone can be like him, with a good family as a backing, so finding a job is also a breeze. In fact, not everyone is so lucky to have a well-off family. In this era when the college entrance examination has not yet recovered, if you don't spend money or find a relationship, most high school graduates can only go home. In contrast, the rural ones are a little better, at least there are still work points to earn. After all, the current job is basically saturated, a radish and a pit, and parents can also retire to their children, otherwise it cannot be said that the work in this era is an iron rice bowl. Because this is indeed an iron rice bowl, no one can take it away, there are no major mistakes, and the unit cannot let employees be laid off casually. It's not so easy to find a job now. Lin Meiyun smiled. Su Jiwei then reacted, it was really not appropriate for him to say this. He opened his mouth, but still didn't say anything. Since you are all here, then my mother and I will go back first. If we don't go back, we really won't be able to catch the last train. Lin Meiyun said. I'll send you off. Fang Xing put forward his own suggestion, it's so late now, there may be no car, and the speed of the shuttle bus is relatively slow, it will take a long time for you to go home, and your family should worry about it then. After all, people delayed time because they saved their mother, and Fang Xing was also upset in his heart, so he didn't wait for Lin Meiyun and the others to refuse, so he went directly to the factory to drive. The mother and daughter looked at each other, and they still didn't refuse. After all, there was no car to do on the road back to the village, and I was afraid that the grandfather would go crazy at home. After a while, Fang Xing drove the car over. This is in their factory. As the factory director, of course he can embezzle it, he only needs to make up for the fuel money later. Su Jiwei followed them to the gate of the hospital before coming back, and at this time, even Zhang Shouyun understood his son's thoughts. But she didn't say anything, and the mother and daughter returned to the ward. Little Shen girl is gone? Old Mrs. Fang asked. Su Jiwei's voice was muffled. I didn't expect them to meet again so soon after graduation. She became more and more beautiful, and she was really a little jealous of the man who was betrothed to her. In fact, Su Jiwei has lost a lot of weight, probably because of that secret love that ended without a problem, although he knew it was impossible, but he still wanted to become what she liked. That man is a soldier, at least not as fat as him. The slim Su Jiwei is actually quite good-looking, especially those eyes, which look particularly attractive. In addition, he has never done any work, and he has always been white, and now he looks very elegant. But he also knew that no matter what he became, he could only be classmates with her. That man is a soldier, even if he wants to pursue Lin Meiyun again, he must think about his family. Little table, do you like little Shen girl? Old Mrs. Fang has a straightforward personality, and she reveals the secret that Su Jiwei thinks he thinks in one sentence. Hey. Your thoughts are about to be written on your face, can't you really be a fool to be a grandma? Old Mrs. Fang looked like you couldn't hide it from me, and said. In fact, she really likes Lin Meiyun, a girl, if she can really become her granddaughter-in-law, then she is happy to see it. Grandma, he has a partner. Su Jiwei's voice was a little depressed. What's wrong with an object? As long as the hoe is swung well, there is no corner that can't be dug up. Old Mrs. Fang said indifferently. Zhang Shouyun. Su Jiwei. Grandma, her object is a soldier. What happened to the soldiers? The soldier. Old Mrs. Fang reacted with remorse, and then looked regretful. That's not possible, soldiers defend their families and defend the country, we can't let their backyard catch fire, that's really not human. Su Jiwei. You're right. Nearly an hour later, Lin Meiyun and Chen Lianhua were also sent to the entrance of the village. Comrade Fang, just send us here, and it will be lively if you go in again. Chen Lianhua said. Fang Xing wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, he still felt that if he drove them back to the village, he might really cause trouble for them. Thank you so much today, I will definitely make a pendant for Comrade Hanaoshin in a few days and send it over, thank you Xiao Lei Feng. Fang Xing said half-jokingly. No way. Chen Lianhua waved her hand again and again, everyone has difficulties, since we have encountered it, it is not a big deal to help, Comrade Fang is not welcome. Yes, Uncle Fang, it's all a small thing. After all, it was two lesbians, and Fang Xing couldn't say anything more to them, but he wouldn't give up so easily. Watching Fang Xing's vehicle leave, the mother and daughter went home with the things they purchased today. As soon as he entered the village, he saw three big men standing not far away and looking around, and when they saw the mother and daughter, they ran over together. Little sister. Mother. Daughter-in-law. Girl. After the grandfather ran to him, he pulled the two of them up and down to look them up, and after making sure that they were fine, they were relieved. Why did you come back, but you're in a hurry? Lin Wuqiang took the basket on Chen Lianhua's back and asked with a worried face. I'm afraid that the mother and daughter are being bullied outside or encountering something. It's okay, I met an old lady on the street this afternoon, fell ill and fainted on the ground, and Near was saved. You didn't see how urgent the situation was at that time, everyone surrounded the old lady to watch the fun, only we Near saw the problem at a glance, so let everyone disperse quickly. And after the doctor came, they praised our Near, saying that our Near handled it very well. If the air continues to be out of circulation or something, it is estimated that they will be gone when they reach the old lady. Before, Chen Lianhua could only be humble, but not to mention how proud she was. Now that she was home, she naturally boasted unceremoniously. Wow, my little sister is worthy of being my little sister, she is powerful. Lin Wuhai looked proud, as if he was the one who saved people. What does it have to do with you? Can you compare with your little sister? What can't you do, eat first place? A ruthless complaint from my mother. Mom, how can you say it so exaggeratedly? Lin Meiyun was embarrassed by her mother, and the more she talked, the more outrageous she became, and she was about to praise her as a fairy who saved lives and healed the wounded. After arriving home, the grandfather and the three found that the mother and daughter had really succeeded in fighting today. Woo woo. I was so moved that I actually bought me a towel. Lin Wuhai threw away his new clothes and was moved to hold the towel. Lin Meiyun. Are you lacking in heart? Chen Lianhua snatched the towel in her hand and stuffed the sanitary shirt into his hand. Isn't this bad? I can't tell the difference, what are you beeping with a towel? Lin Wuhai glanced at the new clothes, put them aside in disgust, and then said to Chen Lianhua, Mom, you just don't understand at first glance, what can this dress do? I can't wear it to work, but this towel is different, I can use it every day. Chen Lianhua, what should I do if I really don't want to deal with this lack of heart? If I continue to use that towel before, it won't be long before I can't wash my face even if it is crumpled. Lin Wuhai continued. As a result, he received his father's cold gaze. Your mother was kind enough to buy you clothes, but you didn't appreciate it so much. Lin Guoqiang's warnings were about to turn into knives. Lin Wuhai curled his lips. His father was good at everything, he was usually a naive and thick man, but he was too protective of his mother, and he really couldn't let his mother suffer the slightest grievance. He hasn't done anything yet, and he feels that his father is a little ready to move. I didn't mean that, okay, I mean my mother bought me a towel and I was very moved, and I liked the clothes very much. Lin Wuhai's desire to survive is still very strong. My two towels were bought by my colleagues, although mine is also old, but it is not like you. Lin Wenhao ruthlessly hit his younger brother. Maybe my one is a little worse quality? Lin Wuhai was powerless to refute. In fact, everyone knows what's going on, this guy's face doesn't know what to do, anyway, it's very thick, every time he washes his face, everyone sees his movements and feels painful, only he thinks there is no problem. It seems that only by rubbing hard can it be washed clean. It's strange that the towel is not bad like this, now his old towel is a beautiful scenery of the Shin family, and I don't know how to wash it, can it be washed? The towel is only left around the edges, and there is a big hole in the middle. On the contrary, Lin Wenhao's is much better, although it is still very old, but except for a small hole, there is basically no big wound. Daqiang, I will make our clothes with my own hands later, which is more meaningful, and I can also make the same style, and everyone knows that we are a couple when we go out. Chen Lianhua suddenly said to Lin Guoqiang. Lin Guoqiang was really moved beyond words, and Lin Meiyun gave his mother a thumbs up. Obviously, the defective cloth bought is to save money, and it is more meaningful in her mother's mouth, and there is even the concept of couple clothing. No wonder her father has been eaten to death by her mother for so many years, who can stand this? Daughter-in-law, you are really good to me. Lin Guoqiang was moved, this stupid look was similar to Lin Wuhai just now. Lin Wuhai was also envious. Mother, you can make one for me too? If there is anything superfluous, I will consider doing it for you. Chen Lianhua did not refuse. Anyway, this cloth does not need a cloth ticket, and it is very cheap, and it will not feel distressed to make clothes for the second son with rough skin and thick flesh. Anyway, she can make it. Lin Wuhai was so happy that Lin Meiyun and Lin Wenhao, who saw through everything, looked at each other, and both saw a smile in each other's eyes. Two fools, one big and one small, were fooled and lame by their mother. After everyone divided the things, they went back to their rooms to sleep, because it was a little late today. At first, neither Lin Meiyun nor Chen Lianhua took Fengxing's statement that he wanted to send them penance to heart, but within a few days, the village became lively. The weather has gradually begun to cool down, although there is no need for cat winter in the south, there is still work to do, but compared to before the autumn harvest, it is really much more leisurely. As soon as this person is idle, he wants to watch the excitement, especially today there is a big excitement in the village. The car entered the village. It's not the kind of military car that sent Hani Chen back before, it's a serious car. It looks very impressive, the black body, no matter how you look at it, it feels exciting. What's even more shocking is that the big man here actually came to Lin Meiyun. Lin Meiyun, it's the delicate girl of the Shen family who can't do anything, and she picks up firewood like a small basket, and she doesn't know what she can order. But people really came to Lin Meiyun, and it was Lin Meiyun who did good deeds and came to send penance. To be given a pennant by such a big man, that must be a big thing, right? So the village was boiling. Lin Weilin, the captain, was smiling, and the people who came were not simple at first glance, maybe some kind of big leader. This is not only a good thing for Lin Meiyun's family, even if it is for their brigade, it is also a good thing. There is a heroine who saves people, and the evaluation at the end of the year is basically a matter of 9 out of 10. Several leaders sit down for a while. Someone has already gone to inform Comrade Lin Meiyun. Lin Weilin smiled and poured water for Fangxing and several other people who came with him. It's okay, don't be busy. Fangxing took the water glass and signaled Lin Weilin not to be so polite. After a while, the Shin family came, and today happened to be the weekend, so Lin Wenhao didn't go to school, and the family came neatly. Not only them, but also Mrs. Shen, Mr. Shen, and the second room of the big house who got the news also rushed over. As for what the big house and the second room have, it is unknown. Anyway, Lin Lianya had a black face throughout the whole process, and she hated it in her heart, but she couldn't understand why Lin Meiyun was so lucky when she was also the granddaughter of the old Lin family. Comrade Lin Meiyun. When he saw Lin Meiyun, Fangxing stood up directly, and Su Jiwei beside him also quickly stood up, his eyes falling directly on Lin Meiyun's body. Uncle Fang. Lin Meiyun greeted politely. As for Su Jiwei, she didn't take the initiative to speak. After all, there are many people now, although she and Su Jiwei have nothing, but even if she says a couple of more words, she can be used by people with a heart to make a fuss. Comrade Lin Meiyun, we came here this time mainly to thank you for saving my old lady, a female lay feng like you. We all value it very much, so I also published this matter in the newspaper, and today I came to give you a pennant. Fangxing simply explained his intentions. Not to mention Lin Meiyun, even Chen Lianhua and the others were surprised. Just like that, they actually made it to the newspaper. Uncle Fang, this kind of thing is something that anyone will help when they encounter it. There is really no need for this. Lin Meiyun said. Yes, a young woman with excellent qualities like you should not be buried. I also reported this matter, and through the investigation, it was found that Comrade Lin Meiyun's high school grades were also quite excellent. So our factory decided to reward a work quota for the heroine Comrade Lin Meiyun. As for how you want to allocate this work quota, our factory will not care. Fangxing said. Of course, he wouldn't really just send a pennant over. Fangxing also brought a lot of good things when he came this time, but those were his personal thanks to him, and this job quota was indeed won by him. But if Lin Meiyun wasn't very good in himself, he wouldn't have been able to get this place so easily. This sentence can be regarded as stirring up 1,000 waves in the hearts of the villagers of Onping village. What? The squeamish granddaughter of the old Lin family actually got a job place? Or is it over there in the county? Take the liberty of asking, what kind of factory is Comrade Fang from? Lin Guoqiang didn't know much about it before. Originally Chen Lianhua and the others didn't take this matter to heart, and when they came back, they just said it briefly, and now they are naturally confused. This is Comrade Lin Meiyun's father, right? I am the director of the county meat factory, and the job quota given to Comrade Lin Meiyun is naturally also from the meat factory. Fangxing explained. The scene was all gasping. The biggest official the villagers have ever seen is nothing more than the leader who came to inspect from the commune. This is the director of the county meat factory. What an official he is, they don't dare to think. And Lin Meiyun, the luck is really good, saving the mother of the factory director, and now the Shin family is really going to soar. Comrade Lin Meiyun, this is all the reward you deserve. My father didn't use his position convenience to do anything, he applied through normal channels, plus your college entrance examination graduation results are very good, so you don't have to have a psychological burden. Su Jiwei explained at this time. He hoped that Lin Meiyun could go to work in the meat factory, because he was now working as a small officer in the meat factory, and if Lin Meiyun could go, it would be really good. Although he didn't expect to be with her, Su Jiwei felt that if Lin Meiyun worked in the same place as himself, he would naturally be able to take care of her a little more. At this time, Lin Lianye also noticed Su Jiwei who was talking. This person is the son of the director of the meat factory. Her eyes flashed, and she ran home. At this time, Feng Sui and the others were full of eyes on the job quota in Feng Xing's mouth, and naturally they didn't notice her. Then thank you Uncle Feng, but we still need to discuss this job quota, and it may not be me. Lin Meiyun said. Feng Xing actually thought of letting Lin Meiyun go to the factory at first, but he also said before that they didn't ask about the handling of work quotas. This is also normal, anyway, as long as the person concerned is willing, the work quota can be transferred to others. But it is usually for his children or something. Feng Xing just took a simple look. Basically it can be regarded as understanding the situation at Lin Meiyun's family. Lin Weilin also said something before. It is estimated that she will give her brother a job quota. Then this work certificate will be handed over to you. You can just report it directly after you think about it. Feng Xing handed over the prepared work certificate to Lin Meiyun's hand. Lin Meiyun took it generously, and then put it in his wallet. Feng Xing and several other people made a comment on Lin Meiyun's saving deeds, and then handed over the pendant to Lin Meiyun in front of all the villagers. A reporter followed, with an old-fashioned camera, and asked Lin Meiyun and the Shen family to take a photo together. Don't underestimate the importance of good people and good deeds in this era. What is now focused on is learning from Lei Feng to do good deeds. As long as it is a good person and good deeds, it is possible to become a celebrity. After the representative gave Lin Meiyun the reward he deserved, Feng Xing Su Jiwei took out the thank you gift he had prepared, full of 3 things in the trunk. Comrade Lin Meiyun, this is not only our family's gratitude to you, my mother also attaches great importance to this matter. Many things in it are carefully selected by her old man. I hope you don't refuse. Feng Xing said. Su Jiwei also smiled and said, if grandma hadn't been in good health, she would have wanted to come with me today. Lin Meiyun thought about it, and still accepted it generously. She couldn't refuse when someone sent it over, but when someone at home went to work later, she could prepare something to send it to them, and it wouldn't be rude. Then thank you, Uncle Feng. Lin Meiyun said. I really like your girl's temperament. It would be really great if you could come to the factory. The motherland needs young people like you to contribute bricks. Feng Xing habitually played an official tone. With so many benefits sent over, Chen Lianhua naturally wanted to keep them for dinner, but was rejected by Feng Xing and others. There are still things in the factory, so let's go back first. They insisted that Chen Lianhua couldn't force others to stay, so they watched them leave. Not far from the car, a girl appeared in front of the car and waved to them to stop. Feng Xing rolled down the window and looked at the girl in front of him. Comrade, do you have anything to do? Hello uncle, I'm Lin Meiyun's cousin. It's noon now, and I think you won't be able to eat for a while, so I'll send you something. Lin Lianye glanced at the elegant Su Jiwei with a shy face and said. Everyone had a question mark on their faces, and when they first interviewed the Shen family, they had never seen this girl. Thank you, little comrade, you have a heart, but we will go back quickly, and we don't want anything. Looking at the boiled eggs that Lin Lianye had handed to the car window, there were several, which should be a very valuable thing for rural people. You guys just accept it, you're welcome. Lin Lianye said, her face a little red. She had been here for so long. If they refused to accept their things, how humiliating it would be. Several people looked at each other, but thinking that this was Lin Meiyun's cousin, they finally accepted it and thanked her one by one. Lin Lianye wanted to say something more, but Feng Xing and the others had already said goodbye and left. Lin Lianye was dumbfounded. She also wanted to talk about whether Feng Xing could arrange a job for herself. Why did she go so fast? Lin Lianye returned home, and at this time Feng Sui had already found that there were a few eggs missing at home. This thing is a treasure in the family. Generally speaking, Feng Sui is reluctant to take it out to eat. Most of them are taken to the purchase station to exchange for money, or for some salt and the like. So there are a few eggs at home. Feng Sui is clear in her heart, and when she cooks at noon, she opens the cabinet and finds that there are fewer eggs. He was so angry that he was furious at home. In fact, she is not very suspicious of the second room or the 2 old ones. Because now the old couple uses the kitchen of the second room for cooking. The kitchen of the second room was renovated by Lin Meiyun's room before, and the money for the renovation was paid by the 2 elders, so now they have nothing to do with the big house. And Feng Sui's kitchen has always been locked, except for her. Lin Lianye has the key, because the 2 of them have always cooked the meals at home. Seeing Lin Lianye coming back, she immediately rushed over and twisted Lin Lianye's ear. Say, why are there so many eggs missing at home? Lin Lianya was twisted so painfully that she couldn't hold back her tears and was about to come out. Mother, let go of me and listen to me. Feng Sui let go of her hand suspiciously, then looked at Lin Lianya, waiting for her to give herself an explanation. In fact, even if Feng Sui is angry, she rarely does anything to Lin Lianya. In this regard, she is slightly better than Feng Yun, although she is still patriarchal, but she is not bad for Lin Lianya. The reason why I was so angry today was also because I just saw that the third room had got so many good things, and I didn't feel comfortable. There is also that job quota. Feng Sui is unbalanced no matter how you think about it. Her son is the eldest grandson of the old Lin family. He doesn't have a job yet. Lin Meiyun is a little girl. Why can he get this job? It is still a state-owned factory in the county. Even if the county seat is forgotten, it is still a meat factory, no matter how stupid it is. Feng Sui also knows how much oil and water there is in the meat factory. Not to mention the county meat factory. Even if the meat stall in the town is responsible for selling meat, it is good to fish for its body shape. How did this job get to Lin Meiyun, a dead girl? Lin Lianya looked back at the yard. Feng Sui, as her mother, still didn't know what she was thinking. Don't worry, they haven't come back. It's estimated that they are still holding stinky feet in the third room. Her tone was not good, and Lin Lianya knew that her mother was uncomfortable when she heard it. I gave those eggs to the people in the meat factory. Feng Sui's eyes widened. You just eat it yourself. What are you doing for others? Lin Lianya rolled her eyes. What do you know? Since those people can arrange a job for Lin Meiyun, they can also arrange it for me. Feng Sui's eyes lit up. Then have you arranged it? Lin Lianya would naturally not be stupid enough to say that she left before she had time to say it, otherwise her mother could beat her to death. I haven't saved anyone. How can I go up and ask someone to arrange a job for me? Besides, didn't you see the son of the director of the meat factory today? He looks no worse than Hani Chen, if I can deal with him. Lin Lianya didn't finish her words after that, but Feng Sui understood, and the factory director knew at a glance that she was very powerful. If her daughter could really be with the factory director's son, they could ask their in-laws to arrange jobs for all of them. When the time comes, the household registration will be transferred to the city, and they will not all become city people, and the 3 and 2 bedrooms will not be able to catch up. Then when will you be with someone? When Lin Lianya heard her mother's question, she rolled her eyes again. I thought, anyway, I showed up in front of others today, but I'm dark and thin now. Can people take a fancy to me? Feng Sui was also anxious when she heard this. What should I do? Anyway, if I really want to be with someone, I definitely can't do it now. Lin Lianya said. As he was talking, Mr. Lin and the people in the second room also came back. As for Lin Yuqing and Lin Dalin, they still didn't know where they had gone and had not returned. Yo, I don't know if they have given you something for you after holding stinky feet there for so long. Feng Yun and the others hadn't even stepped into the yard door when they were scolded by Feng Sui. She wanted to disgust them. Feng Yun originally didn't want to deal with it, but Lin Xiaoyu now likes his third sister very much, and immediately said. The third sister gave me and the second sister a pack of white rabbits. Feng Sui. You dead boy. Seeing Feng Sui's deflated expression, Feng Yun felt very comfortable, so she did not stop Lin Xiaoyu from showing off. Feng Sui also noticed that Mrs. Lin and Mr. Lin were carrying something in their hands, although not much, but it was also a high-end thing sent by the director of the meat factory, and they immediately couldn't go up or down in one breath. I know what can I do if I hold someone else, and they can still give you a job quota. Feng Sui muttered, which shows that she is still very unconvinced. Old everyone, don't look for trouble. If you hadn't worked hard at the beginning, this family could have been divided like this? I didn't let the boss divorce you for the sake of the 2 children, and really think of yourself as a character? What's wrong? Listening to your tone, you are still thinking about the job quota of the third family? Why is your face so big? Old Mrs. Lin endured her for a long time, and she was not used to it immediately, so she went back directly. Feng Sui's face turned blue, and she automatically ignored Mrs. Shen's words about the separation. Our family is the eldest grandson of the old Lin family, and if there is a job quota, it should have been given to him. She said this unreasonably and strongly, so angry that Mrs. Lin wanted to hit someone on the spot. Feng Yun was also not used to this sister-in-law's shameless remarks, and said, You don't know what your own son looks like? Even if someone really gave him a job place, it is estimated that it will be returned in less than 2 days, which is really a big face. Being scolded by the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law in turn, Feng Sui was angry. I see, this family just doesn't have the location of our big house, and I don't know if our family is biological, otherwise, how can we bully our family like this? She became more and more vexatious, and everyone was speechless. Don't you know why you don't like you? It's just a matter of day by day. Old Mrs. Lin didn't want to say anything more to her. The more you broke with her, the more energetic she became. Feng Sui was bored with herself. She kept smashing the basin and bowls when cooking, and she had to scold from time to time, not knowing who she wanted to listen to. But what is surprising is that Lin Meiyun didn't help when cooking, and Feng Sui didn't say anything. You must know that if Lin Meiyun is usually at home, most of the time Lin Meiyun cooks, and there are not many times to sit and wait to eat like this. And Lin Meiyun's side is also not calm. After Feng Xing and the others left, everyone in the village came to the Shen family to join in the fun, and the nice words were thrown over as if they didn't want money. Whether it is true or false, this is the first time that the Shen family has been so lively except after the house was completed. Finally sent everyone away, and the family was too tired. Lin Wuhai slumped directly on the stool. This is too tiring, it's even more tiring than going to work. For him, even if he works in the fields, even if he earns 2 full work points, he is not as tiring as socializing, especially some meaningless socialization. Who said it wasn't? The rare Chen Lianhua did not scold him, but sat on another stool. In fact, Lin Meiyun is fine. After all, even if she is a villager, she doesn't have much to deal with, mainly because the second elder of the Shen family pulled herself to ask a lot of questions. Lin Meiyun went to rummage through the package Feng Xing brought, and there were indeed a lot of things inside, and they were all valuable goodies. Like wheat milk essence and milk powder, these are available. There are 2 cans of wheat milk. Lin Meiyun gave one to Grandma, and the white rabbit for Lin Xiaoyu and Lin Chunmei was also taken from it, not to mention other pastries and candies. There are even a few pounds of good first-class meat. At this time, the meat is divided into grades such as tube bones, pig's trotters that have more bones and less meat, which belong to the 3rd class of meat, like pigs in the water. It is directly free of charge. Sometimes when the cylinder bones and pig's trotters cannot be sold, they will also be processed, and they will also be free of charge when they are processed. But 2nd class meat and 1st class meat cannot be free, and of course, these 2 types of meat will not be unsold. 2nd class meat is generally half fat and half thin, and 1st class meat is the best pork belly, or large fat meat. Unlike everyone who likes to eat lean meat in later generations, most people at this time lack oil and water, so fatty meat is very popular. This kind of meat can not only be eaten well at that time, but the boiled lard can also be stored for a long time. After that, even if there is no meat, get a little lard and it will be fragrant. As for the oil that boils lard, seriously, that thing is the most difficult to get. But this time Feng Xing got some for them, although not much, but it is okay to boil a small basin, enough for their family to not lack oil and water for a long time. It can be seen that when Feng Xing prepared these things, he was also very thoughtful. After all, it is difficult for country people to get tickets, and compared to food, what is more lacking is meat. Mom, send this can of milk powder to Grandma's house, give some pork, and give half of the lard. My uncle's sister-in-law should be born in just these 2 days, right? At that time, it will definitely be replenished. In case there is no milk, this milk powder can also withstand some things. Lin Meiyun said. There is no opinion about this family. After all, Chen Lianhua's family has indeed been helping the family. Okay, then just go for a run, second child. Chen Lianhua is also a fiery personality, and immediately made a decision. Mother, are you going now? Lin Wuhai felt that he was going to die. He was so tired just now that he didn't want to move, and now he actually had to run errands. Let's go together, just go see Grandma and the others. Lin Meiyun suggested. Done. There was simply nothing at home, so the whole family went out together. There are still some people working in the fields, watching the family carry things in the direction of Liujia village. It is not difficult to guess what they are doing. Old Mrs. Lin and Mr. Lin stayed at home for a while. Feng Sui had been nagging where she was, and she simply came out directly, thinking about mixing some work. The famous big mouth in the village, when he opened his big mouth, happened to be assigned to the second elder at this time. His eyes rolled, and he began to gossip. Oh, old auntie, your daughter-in-law is going back to her parents' house. Looking at the big bags and small bags, she got so many thanks, and she can't wait to send them to her parents' house? She actually just watched the excitement and didn't think it was a big deal, if it was because of this Chen Xiulan and Chen Lianhua that it was lively to watch. Old Mrs. Lin also noticed that the things they brought to Liujia village were obviously much more than for themselves and their wives, although they were a little uncomfortable in their hearts, but their tongue was not willing for outsiders to chew. Isn't that normal? The mother's family of my third family also helped them a lot, so let's say that this time the house is repaired, and everyone who has time at home has come to help, and they haven't earned any work points. Where can I find such a good in-law? Old Mrs. Lin said. She opened her mouth wide and curled her lips. She didn't believe that Mrs. Lin really had such a big heart. Really? I don't know what your third child gave to your second elder. Don't watch the excitement here, are near, but gave us a bucket of wheat emulsion. Do you know wheat emulsion? And sugar, the kind of bells and whistles. We don't move. Anyway, we can see that it is also a high-end goods. Although Mrs. Lin occasionally cares a little, she can still see clearly in front of the big right and wrong. Even I was persuaded to say this, wasn't it? Those things are precious, although they look like a lot of things they take away, but they really don't necessarily have her as expensive. Tisk. Wheat milk? What does it smell like? Opening my mouth wide is also greedy, and when I heard that it was something like wheat milk essence that I had only seen from a distance in the supply and marketing cooperative, I felt envious. Why is Lin Meiyun so capable, and he is a big man who saves anyone casually, TSK, now that he has got that job quota and so many things, don't be too jealous, okay? Anyway, just drink it, you don't know if you say it. Old Mrs. Lin said. In fact, she was willing to drink the wheat milk essence so directly, but she had to say that, anyway, such an expensive thing can't be bad, she is not lying, and she has never drunk it with her mouth open, how does she know what it tastes like? TSK. Opened his mouth wide and smacked his lips, and then went to work honestly. There was no way, he was really envious and jealous, afraid that if he asked again, he would have to follow Mrs. Lin home to ask for wheat milk essence in a while. Of course, people can't give it to her, and it's not herself who is uncomfortable in the end. There are actually not a few people who say gossip like Jean Dazu, and many of them went to Shin's house at noon to compliment them, and those who were counting on them to pull them out turned their heads to all kinds of sour words. However, these Shin family members didn't know that they had already walked to the entrance of Liujia village at this time. After the people working in Liujia village saw them, they took the initiative to tell Qin Jianhua and the others who were working. From the old Lu family, your daughter and son-in-law are back, and the whole family is here. What? Qin Jianhua was at work, and when he heard that he had thrown away the hoe, he thought that his daughter was being bullied in her husband's house again, so he immediately ran over. From the old Lu family, run slower. Qin Jianhua ran to Qin Lianhua and the others in a hurry. What? Why are you back? Because she was running a little anxious, she was still a little out of breath. Mother, slow down, why are you in a hurry? Qin Lianhua hurriedly helped Qin Jianhua. You guys go back. Why didn't you say a word when you came back? There is nothing ready at home. Qin Jianhua said. What are you going to prepare? Let's talk about it when we go home. Qin Lianhua said. Qin, wait a minute, I'll ask for leave. Saying that, Qin Jianhua ran away in a hurry again. The family had to wait where they were, but she came back after a while. Let's go. The Lu family is not a green brick house, which is a very common earthen wall house in this era, but fortunately, it is still relatively spacious, although it is also a large family living together, but it will not feel very crowded. This is due to the fact that the Lu family has a lot of strong labor, whether it is repairing a house or earning work points, it is good. Therefore, the conditions of the Lu family can be regarded as possible, otherwise they cannot allow their grandchildren to study. It doesn't matter if you can read it or not, you have to send it to literacy anyway. There was no one in the family at this time, those who should go to school and those who should go to work, so there were only Hiaifan and her eldest daughter-in-law Li Xiuxiu who took care of their daughter-in-law at home. Although he doesn't love his son so much, Qin Jianhua still hurts his grandson, but unfortunately his grandchildren don't have a granddaughter, only Lin Meiyun's granddaughter, so Qin Jianhua is also very spoiled by Lin Meiyun. In the fourth generation, she is not obsessed with having a great-grandson, and she also attaches great importance to Li Xiuxiu's upcoming child. Li Xiuxiu is pregnant with the first great-grandson of the old Lu family, which must have been well taken care of, and since she became pregnant, everything delicious in the family is close to her. I just hope that this child will be born healthy, and it doesn't have to be a female doll. Anyway, the next generation is a kiss, and this is naturally a kiss after 2 generations. It's been 2 days, right? Chen Lianhua looked at Li Xiuxiu's belly and asked. Yes, it's already full term, just waiting to start. He Ifan's face was full of smiles, which showed that she was also very happy that she would be able to become a grandmother soon. How do you feel? Chen Lianhua asked Li Xiuxiu. In the end, Li Xiuxiu's body was very bulky, and she was now struggling to stand. It's okay, sister-in-law. Chen Lianhua frowned. Are you sitting or lying down? What are you standing for? I see how uncomfortable you look. He Ifan smiled and said, her sister-in-law, we have all given birth, you don't know, this is about to give birth, if you don't exercise, it will not be easy to give birth later, her belly is not small. Auntie, it's not right for you to say this, even if it's exercise, it should be a moderate amount of exercise, and I think my cousin's appearance should be very uncomfortable. Lin Meiyun was indeed a little shocked when she saw her like this. Although I have never been pregnant with a child, I just look at it this way, and I also feel that Li Xiuxiu is very hard. Although she and Li Xiuxiu have not met a few times in total, she still can't help but want to say it at this time, otherwise she will run out of strength now, and when she really comes to life, it will really be a problem if she loses her strength. Hey, what's the matter, aren't we all here like this? He Ifan said indifferently. Lin Meiyun's aphasia is probably a common problem of all mothers-in-law in this era. What happened to you after eating the hardships I have endured? This is all good, and there is also the feeling that you must also eat the hardships I have endured. That's not what you said, sister-in-law. A few days ago, our Anayar also saved a sick old lady in the county, she knows a little about this. Chen Lianhua didn't like others questioning her daughter the most, so she said immediately. What? He Ifan was also a little scared when she heard her sister-in-law say this. Although she didn't know if Lin Meiyun really understood medical things, she felt that Lin Meiyun was a high school graduate after all, and her grades were so good, it seemed normal to understand a little. She doesn't care that her daughter-in-law is real, but it's also true that she is nervous about her grandson. Lin Meiyun saw the opportunity and said, in fact, this is a little bit of common sense, it is really not advisable to exercise much when you are about to give birth, or it must be within the mother's tolerance range. Excessive consumption will only make the mother have no strength when she really gives birth. He Ifan's expression became visibly tense, and she hurriedly went to help Li Xiuxiu. Hey! You said that you child, if you are uncomfortable, don't move, you have to count your body and your heart. Li Xiuxiu moved her lips, but she still didn't say anything. She also has difficulties in her heart, after all, she married into the Liu family, and she doesn't have a good life like her sister-in-law, and she has a husband who supports her. Now that her mother-in-law no longer forces her to exercise, she doesn't need to say anything. Lin Meiyun watched this scene silently, and then. Thank you Comrade Hani Chen for not having a father or mother, which really saved her a lot of things. He Ifan is not bad in the memory of the original owner, but the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law has been a major problem since ancient times. Li Xiuxiu glanced at Lin Meiyun gratefully, and Lin Meiyun just smiled back. Why did you bring so many things here? Qin Jianhua finally had a chance to interject, so he said. This is a long story, anyway, it's all the credit of our near. Chen Lianhua looked proud. When Qin Jianhua heard that it was about his precious granddaughter, he suddenly became interested. What's going on? These things are not cheap, and she doesn't know that Chen Lianhua is not short of money now. Even if she knows, these are good things that can only be bought with precious tickets, so she is now directly curious. Chen Lianhua was so proud of her daughter that Qin Jianhua immediately told the matter as it was. Qin Jianhua listened seriously, and after listening, he had the same proud face as Chen Lianhua, and the mother and daughter seemed to be carved out of a mold. I just said that our near must be very promising, let's see, which girl and boy can be as capable as our near. After stepping over his granddaughter, Qin Jianhua said, these things are all good things, you can take them back and give them to an ayah to eat, no need to bring them over, there is nothing lacking at home. Lin Meiyun walked to Qin Jianhua's side and took Qin Jianhua's arm. Grandma, I brought this here on purpose, my eldest cousin is about to give birth, milk powder can be prepared, if my cousin's milk is not enough, she can also respond to emergencies. The others are mainly used to replenish the body of the eldest cousin. Because the grain had just been distributed everywhere at this time, Lin Meiyun also knew that the Liu family would not be in short supply, so they didn't bring it over. Ouch, why are you so sensible? Qin Jianhua rarely can't do it. Hey! In front of her elders who really love her, Lin Meiyun is also willing to show her little girl side. Near, thank you so much. Hyphen also looked grateful. After all, the sister-in-law's family did bring a lot of things this time, and it was because of their daughter-in-law and the child in their belly. You talk first, I'll cook first. After seeing Hyphen enter the kitchen, Chen Lianhua also followed. What are you going to do? Chen Jianhua grabbed her daughter. Your sister-in-law can be busy, you rarely come back once, just talk to your mother here. Chen Lianhua smiled, we're not in a hurry to leave, it's okay to talk later, there are a lot of people eating today, if I don't help, my sister-in-law can't be busy alone. In the end, Chen Jianhua could only pull Lin Meiyun, the granddaughter, to talk. As for the cheap son-in-law, it was directly ignored, and the two grandsons were also left aside. And are you going to work in the county in the future? I'm not sure yet, in fact, I don't really want to go, let's see who is suitable for my brother or my dad when the time comes, and it's okay. Lin Meiyun said. That's what she thought from the moment she got this job spot because she had other things she wanted to do. It's just that it hasn't been implemented yet. If it really can, then this source of income is much more exaggerated than the dead salary in the factory. Huh? Why don't you go? And don't be stupid, in the future, when your brother and they get married, the work will not be taken advantage of by outsiders. If you hold on to it, you will not be looked down upon if you lend it to Xiaoya in the future. When Qin Jianhua heard Lin Meiyun say this, he was anxious. Lin Meiyun helplessly supported his forehead. Grandma, it's okay, we're all family. This is what you are stupid, Mir, you have to believe in grandma, men are married to daughters-in-law, and they only have daughters-in-law's goods in their eyes, you can't let yourself suffer. Chen Jianhua looked serious. Grandma, my eldest brother and I are still here. Lin Wuhai reminded speechlessly. I say the same here. Chen Jianhua said. Lin Wuhai. Lin Wenhao. Lin Meiyun. Grandma, I don't want to go to work myself. Lin Meiyun finally understood now why her mother had such a serious patriarchal mindset, her grandmother's PUA model, even she couldn't stand it, let alone Chen Lianhua, who was brought up by her grandmother since she was a child. Hey! Chen Jianhua was helpless, if you really don't want to go up, let them hand over their salary, you get this job, and you have to give you half of it. It can be seen that Chen Jianhua is really thinking about Lin Meiyun very carefully. Okay. Lin Meiyun couldn't laugh or cry, and did not refute her. That's right. In fact, even if Chen Jianhua doesn't say it, if Lin Wuhai or Lin Wenhao really go to work in the county, they will definitely take the money home. The degree of brainwashing they are not lower than Chen Lianhua's. When the sky gradually darkened, everyone in the Lu family returned. Lin Meiyun also had to sigh that if the family was not separated these days, it would be really exaggerated to stand together as a family. Calling people one by one, the Lu family can be regarded as a big family. Lu De and Hyphen's two sons, named Lu Hongbing and Lu Weimin, are the eldest and the third. Both are married, and Li Xiaoxiu is Lu Hongbing's wife. Lu Er and Xiaowan have only one son, named Lu Hongjun, the second oldest, and they are now married, but they have no children. Lu San and Hu Xiaowei are also two sons. Lu Lei, the fourth oldest, is a partner, and the youngest Lu Chunkai is only a teenager. This big family has more than 2 tables every time they eat, and today Chen Lianhua's family of 5 also came over, so this has to add another table. Although a lot of food is consumed every day, the family can really earn it, and the Lu family is not easy to mess with even in Liujia village. In this era, everyone is poor, compared to who has more men. If there is only a girl's family, they feel that they can't straighten their backs when they go out, which is why so many people now have patriarchal thoughts. It's not because man can earn work points, no matter how powerful a woman is, she can't earn as much as a man, especially if it's easy to raise up, she marries into someone else's family, and it's also forced by the background of the times. The 3 generations of the Shen family also produced 2 female dolls, Chen Lianhua and Lin Meiyun, and the men of the Lu family were naturally happy about their arrival. Lu Hongjuan's daughter-in-law Fang Xiaogu was a little unhappy, and as soon as Lin Meiyun came, she attracted everyone's attention. They are also women, why didn't she receive such preferential treatment in the Lu family? Looking at her husband who kept picking up dishes for Lin Meiyun, Fang Xiaogu felt very uncomfortable, but he just curled his lips and didn't dare to say anything. I didn't see that my parents-in-law were like that, not to mention the old lady who was like a needle in the family, and she loved her sister-in-law and this cousin as if she were eyeballs, she didn't dare to say anything. As long as anyone who enters the Lu family, they know that in the old lady's heart, the most important thing is not the 3 sons, nor this group of grandchildren, but the married sister-in-law. Meiyun, seeing that you are so well maintained, you shouldn't have done any work, right? Although he didn't dare to target Lin Meiyun, it didn't prevent Feng Xiaogu from feeling a little sour. There is nothing wrong with this, but the tone feels strange. Lin Meiyun was sensitive to the fact that this third cousin should not be very friendly to her, but it didn't matter, she didn't live with her. Lin Meiyun's attitude made Feng Xiaogu feel even more uncomfortable. Everyone else is fine. Today he even used the fried dishes brought by Chen Lianhua and the others in oil, which was so fragrant, and everyone was very happy to eat. Only Feng Xiaogu has always looked a little unhappy. Chen Jianhua has lived for so many years, and he has long been like a human spirit, and he can see at a glance that this third granddaughter-in-law is a thoughtful person, and he began to ponder his previous thoughts in his heart. After eating, it was completely dark, but Chen Jianhua still pulled Chen Lianhua into his room and spoke for a while. On the way home, Chen Lianhua talked about what Chen Jianhua said to her. Your grandmother wants to separate the family. Lin Meiyun was a little surprised, and others were also surprised. After all, few old people in this era took the initiative to mention the separation of the family. The three uncles of the Liu family are all very filial people, so they didn't think about separating the family. How could Chen Jianhua suddenly have this idea? Chen Lianhua probably understood their doubts, so she said, actually, this is normal. After all, your uncles are about to become grandfathers, and if there is a big family crowded together, it is really not very reasonable. Lin Meiyun nodded, expressing understanding, and also felt that her grandmother was a very wise old lady. In fact, they all think that it is good for a family to live together, but when there are more people, there are more thoughts, even if they all live together, but it is inevitable that they will consider their own small family. But your grandmother plans to talk about this matter after the new year, and we will also go back when the time comes. Chen Jianhua must want to share something with her. After all, with her pampering of herself, Chen Lianhua is not surprised at all. But she also understood that for the sake of her three brothers, she couldn't ask for this. I have been married for so many years, and the money in the family is also earned after the sisters-in-law came. If she went back to share it at this time, it would really be unclear. If you don't go over, you still have to go. After all, the separation of the family is a big deal, and it is not as hasty as the decision to separate the Shin family. The family slowly walked back to Omping village under the moonlight, running back and forth. Everyone was really tired, and went home to wash up and fell asleep directly. The next day, Lin Meiyun put forward his idea, wanting Lin Wuhai to go to work in the county. Lin Wuhai, who was eating breakfast, immediately expressed his attitude, I'm not going. Little sister, go. Lin Meiyun had a headache, why don't you go? Lin Wuhai was confident, I can earn 2 full work points a day at home, I go to work in the county, and I get a dead salary. Anyway, whoever goes is the same salary, then I go is the least cost-effective. Not to mention, although his grades in school have not been good since he was a child, this account is still clear. Then who is going to our house? I can say, I just want to spend time with my parents at home, but I don't want to go to work in the county seat again, and I can't come back a few times a month. Lin Meiyun said, pretending to be disgusted. Lin Wuhai was also silent, because Lin Wenhao is now working in the village primary school, which is also a rare good errand, so letting Lin Wenhao go is actually not very realistic. Why don't we go? Lin Wenhao proposed, if my little sister doesn't want to go out, don't go, my brothers at home can also afford you, plus my father goes to work, our family will be a little better, and naturally you don't need to go to work. Lin Meiyun looked at Lin Guoqiang. In fact, her initial idea was to choose one of Lin Wuhai and Lin Guoqiang to go to work, depending on which of them was willing to go. I can't do it, can I? Lin Guoqiang hesitated a little. He is not opposed to the fact that his daughter does not go to work. After all, in the factory, there will definitely be a lot of work to do, although eating commercial food is indeed a very decent thing, but he is still reluctant to let his daughter be affected. It's not impossible for him to go, but he has honestly planted crops for half his life, and suddenly asking him to go to work is really not necessarily adaptable. Obviously, Chen Lianhua had the same idea as him, but in front of the man and the girl, he still chose to support the girl. What's wrong? As long as you work hard, what's wrong with that? It's not for you to be a leader, how can there be so many things to do when you go to work? Lin Guoqiang, my daughter-in-law said so well that I couldn't refute it. So after discussing it, this matter was completely settled. Since the decision has been made, it is necessary to report as soon as possible, although Fangxing did not say when they would go, but this job quota has been handed over to them. If they are not active, it will give people the feeling that there is a problem with their ideological awareness. So Lin Wuqiang immediately took another day off, accompanied by Lin Meiyun to the county meat factory to report. Dad, if you work in the meat factory, you won't be able to come back a few times a month. On the way, Lin Meiyun gossiped with her father. It's quite uncomfortable. Lin Wuqiang thought of this, and his mood was a little depressed. Lin Meiyun patted him on the shoulder, looking like a good brother. Comrade Shen, you don't have to be sad, you think that you will be a person who eats commercial grain in the future, and you can earn a salary, and you can buy good-looking clothes for my mother every month, my mother will definitely love you more. Is it really fake? Lin Wuqiang's eyes lit up, and he didn't notice that his daughter was brainwashing himself again. Of course it's true, what woman doesn't like to receive gifts? Lin Meiyun said with a certain meaning. Lin Wuqiang nodded solemnly, he had a goal in his heart, and he also had a little expectation for this upcoming job. In fact, it is naturally a happy thing for them to have a job place, but Lin Wuqiang and Chen Lianhua have been married for so many years, and they have really never been separated like this. In the future, Lin Wuqiang will only have about 2 days off every month, so he can go back for 2 days a month, which is indeed less gathering and more leaving. Lin Meiyun also felt a little guilty, but she understood her mother's temperament, and when she was busy, her mother would not have time to be sad about spring and autumn. It's her father, who is a wife-slave hole, so it's good to comfort him like this. After arriving at the meat factory, Lin Meiyun and Lin Wuqiang went to the trade union to report. The trade union is the place where each factory is responsible for managing all kinds of things in the factory, and personnel are naturally under their control. Lin Wuqiang had an entry notice written by Fang Xing, the factory director, and naturally went through the entry procedures very smoothly. Comrade Shen, I have registered for you. As for your grain and oil relationship, just take your work certificate and household registration book to the police station. The person in charge of registering Lin Wuqiang was a woman in her 40s, who looked very serious. But Lin Meiyun's deeds have spread in the factory, which is naturally indispensable for Fang Xing and Su Jiwei's publicity, and the original intention is naturally to hope that Lin Meiyun can get everyone's care after joining the company. However, Lin Wuqiang is Lin Meiyun's biological father, and the father of the little hero is the old hero, so this officer's attitude towards them is also very good. After the grain and oil relationship is transferred to the county seat, Lin Wuqiang can receive grain, fuel stamps, meat tickets, and other things regularly and quantitatively every month. But the household registration is still in Omping village, and it is not so easy to transfer the household registration to the county seat. At least one house needs to be in the county, but now houses are not allowed to be bought and sold, so the only way to get a house is to gift and unit allocation. The so-called gifts are actually mostly buying and selling, just to circumvent the policy. Lin Wuqiang will not get the quota allocated to the house by the unit for at least a year, so now Lin Wuqiang's household registration cannot be transferred. This actually doesn't matter, if you really want to settle in the county, you can still buy a suitable house when the time comes. The father and daughter went to the town police station to get a paper certificate before coming to the county seat, and now they can go directly to the county police station. It was not too early to finish these things. Lin Wuqiang's time to go to work was set for 2 days, so he still had 2 days to prepare. Because Lin Wuqiang is far away from home, the unit has an assigned dormitory, but it is not a single room, but the kind of high and low bed, and the already small room still needs 4 people to live together. The father and daughter have already been taken to see the assigned staff dormitory, and they can come over the day before work to tidy up the bed or something. After leaving the gate of the meat factory, Lin Wuqiang showed his excitement. Near, this state-owned factory looks magnificent. Lin Meiyun felt that her father was strange and cute like this. Of course it's impressive, and you will be a regular employee here in the future. Are you happy? Lin Wuqiang nodded. At first, I was still a little nervous, and I was a little reluctant to go home, but now it's much better. Do you think the mental outlook of the people inside is so good? As long as you can adapt. Lin Meiyun smiled. I will definitely work hard, and I will definitely buy more gifts for your mother and you in the future. Lin Wuqiang said swearingly. Just buy it for my mother, why buy it for me? Lin Meiyun couldn't laugh or cry. Okay. Silly daddy really listened to her words. Why can't I buy it for you? Isn't there a woman who doesn't like gifts if you don't say it yourself? You are too, or my daughter. Don't worry, Dad will definitely work hard. Lin Wuqiang is very persistent about this matter. Lin Meiyun didn't argue with him either. Okay. Then I'll just wait. Compared with Chen Lianhua, Lin Guoqiang has less time to go out, and basically has been working honestly in the village. So he seems to be very interested in everything in the county, always looking around. Lin Meiyun simply took him to the state-run restaurant, the one where he had come to eat with Chen Lianhua before. Just order what you like to eat, just order a steamed bun for Dad. Lin Guoqiang said with a grin of his big white teeth. Lin Meiyun looked at this man's honest appearance, and felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. Even if he knows that his family is not short of money now, he still can't help but want to save, but he is so generous to his children. Lin Meiyun didn't speak, but still ordered a dish that Lin Guoqiang liked to eat, one that he liked to eat, and then a vegetarian soup and 2 servings of rice. When the dish was served, Lin Guoqiang moved his lips, and then smiled at Lin Meiyun. The father and daughter ate and drank enough before stepping on the shuttle bus home. Seeing Lin Meiyun's uncomfortable appearance, Lin Guoqiang took out a fruit candy-flavored orange in his pocket. Eat this. Lin Meiyun looked surprised. Dad, when did you go to buy it? Lin Guoqiang scratched his head. Your mother said you get motion sickness before. I just went to the toilet, and I went to buy one by the way. I don't know if it's useful. I just heard that oranges will make motion sickness better, but there are no oranges for sale, so I bought this. Lin Meiyun turned out to be a fruit candy worth only a penny, but she felt heavy, which was Lin Guoqiang's most sincere fatherly love. I don't know if God thought she was too lonely in her previous life, so he sent her here. Anyway, after coming to this world, Lin Meiyun didn't feel for a moment that this era of lack of food and clothing was not good, but she liked it very much. If you said that in your previous life, you fought to live a better life, and this life is much more vivid. Thank you, Dad. Silly girl. Lin Guoqiang touched Lin Meiyun's head. Perhaps in Lin Guoqiang's view, this is a normal move as a father, but in Lin Meiyun's heart, it set off a warm current. When the father and daughter returned to Omping village, they met many villagers. The fact that the Shen family got a job is not a secret, everyone knows it. In the village, nothing can be hidden, so as soon as Lin Guoqiang goes out on his front foot, everyone knows what he is doing on his back foot. The people who eat commercial grain in the village can really be counted on their fingers, so everyone naturally pays special attention to this matter. Daqiang, have you already reported and returned? Someone asked. Lin Guoqiang looked up and saw a villager of his generation who had a good relationship, so he replied with a smile, yes. The man also laughed, isn't this job for your daughter? Why did you go? This question is actually something that everyone has been discussing. Before it was said that Lin Guoqiang and Chen Lianhua loved their daughter a lot, but now they don't think so. If they really love their daughter so much, how can they rob their daughter's job and do it themselves? It's not that I asked my son to go directly, for fear that outsiders would say it, so he went by himself. In the eyes of the villagers, Chen Lianhua and Lin Guoqiang's approach is because Lin Meiyun is engaged and will marry in the future, so they want to hold this job quota in their hands so that they can give it to their son in the future. Lin Guoqiang didn't understand the subtext of this person, but told the truth. My Anir doesn't want to go to work, and the second child doesn't want to go, saying that it is more comfortable to earn work points at home. He has no other ability, so he has more strength. You know, the boss is in the village primary school, he definitely can't go to work. This is not the only way for me to go. I can't leave a job quota and don't use it. Lin Guoqiang was a solid-minded person, and he didn't know that he was invisibly playing Versailles. This is showing off all the children in their own family one by one, and those people are really sour and don't know how sour they should be. The 3 children in the family are really excellent, the daughter has excellent grades, and now she is still a heroine, and the eldest son is also, earning a salary in the village primary school. As for the only second son who can't study, it is also a natural divine power. One person earns 2 full work points. Let me ask who can do it except Lin Wuhai in 10 miles and 8 villages? Lin Meiyun looked at her father's unaware Versailles along the way, and her laughter was about to be suffocated. I don't know why, some people just can't see others living better than themselves. If everyone's situation is similar, then we are friends. If you are worse than me, then we are iron buddies. If you are better than me, I'm sorry, break off the relationship. There are not a few people who think like this, but life is their own, and if you always care about what others say, it is really unnecessary. But a person like Lin Guoqiang who has no heart is really carefree. Anyway, even if others are yin and yang, he may not be able to understand what others mean. After they arrived home, Chen Lianhua took leave and ran back, mainly because he had been thinking about work. After all, my man is a naive, what if he messes up? How is it? Is it done? As soon as he got home, Chen Lianhua asked nervously. I can't do it, can I still do it? In Chen Lianhua's reluctance, Lin Guoqiang began to scream. Lin Meiyun really couldn't help but laugh. This was really naive, but it seemed that when he just faced those people outside, he still restrained himself. Otherwise, it is estimated that as soon as they leave, those people will scold on the back foot. You. Chen Lianhua also patted him angrily. How is it? It's done. Lin Guoqiang looked aggrieved, and Ayer accompanied me. It went very smoothly. Today I have already done a good job of the grain and oil relationship, and I also went to see the dormitory, and I can just move the things over when the time comes. Chen Lianhua breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, it wasn't until this time that she was really excited about this job quota. She had always behaved very calmly before, because after all, this was something that had not yet been implemented, and there was a possibility that something would go wrong in the end, but now that it had been implemented, she couldn't help but smile on her face. Then when are you going to work? I'll go with you then. The afternoon of the day after tomorrow will pass, and after getting the dormitory done, we will start going to work early the next morning. Lin Guoqiang replied. Then do you know what kind of work you are assigned? Are you tired? If you can't bear it, don't be stubborn, talk to the above when the time comes. It's a big deal to reduce your salary. I don't know yet, but don't worry, I won't embarrass myself, and I'll know when I officially go to work. Lin Meiyun was listening to them all the time when they were talking, and she didn't disturb them. Her parents' way of getting along is what she likes. There are no quarrels, although it can't be said to be romantic, and there is no thrilling love story, but even if they stand there like that, they can make people feel that they only have each other in their eyes. I don't know if it will be the same between her and Han Chen in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Meiyun began to worry. Han Chen didn't say that he would mention the discharge when he went back. Why hasn't there been any news for so long? People can't help but talk, and the next day after thinking so, a postman came to the house to deliver a letter, and the recipient was Lin Meiyun. Except for Han Chen, no one in this world would send her a letter. After all, everyone she knew was in the village. Oh, as for those classmates in high school, they didn't even know the specific address of her home, and they didn't contact her after graduation. Sure enough, the letter was sent by Han Chen, and the letter briefly explained his situation. What did Xiao Yi say? Chen Lianhua was also quite concerned about the matter of her son-in-law, and her hand, which was still sewing clothes for Lin Guoqiang, immediately stopped, and then looked towards Lin Meiyun. That is to say, he is in good health now, he has returned to the army, and his application for discharge has also been made, but it should take some time, and some things in his hands still need to be handed over. After Lin Meiyun read the letter, she briefly relayed it to her. Chen Lianhua nodded after hearing this. That's good. As long as they don't encounter any trouble, they are relieved. Look at your dad, every piece of clothing is like this. Chen Lianhua looked at the hole in Lin Guoqiang's clothes in disgust. However, Chen Lianhua's craftsmanship is good, and the patches that make up for it basically can't see anything. Dad, isn't he working in the fields? This is normal, but if you go to work in the factory in the future, it will be useless for you to prepare so many clothes for him. Lin Meiyun couldn't laugh or cry. Don't look at her mother who seems to dislike her father, but if she hadn't been worried that her father wouldn't be able to dress well, she wouldn't have been rushing to make clothes for her father these days. The defective cloth she bought before made 2 sets of clothes for her father, and now she picked up his slightly better clothes and made up for them. I know that the kind of labor cloth clothes are hard, although they are wear resistant, but they are not so comfortable to wear, and you still have to wear your own clothes after get off work. Chen Lianhua said. Lin Meiyun felt that it made sense and picked up the clothes Chen Lianhua had made for Lin Guoqiang before. Originally, the color of the cloth was a little uneven, and some places were even a little outrageous, but I don't know how Chen Lianhua did it. Anyway, I can't see it at all now. The stitches are very delicate, and her mother's craftsmanship is really extraordinary. Mom, have you ever thought that it's a pity that your craft is wasted like this? Lin Meiyun asked. Chen Lianhua's hand paused. I have to go to work every day, and there is no way to do it. In fact, she likes these handicrafts very much, but she has to go to work every day. There is really no way. If you don't go to work, the work points at home will be less, and now no one has enough food to eat. Lin Meiyun expressed her thoughts. Mom, although private trading is not allowed now, we can make clothes and sell them to supply and marketing cooperatives. Can the supply and marketing cooperative collect it? Chen Lianhua was surprised. There is no way to be sure yet, but we can give it a try. if we can buy that kind of defective fabric. More defective fabric will still affect the efficiency of the textile factory. If we are willing to buy, it is also a good thing, right? When the time comes, show the clothes you make to the supply and marketing cooperative. The big deal is cheaper. Anyway, the cost of defective fabric is also low. This idea has been formed in Lin Meiyun's mind for a long time, and it just so happens that there is nothing to do during this time, which can be put on the agenda. Chen Lianhua still felt unreliable. Supply and marketing cooperatives have their own purchase channels. Mom. I always have to try to see if it's true, and I can only mix food and clothing in the ground. Okay, then give it a try. Since Chen Lianhua did not object to this matter, Lin Meiyun planned to let go of her hands and feet, and immediately went to get the paper and pen and began to write the plan. If you want to do this, you must go to the open, so the brigade and the commune must be ventilated, and this plan is written to the leaders of the commune. It took a whole day for Lin Meiyun to write the plan, and the details in it were as clear as possible. Then she took this plan to Lin Weilin. If this can be done, I believe that Lin Weilin, the captain, will also be very supportive. Lin Weilin was at the brigade headquarters, and Lin Meiyun found it. Listen to the Rainbow Girl, do you have anything to do? Lin Meiyun nodded. There is something I want to discuss with my uncle. Chung, then let's go to the office and talk about it. Lin Weilin said. It is said to be an office, but it is actually a simple room in the brigade headquarters, with a table that has been used for an unknown amount of time, and a chair, which is Lin Weilin's office. Lin Meiyun handed the plan to Lin Weilin. Uncle, look, this is a plan I wrote for the situation in our village. If you think it's okay, uncle, let's apply to the commune leaders again. Lin Weilin was confused, so he had to take the plan and read it. The more he looked at it, the more shocked he became. This actually wanted to develop a side business for them in Unity Village. In fact, this is not something that is not allowed. After all, the private economy is not allowed now, but the production brigade belongs to the collective. Listen to the Rainbow Girl, your plan is very detailed, but whether it is feasible or not is not up to the commune leaders. Like what you said above, it still depends on the meaning of the supply and marketing cooperative and the textile factory. Lin Weilin was also very moved after reading it. Especially in the bright future mentioned at the end of Lin Meiyun's plan, even he, the captain, couldn't help but be excited. At the end of the plan, Lin Meiyun mentioned that after the sales come up, he will build a small workshop in the village, and then he can invite some people with better skills in the village to work in the workshop, which is also settled on a monthly salary. If you want to say what rural people envy the city people the most, it is naturally that they have wages to get, and most of the workers in the factories in the city are city people, and there are very few authentic farmers like Lin Guiqiang who eat commercial grain. If they can really build a small workshop in their brigade, then there will be many people in their team who can get salaries. Slowly, the life of this collective will be easier. If it really goes well, the Unity Village will probably become famous in the future. Uncle, we have to run away with this, but now we still have to approve the note from the commune. Lin Meiyun said. If he can really create a side hustle for the production team, it is indeed his performance, and as a responsible captain, Lin Weilin also hopes that the team members can live a good life without worrying about food and clothing, so he is also very supportive of this matter. Okay, it just so happens that there is nothing to do today, let's go for a walk. But uncle, some things are still said first and then not messed up. If this matter is done, there is a high probability that I will run in the future, and another one, if the clothes are not done well, the people's supply and marketing cooperatives will not accept it, and my mother will definitely spend time to teach everyone, so even if we are technical shares, our family will account for 30% of the annual share. Lin Meiyun said, of course, she is not a selfless dedicator, and it is impossible for their family to go to the workshop to get their salary after the matter is done, so there is no point in her running this trip. Lin Weilin pondered for a while and said, if this can be done, it really should be. So Lin Weilin went to set up an ox cart, and the two went in the direction of the commune. The commune is not far away, and it only takes 20 minutes to get to the place. When Lin Weilin told the leader about this, he shocked many leaders. If it's really possible, then it can be done. A leader of the commune nodded and said, just as Lin Meiyun's achievements were good to Lin Weilin's political achievements after this matter was done, and their matter was also a good thing for the commune. As Lin Meiyun thought, it was indeed very smooth at the beginning, and they also directly obtained the consent form from the commune. The next stage will not be so easy. After all, if this matter is to be done, it is necessary to negotiate the textile factory and the supply and marketing cooperative at the same time. The next thing is up to you. Listen to the rainbow girl, you are a promising person. The smile on Lin Weilin's face never went down after leaving the commune, because he didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Lin Meiyun nodded, it will take some time, and I have to give my mother a while to make some finished products, and only if the supply and marketing cooperative sees something, people will be tempted. Lin Weilin also understood this truth, and immediately nodded, you can rest assured to do it, I will let your mother stay at home to make clothes in the next 2 days, whether this matter is done or not, it will be counted as a full work for her. Lin Meiyun felt very comfortable with Lin Weilin's decision, but she still had to remind, Uncle, don't talk about this matter until the dust settles. Otherwise, they will definitely be dissatisfied if they give them hope and disappointment. Of course, Lin Weilin also moved this truth. After returning home, Lin Meiyun began to think about this matter, first go to the textile factory in the town to try, if it didn't work, then she could only go to the county seat. If it is a county seat, it is inevitable to have some relationships, and the only big man she knows in the county is Fangxing. They are all state-owned factories, and they must be connected to each other, but after she helped the old lady before, Ren Fangxing also brought them great benefits, and this favor was considered non-existent. When the time comes, you still have to find some good things, and you still have to do it. So Lin Meiyun began to get busy. First of all, he went to a textile factory. Lin Meiyun, a textile factory in the town, didn't know anyone, so he could only follow the procedures honestly. It is not easy to meet the leaders of the town textile factory, after all, they are also relatively busy. Lin Meiyun waited outside the textile factory for 2 days in a row, and was finally summoned. Lin Meiyun was wearing a white shirt and a pair of capable black trousers, looking like a strong woman in the countryside. She was not the factory director, but a director. Hello comrade, I don't know what you are looking for us? The director was confused, but he couldn't confirm Lin Meiyun's identity, so he could only open his mouth to test it. That's right, leader, look, this is the consent letter given by the commune, our village wants to develop a side business, so I want to cooperate with your factory, you can take a look at my plan. Lin Meiyun didn't procrastinate, she directly explained her intentions, and then handed over the plan she wrote. Of course, it is not the previous one, after all, the previous one was for Lin Weilin and the commune, and this was for the textile factory. In this plan, Omping Village helps state-owned factories share the unsaleable goods, maximizing the benefits to textile factories. The director of the textile factory quickly finished reading Lin Meiyun's plan, but did not directly express his position. After looking at the final payment of the plan, he looked up at Lin Meiyun again, Comrade Shen, right? I have read your plan, it is indeed a very good idea, but I can't reply to you right away about this matter, and again, there are a lot of defective cloth in the factory every month, and you may not be able to eat it. Lin Meiyun nodded, she understood what this director meant, in fact, this is not a difficult decision at all, it is nothing more than because he is just talking on paper now, and he can't look down on it. I feel that even if Omping Village really does this, it will not help if there is no market. If the cloth given to Omping Village in a month is not as much as the little they digest internally, then they definitely don't look down on this business. Director, I understand what you mean, but I will still work hard, and I will definitely let your factory see the sincerity of our Unity Village. Lin Meiyun said with a smile. When she came out of the textile factory, Lin Meiyun took a deep breath, she still took it for granted, and felt that the source of the purchase was better to find than the way out. I even feel that as long as their village can help the textile factory deal with some unsaleable defective fabrics, they must be willing, and they never thought that people would look down on their business at all. But this can't hit her, thinking that when she first entered the company, she hadn't encountered anything about running business, and this blow was nothing at all. There are still finished products made by Chen Lianhua in the backpack, since this road is temporarily stranded, then take another way, this one works, and sooner or later that one will also work. Taking the ready-made clothes made by Chen Lianhua, it was a complete set, and Lin Meiyun came to the supply and marketing cooperative in the town. As soon as I entered, I saw Lin Qingqing. Listen to the rainbow. Listen to the rainbow. Lin Qingqing was so excited to see her friend, because it was difficult for her to go home once after coming to work in town, and she finally went back last week, but Lin Meiyun was not at home again, which made her depressed. When Lin Meiyun saw her, she also smiled and walked over, Qingqing. Meiyun, why are you here, are you missing me? Lin Qingqing laughed sadly. Yes, I miss you. Lin Meiyun said helplessly. Will you miss me? If you really miss me, you haven't come to see me for so many days. Lin Qingqing's face has seen through everything. Lin Meiyun couldn't help but laugh out loud. It seems that you are still very self-aware. Lin Qingqing, I was angry. Are you here to buy something? Lin Qingqing asked. No, I want to come to your leader. Lin Meiyun said. Although Lin Qingqing has just started working in the supply and marketing cooperative, she is also an insider here after all, and she must know a little more. Why are you looking for our leader? Lin Qingqing looked incredulous. I didn't provoke you. You want to sue my leader for complaining. Comrade Lin Meiyun, I advise you to be kind. Lin Meiyun. Is this really his good friend, not a fool from a mental hospital? I have something else to do with your leader, not to sue you, Comrade Lin Qingqing. Do you think I will be so idle? Lin Qingqing smiled awkwardly. Really? Who is in charge of your supply and marketing cooperative now, the kind who speaks with weight? Lin Meiyun whispered to Lin Qingqing's ear and said. That must be our director. Lin Qingqing looked at a fool. The current supply and marketing cooperative department stores are all state-owned factories, that is, the stewards, and the people who receive salaries, but they do still have a lot of say. Where's your director? He's not here today, but he should be back tomorrow. Tell me, what's the matter with you looking for our director? Lin Qingqing's curiosity was about to drown herself. Lin Meiyun just didn't tell her, so angry that Lin Qingqing almost jumped out of the counter and fought desperately with her. Unable to get an answer from Lin Meiyun, Lin Qingqing simply talked about another gossip she had heard when she returned to the village before. Meiyun, I heard that your family got a job quota in the county meat factory. What the hell is going on? Lin Meiyun was speechless. Didn't you understand when you listened to this gossip? Of course I know it's because you saved people and became a heroine, but I heard that the director of the meat factory and his son are here. Isn't the director of the meat factory Su Jiwei's father? Isn't the factory director's son Su Jiwei? Yes, it was the grandmother who saved Su Jiwei. Lin Meiyun nodded. Lin Qingqing curled her lips. Of course I know that you saved Su Jiwei's grandma. This can still be inquired, mainly because I don't know if you can still heal? Lin Meiyun couldn't laugh or cry. Do you really think I can heal? It's just that the blind cat encountered a dead mouse, and asthmatics usually prepare a little medicine on their bodies, and I was just trying to save people at that time. Lin Qingqing nodded. That's indeed better luck, but this is also one of your skills. I said that you are a god and you refuse to admit it. The last sentence was said by Lin Qingqing with one hand in the opposite direction and quietly to Lin Meiyun. Lin Meiyun glared at her. This girl has always been like this, she dares to say anything. Okay, since your director is not here, then I can only go back first and come back tomorrow. Lin Meiyun said goodbye to Lin Qingqing. Wait a minute. Lin Qingqing suddenly stopped her. Then he bowed down, and after pouring it in the cabinet for a while, he handed Lin Meiyun an oil paper bag, and deliberately said loudly, these are all biscuit residue, and they are not easy to sell. We can buy them, and we don't want tickets. Don't be polite to me, I will know to give you money later. After saying that, Lin Qingqing blinked at Lin Meiyun. Lin Meiyun knew what kind of trick this girl was playing. Then thank you. Lin Meiyun also winked at her. After taking the oil paper and wrapping it out of the door of the supply and marketing cooperative, Lin Meiyun took a look at the contents. There were indeed some biscuit residue and broken biscuits on the surface, but after shaking it with his hand, he could see that there were still some biscuits inside, although they were not complete, but they were still crushed. Suddenly I couldn't laugh or cry. Looking at this girl's skillful appearance, you know that this is not less. Although he didn't succeed today, Lin Meiyun was still in a good mood on the way back. Wasn't it just a small setback? It's not difficult for her at all. One day I have to keep the clouds open and see the moon. Besides, this is still the first step in doing things by myself. If I am defeated here, it will be too much of a loss of points. When Lin Meiyun returned home, Chen Lianhua was still busy with the work at hand. You're back. Well, Mom, you should take a break too. Lin Meiyun saw that Chen Lianhua's eyes were a little red, and she knew that she must not have rested much. What is this? It's not a heavy job, it's much easier than going to work, especially the pictures you gave me. It's simply so beautiful, and the clothes you make are also very good looking. Since Lin Meiyun told her plan, Chen Lianhua has started to make clothes wholeheartedly, especially watching her daughter run out every day, which is also hard, so she thinks that she will do it better, be more attentive, and her daughter will be a little easier when talking with the supply and marketing cooperative. Mom, you still have to rest properly. If you break your eyes, even if we can make clothes, you can't do it. Lin Meiyun persuaded. Okay, listen to my daughter. Chen Lianhua quickly put down the needle and thread and fabric in her hand. In fact, she didn't think there was anything, but she was afraid that her daughter would worry. How are you today? Chen Lianhua asked. Lin Meiyun shook his head. It's still not done, mainly because the textile factory can't see our sales, so it doesn't look down on our business at all. Chen Lianhua frowned. This is really too hard. Mother, didn't you say it yourself, is this a trivial matter compared to going to work? Lin Meiyun smiled. Hey, can that be the same? How can you not work hard as a girl who runs up and down every day? Chen Lianhua was very distressed. At this time, Lin Wuhai ran in from outside the door happily. Little sister, let's see what the second brother got. Run slower, don't hit your little sister. Chen Lianhua saw his hot appearance and hurriedly shouted. Lin Wuhai braked urgently and stopped 1 meter away from Lin Meiyun. At this time, the mother and daughter saw clearly that Lin Wuhai was still holding something in his hand, and upon closer inspection, it was actually a pheasant. Where did this come from? Chen Lianhua asked in surprise. Hey, today this pheasant flew to the field where we worked, and no one could catch it, but I caught it. Lin Wuhai was very proud. Okay, second brother, you are so powerful. Lin Meiyun praised very face-savingly. Saying this, Lin Wuhai became even more proud. That's not it, I'll do it tonight, and I'll make up for it for you. Then I'll boil water and kill chickens. Chen Lianhua is also very happy. Her daughter has been very busy recently, and she didn't let Lin Meiyun enter the kitchen. Lin Meiyun has also been a little busy these days, and he didn't take anything out of the space, so the food at home is also average these days. However, Fang Xing also brought a lot of things before. Those meat Chen Lianhua made except for a pound of fresh meat that day, the others were made into cured meat, plus the previous wild boar meat had not been eaten, so there is still meat at home now. Thinking that Lin Wuhai was earning work points alone these days, and it was hard enough, Lin Meiyun shouted to Chen Lianhua in the kitchen, Mom, cook some more cured meat. She has always been responsive to her daughter's requests, so Chen Lianhua's voice immediately came from the kitchen, okay. Lin Guoqiang had already gone to work in the county, and Chen Lianhua was still with him at that time, and he didn't know when he would be able to take a holiday, so now there are only 4 mothers and sons in the family. Lin Wenhao came back not long after, but his face was not very good looking. They are all family members who have been together for so many years, whether it is Lin Meiyun or Lin Wuhai, they can see at a glance that he has emotions. Lin Meiyun walked to Lin Wenhao's side. Big brother, what's wrong? Lin Wenhao moved his lips, but he didn't know how to say this. If you have anything, just say it, we are a family, do you chilling us like this? Lin Meiyun pouted and said deliberately. Lin Wenhao couldn't stand his little sister misunderstanding him, and quickly explained, no, I just encountered something unsatisfactory. If you are unhappy, say it makes me happy. Lin Wuhai yawned to hook Lin Wenhao's arm. Lin Wenhao, this brother should not stay for a long time. Get out of here. Lin Wenhao waved Lin Wuhai's hand away. What the hell is going on, big brother? Lin Meiyun was also very curious. Lin Wenhao's temper is very good, and it is difficult to see such a thing. I didn't agree to this matter before, but recently I don't know what's going on, and there are rumors about me and her outside. Lin Wenhao said this with an iron face. Have you clearly refused before? Lin Meiyun frowned and asked. If this is really the case, it is really big or small, and it is a problem of the relationship between men and women, and now it is very strict about this aspect. To put it mildly, if the relationship between these two people is misunderstood by everyone, rumors are indispensable, and if they insist on getting involved, maybe Lin Wenhao will be forced to marry someone else. Yes, she also teaches in the village primary school, so we often meet, and she approached me intentionally or unintentionally before, but I didn't take it seriously at the time, but I still kept a safe distance from her. After that, she came to me and said that she wanted to be with me, but I didn't agree. I thought that even if this matter was over, I didn't expect that there would be rumors. Lin Wenhao hasn't thought about dealing with the object for the time being, which everyone in the family knows. And Lin Wenhao is a responsible man. If there is really something between him and other lesbians, he will definitely not say that now, and he is sure to admit it generously. But didn't these words come out before? At this time, Chen Lianhua also came out of the kitchen and finished listening to his words. Mother, when I came back today, I really heard someone talking about this, and I thought they were just joking. Lin Wuhai said. Lin Wenhao said, well, I only found out today, I usually don't pay attention to these gossip things, If I hadn't been asked by my grandmother today, I wouldn't have known about it. Chen Lianhua frowned. It was a lifelong event related to her son's ears, which was still very important, but she hadn't gone out at home in the past 2 days, so naturally she didn't know these things. I'll go to your grandma to ask. The eldest and second brother have taken care of the chicken. Don't let your little sister do it, she has been very tired in the past 2 days. After saying that, Chen Lianhua ran out the door in a hurry. The brothers Lin Wenhao and Lin Wuhai walked into the kitchen very consciously. Chen Lianhua rushed all the way to the old house, and rushed into the yard. Looking at her, Feng Sui's family's eyes were about to roll out of the sky. Yo, what a rare guest. Feng Sui's mouth is yin and yang. Chen Lianhua was not in a very good mood, and immediately scolded, Feng Sui, if you don't speak, no one will think you are mute. Feng Sui curled her lips. Having been a concubine for so many years, she could see at a glance that Chen Lianhua was in a bad mood. At this time it must be the same as taking gunpowder, or it is better not to mess with it. Mother, are you at home? Chen Lianhua shouted. Old Mrs. Lin walked out of the house. Here, what's the matter? Chen Lianhua glanced at Feng Sui in the yard, and didn't want her to join in the fun, so she said, let's go in and talk. Feng Sui curled her lips. Cut, who rarely listens. That's what he said, but when Mrs. Lin and Chen Lianhua entered the house, they still pricked up their ears to understand. What's going on with the third family? Old Mrs. Lin was also confused. To be honest, she was also a little frightened by this daughter-in-law, mainly because once this daughter-in-law was unhappy, it was really no one who would give face. It's the thing about the boss outside. The boss is telling me about this when he goes back today, saying that he only found out when you asked her. I haven't gone out in the past 2 days, I don't know how it was spread outside. Mother, tell me. Chen Lianhua said. Ah. What about this? Old Mrs. Lin breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that it was someone in the family who was not long-sighted to provoke this mythical beast in the town. I also heard rumors in the past 2 days, and I couldn't help but ask Wenwazi, but he didn't seem to know himself. Chen Lianhua nodded, and her eyes signaled for Mrs. Lin to continue. I heard that Wenwazi was dealing with that female-educated youth, and it is said that the two often went to school together and came out together, which made many people see it. Old Mrs. Lin said. Chen Lianhua frowned. How is it possible? The boss is not that kind of person. If he really has a partner with someone else's girl, it is impossible not to say it. When he just came back, he also said that the girl wanted to deal with him, he refused, and since then he has always kept a safe distance from others. Then I don't know, but if you want me to say that girl is still good-looking, educated, or a city person, not better than just finding one in the countryside? Old Mrs. Lin said, not realizing that Chen Lianhua would be unhappy if she said this. Mother, it's not like this at all. Besides, even if you want to deal with the object, you have to find a boss who likes it, and what's so good about the educated youth, if you come back delicately, you will be an ancestor. Don't say whether you work or not. If you have a chance to return to the city in the future, then you can still look down on our boss? After saying that, Chen Lianhua left directly, and Mr. Shen, who had been listening to them quietly next to him, took a puff of his cigarette pouch and said, you should not talk too much about this. If someone outside asks, you will say that we don't know, but Wenwazi has no plans to deal with the object. Old Mrs. Lin curled her lips. How can educated youth be as bad as she said? Mr. Lin glanced at her, and at this time he was also helping other educated youths to speak. Could it be that this old woman got any benefits from others? You have contact with that female educated youth? Mr. Lin asked directly. Old Mrs. Lin was a little guilty, rolled her eyes, and said, how is that possible? Mr. Lin saw that something was wrong. If someone brings you something, you can quickly return it to me. If you are disheartened by the third family because of this little bargain, then it is really not worth the loss. What benefits can I get from others? In fact, at this time, Mrs. Lin was already a little scared, and she didn't expect Chen Lianhua's reaction to this matter to be so big. And she didn't know the situation before. She thought at that time that if Wenwazi and that female educated youth were the object, it would be good. People are from the city. If people hadn't taken a fancy to Wenwazi, where would they go to find such a beautiful and delicate city girl? If she had married the third daughter-in-law, she would not have had this idea, but since the third daughter-in-law married in, Mrs. Shen's thoughts have changed. Why is it not good to find a gentle and elegant one? If you find someone like Chen Lianhua, can the family still stop? If it weren't for the grasp of the third family, their family wouldn't have been able to divide it like this. Because of this matter, she was laughed at by many people. You'd better carry it clearly, I won't persuade you. Anyway, if you accept something, return it quickly. Mr. Lin sighed in his heart and said, now, the old family of 5 people, 2 earn salaries, and Meiyun girl now occupies the title of a heroine. There will always be a way out in the future. You have also seen the ability of Wu Wazi. If you can't figure it out, you don't want to get involved in any good things in the future. Old Mrs. Lin was a little scared when he said this, and she regretted it in her heart. She didn't accept anything, and the main people didn't give it. It was that the girl came to her several times, and the inside and outside was that if she got married in the future, she would give her half of her and Lin Wenhou's salaries every month. Isn't this exciting? I just thought that they were really dealing with the object, otherwise the girl wouldn't be able to come to the door to say this. So after the rumor came out, although she didn't follow it, but when others asked, she didn't refute it. No, the rumors are intensifying. Old Mrs. Lin began to panic a little. Old man, I really didn't accept other people's things, even when it was rumored outside. I didn't refute it. How could I know this? Thinking that since everyone said so, I must have seen it. Mr. Lin took a deep breath, and knew what role this old woman had in the middle, otherwise the expression just now could not be so flustered. You pointed to Mrs. Lin for a long time, but Mr. Lin didn't say why. In the end, he just put down his hand weakly, and then started to hit his cigarette pouch. Chen Lianhua came out of Mrs. Shen's house and bumped into Feng Sui, who was eavesdropping outside, and Feng Sui glanced at Chen Lianhua proudly. Chen Lianhua ignored her and left directly from the old house. Old Mrs. Lin didn't say it in detail, so Chen Lianhua went to find Jiang Dahua, a sister who had a good relationship with her. Jiang Dahua is also a person who likes gossip. If there is any gossip in the village, she must be at the forefront. Ah you, why are you here? Jiang Dahua was very happy when she saw Chen Lianhua. You haven't gone out for a few days, why are you willing to come out today? What do you say? Chen Lianhua smiled at the corner of her mouth, but the smile did not reach the bottom of her eyes. They are all old friends for many years, and Jiang Dahua can see it with just one glance. Is it because of the incident of listening to the article? Yes, I just came to ask you to inquire, what's going on? Jiang Dahua didn't say anything, so Chen Lianhua also said directly. Hey, if you hadn't gone out in the past 2 days, I would have gone to you. This matter has spread widely, it's like it's true, but I can see it. When I picked up my grandson from school, I obviously listened to when walking in front, and then the girl followed. Maybe I didn't know that the girl was behind. This is not rumored to be in and out together. Jiang Dahua said, in fact, there are no entertainment activities now, that is, to watch the excitement, especially the excitement of the educated youth. No, Lin Wenhou is basically going to become the center of the topic in the past 2 days. Of course, there is another central figure, that is, the female educated youth, Zhou Qin. If this continues to be spread like this, things that don't exist will be true. Dahua, what do you think I should do? Chen Lianhua frowned irritably. Oh, you take care of this matter. I'm Jiang Dazue. Whoever sends the message can still be as powerful as me. Jiang Dahua patted his chest. Chen Lianhua smiled. Yes, yes, you Jiang Dazue is the most powerful. If this matter is solved, please eat. Then I want to eat big white steamed buns. Jiang Dazue began to make demands. Don't talk about big white steamed buns, I'll treat you to big buns. Chen Lianhua smiled. Jiang Dahua grinned happily, then for the sake of the big bun, I also cheered. The reason why Jiang Dahua still has the nickname Big Mouth is because she likes gossip very much, and there is nothing she doesn't know about gossip in the village and 8 villages outside the village. And not to mention, because of the popularity she has accumulated over the years, she also has a group of loyal fans. These people are very fond of listening to her gossip, and they are convinced of her gossip. By the way, Ah Yu, there is one more thing I have to tell you. Jiang Dahua said indescribably. What's wrong? Chen Lianhua thought she was going to tell her gossip about others, but Jiang Dahua's next words almost made Chen Lianhua blow up directly. You don't know yet, the reason why this matter is so popular, and really has the credit of your mother-in-law. Everyone didn't believe it at the beginning. After all, no one has seen them get close. They are all teaching in the village primary school, so it is a sure thing to encounter often. After Jiang Dahua said this, he took a breath. Chen Lianhua was still anxious. How can this matter have the credit of my mother-in-law? Say it quickly. I heard that Zhou Qin secretly ran to your mother-in-law before, and when someone asked about it later, your mother-in-law looked inscrutable, and she was not angry because her grandson was rumored. Doesn't this make everyone think that this is true? Chen Lianhua's face suddenly became ugly, although Jiang Dahua loved to gossip a little, but he still got along very well with her, and it was impossible for him to talk nonsense to himself after so many years of friends. Don't go to your mother-in-law to make trouble today. I've seen you come to me. If you go today, don't you all know that I said it? Jiang Dahua persuaded, but the persuasion was not so right. If you really want to clean her up, then go after tonight. What am I doing to clean her up? Chen Lianhua sneered. Anyway, they still live in the old house with their 2 sons. If I come to the door to make trouble, will I win? Chen Lianhua went home directly after leaving Jiang Dahua. At this time the chicken had been dealt with, and Lin Meiyun had already stewed. Mom, you're back, how is it? When Lin Meiyun saw Chen Lianhua, she walked out, wiped the water stains on her hands on her apron, and asked. What else can I tell you? From today onwards, you are not allowed to send things to the old house. Chen Lianhua said directly. She was really angry. Even if they were separated, their 3 rooms didn't dare to say how filial they were, but they didn't dare to say how filial piety they should have, and they had to take something over there from time to time. Whatever good the family got, they have never forgotten their second elder, but this time their son was actually put on by his own grandmother. As soon as the 3 brothers and sisters saw this posture, they knew that someone over there in the old house had provoked her, and this person was self-evident. After all, they didn't give anything to others. The 3 brothers and sisters, you look at me and I look at you, they all tacitly understand and do not speak. Chen Lianhua continued, I won't hide it from you, your mother doesn't know what kind of decapitation was made by that Zhou Qin. If it weren't for the benefits she got, she could make this happen. She was indispensable. She didn't have the idea of silently accepting this matter in order to maintain the peace of her family. It was their fault. Why should she feel uncomfortable? Lin Wenhao's expression became very bad, at least in his heart. His grandmother was also a very close relative, and he didn't help him speak for this kind of thing, and he actually sold his grandson because of a small profit. Haven't you ever thought that if you and that Zhou Qin really got married, this would be a lifelong thing? Wouldn't you be afraid that you would be unhappy? Don't think so much, it doesn't matter, your big flower aunt will take action. This matter can't be left alone, at least others need to know their family's attitude. No, I still have to go to your captain's uncle, and I have to let him judge it. After saying that, he wanted to leave, but was pulled by Lin Meiyun. Mother, let's not say this in advance, let's remember all the people who spread the rumors first, and wait until they regret it later. Although she couldn't tell if she was angry when she said this, she secretly made up her mind that no matter what, the voice of the supply and marketing cooperative must be made, and none of these rumors will be allowed to come to work when the time comes. Write it down in a small notebook first. Being pulled by her daughter, Chen Lianhua calmed down, saying that mother and daughter were connected, and she almost knew Lin Meiyun's plan. So he went to the house. Boss, second brother, you look at the fire, call me when the meal is ready, and I'll go make clothes. Lin Meiyun likes her mother's temperament. She does things cleanly and neatly, and she won't get around herself because of a little thing. The mother and son ate a fragrant stewed chicken in the evening, and then went to rest. The next day, Lin Meiyun got up early in the morning, took the finished product made by Chen Lianhua, and went in the direction of the supply and marketing cooperative. When I arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative, it was already dawn, and there were still many people waiting in line to buy food and meat. This is the first time Lin Meiyun has come to the supply and marketing cooperative so early, and it can be regarded as a real sign of the shortage of materials in this era. Because if you don't queue up early, you won't be able to buy food and meat at all, and the daily supply is only a little. When Lin Meiyun walked in, she didn't see Lin Qingqing at the previous counter, and she didn't know where she had gone, so she found another counter with no one there. Comrade, can you please help me find your director? Lin Meiyun spoke while stuffing something into the salesperson while others were not paying attention. The salesperson looked around nervously, and then saw a very beautiful pearl hairpin. This was actually used by Lin Meiyun in her previous life, but she had only worn it once or twice, and it was still brand new, and it was not a valuable thing. It was bought by a trinket store for dozens of dollars. She also noticed that the salesperson's dress is relatively fashionable, at least from the current point of view. She knows that she is a beauty lover, so she thinks of giving this away, and finding someone else to do things must be done to her liking. The salesperson couldn't take his eyes off this pearl hairpin when he saw it. It was so beautiful. It should be a style from Donghai or Guangha City. It looks really high-end. You wait. Since I wanted to take other people's things, I definitely had to do something, so I went to my colleague at the counter next door and asked her to help take a look. The man didn't know about the private transaction between the two, he just thought that the salesman wanted to go to the toilet or something, so he readily agreed. After Lin Meiyun waited in place for a while, she finally saw the salesperson come back, and there was another person beside her, who should be the director of the supply and marketing cooperative. Director, it's this comrade who is looking for you for something. The salesman pointed to Lin Meiyun and said. The director was already confused, and he was even more puzzled when he saw Lin Meiyun. Until she walked in, she felt that Lin Meiyun looked more and more familiar, and after thinking about it for a long time, she finally remembered where she had seen it. Are you the female lay Feng who helped the old man in the county before? The director is a woman in her 30s, who looks very capable, and after thinking about it clearly, Lin Meiyun's eyes become much more cordial. Lei Feng can't be called, but there is something I want to talk to you about. Lin Meiyun smiled politely, and directly explained her intentions. The director himself is a person who likes to read newspapers, and he is also very fond of good people and good things, and now when he sees Lin Meiyun, he is quite enthusiastic, and immediately leads Lin Meiyun into his office. The office of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative is in the corner of the second floor, a very small place, but it is clean and tidy. Comrade Lin Meiyun, please sit down. The director motioned for Lin Meiyun to sit down. I didn't expect the director to remember my name. I don't know what the director calls. Lin Meiyun sat opposite her without humility or arrogance. My name is Bai Lin, you can just call me Zhu Jiani. Zhu Bailin said. Sister Zhu, I came here today mainly because I have a business to talk to you. Lin Meiyun immediately changed his name. Oh? Zhu Bailin suddenly became interested, and she also wanted to know what kind of business this little girl would have to talk to her. Tell me. That's right, Sister Zhu, our production team wants to expand a side business, because many lesbians are actually skilled, but if they earn work points, they are not as strong as men, and they don't earn much, so the pressure on gay men will be greater, and our brigade has an idea, that is, to buy the defective cloth of the textile factory, use it to make clothes, and then hand over the finished clothes to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. You see, this is our sample. Lin Meiyun handed over the clothes he brought. In fact, Zhu Bailin didn't feel anything when she heard her words at first, but when she saw the finished product, she sat up straight. Is this really done by the lesbians in your brigade themselves? There was a little disbelief in her voice. What Lin Meiyun brought was actually a shirt and a pair of cargo pants, which were the most fashionable styles at the moment. But the supply and marketing cooperatives here are not easy to see, even in the county seat, there are very few. And this is not just a simple style, the white shirt is also embroidered with a small daisy, which is vivid. The shirt also has some pleats on it, which looks a bit strange, but it's not. Lin Meiyun took off her coat and revealed a white shirt of the same style, but the position and pattern of the embroidery were different. Sister Zhu, you see, these folds can modify the figure of lesbians well, and the style of these embroidered flowers is actually the place where the flowers are accidentally dyed, and they can't be seen at all after processing. Zhu Bailin looked at the clothes on Lin Meiyun's body seriously. It was indeed very different from what she had seen before, not only very distinctive, but also really good-looking, and even she herself was a little moved. If our supply and marketing cooperative buys the clothes of your brigade, what kind of price can you give? We also consider this, such clothes are actually very expensive in big cities, but if our brigade takes defective cloth, there is no need for cloth tickets. In this case, the price can be cheaper, but the embroidery craftsmanship is not available to everyone. Since people have the ability in this regard, we naturally have to give the corresponding remuneration. The purchase price we give can be similar to the price of your ordinary ready-to-wear clothes, so you can also sell these clothes at a better price, which is a win-win situation. Lin Meiyun said. Zhu Bailin nodded. You are indeed a very smart girl and very good at talking. Sister Zhu is wrongly praised, it must be far from Sister Zhu, and we can provide a few sets of samples to the supply and marketing cooperative. Sister Zhu can sell it to the salesperson at a low price, so that the salesperson can wear it to work, so that customers who come here can see the effect of this dress after wearing it, which is also a marketing strategy. Lin Meiyun told Zhu Bailin about the sales methods she saw in later generations. Zhu Bailin's eyes lit up. Meiyun, you are so good, do you want to consider following me? Don't you have to help your brigade do things? She really has a love for talent, and it is really hard not to be moved by this girl's intelligence. Lin Meiyun showed a sweet smile. Forget this, you can't forget your roots. I don't have the idea of coming out to work yet. Swabilan felt a little sorry. You think about it, if you want to come in the future, I am always welcome here. Then thank you Sister Swa first. Even if I successfully got the list of the town's supply and marketing cooperative, I saw Lin Qingqing when I went out. Qingqing. Lin Meiyun greeted in a good mood. Ah, you came so early today, I thought you would come in the afternoon. Lin Qingqing was surprised. She just helped go to the warehouse to pick up the goods. After all, she is a newcomer, and she basically has a share of any miscellaneous work that needs to be done in the supply and marketing cooperative. Well, it's relatively early today, and it's done. Lin Meiyun said. Is it going well? Lin Qingqing asked. It's going well. Lin Meiyun smiled mysteriously. What the hell is going on? My father doesn't tell me, and you don't tell me. Lin Qingqing's curiosity was simply aroused. It won't be long before you know, keep it mysterious now. Lin Meiyun didn't tell her. Lin Qingqing was about to scratch her. Lin Meiyun hurriedly ran away, and then said, Don't make trouble, there is a piece of information, about my eldest brother, do you want to hear it? Lin Qingqing instantly became quiet, and then looked at Lin Meiyun, speak quickly. Then Lin Meiyun told Lin Qingqing about the gossip about the female educated youth named Zhou Qin and her eldest brother. What? Lin Qingqing felt very hurt. But don't worry, my eldest brother is not interested in her, how this matter came out remains to be investigated. Lin Meiyun said. In fact, they had already guessed that Zhou Qin and Mrs. Lin were meeting alone, but now there is no evidence after all, so Lin Meiyun can't just say it to death. Humph. Lin Qingqing pouted, if Brother Shen is not interested in her, isn't this the... Before Lin Qingqing finished speaking, she was stopped by Lin Meiyun with her eyes, we can't be sure yet, and we can't say that. No, I have to go back on vacation. Lin Qingqing felt that it was necessary to take the initiative, she didn't feel it before, especially Lin Wenhao said that she didn't have the idea of dealing with a partner for the time being, but now she has a sense of crisis. Okay, then I'll wait for you at home. Lin Meiyun smiled and squinted, she didn't know if Lin Wenhao would like Lin Qingqing's hanging, after all, this girl was carefree, her eldest brother was gentle, and she was not a person all the way. But if Lin Qingqing really became her sister-in-law, the family would be lively. Lin Meiyun, who left the supply and marketing cooperative, went to the textile factory again, and this time she came to find the leader of the textile factory with an order from the supply and marketing cooperative. This time, the director of the textile factory did not directly reject the matter as last time. Director, we can still try, after all, now we have got the order of the supply and marketing cooperative, and we will definitely go to the county, city, and provincial capital in the future. I believe that as long as our clothes are of good quality, we will definitely get countless orders. Lin Meiyun told the director very seriously about their future development direction. To put it bluntly, it is not a loss for you to give us a batch of defective cloth now, anyway, it is dealt with to the employees, the price is lower than this, your factory still needs performance, right? The director nodded, you really moved my heart, then Comrade Lin Meiyun, I wish your brigade a bright future. He stood up and shook hands with Lin Meiyun. Lin Meiyun also stood up generously and shook hands with the other party, and successfully got a batch of defective cloth. Defective cloth is an inevitable thing, after all, such a large factory, even if you are careful, there will be a small part of it with defects. Even if it is digested by internal employees, it may not be able to be digested. This batch of cloth is not much, just 500 feet long, almost 100 sets of clothes can be made. Now Lin Meiyun naturally has no direct payment. Director, I'll go back and find the ox cart and bring you the money by the way. Okay. In fact, 500 feet is not much, but he also wants to see the strength of this unity village. For Lin Meiyun and the others, getting so much cloth now is the limit, after all, she has to think from the perspective of the team members. Now taking a lot of fabric back at once will definitely cause fear, if you can't sell it, you will smash it in your hand. As long as their first finished products are sold, they can rest assured that it is time to show their skills. I went out today and solved both things directly. Lin Meiyun was still in a good mood, humming ditties all the way back. As I walked, I heard the sound of the horn behind me. This is not a place where cars will come, so Lin Meiyun also looked back curiously. Listen to the rainbow. The rear seat window was rolled down to reveal a man's head. When Lin Meiyun saw him, she couldn't help but laugh. Today is really a good thing. Are you back? I am back. Hani Chen saw the person he was thinking about, and the smile in his eyes couldn't be hidden at all. You get in the car, let's go back together. Okay. Lin Meiyun obediently got into the back seat. There was also a young man in military uniform driving in front of him, and it was not time to talk, so the two of them did not communicate much tacitly. Meiyun, this is a little comrade sent by the army to send me, and I will completely retire in the future. Hani Chen just introduced Lin Meiyun. Thank you for your hard work, comrade, I will definitely eat at home later before leaving. After a few simple exchanges, they had already arrived at the entrance of the village. Lin Meiyun had to sigh that she didn't think cars were convenient in her previous life, and it was only now that she realized that it was so close to walking for half an hour. Lin Meiyun helped guide the way. The car stopped at the brigade headquarters first, and then she turned to Hani Chen and said, "You take this comrade home first, I still have something to do with the captain's uncle." Okay. Of course, Hani Chen remembered how to go back to Shin's house, so the car quickly turned around and left. The sound of cars outside also attracted the attention of Lin Weilin in the brigade headquarters. But when he came out, he only saw a car and Lin Meiyun, who was left in place and was about to go in. Listen to the rainbow girl, that's it? It's Hani Chen, uncle. Hani Chen has retired, but this matter will be discussed later. I came to you today mainly for our small workshop. As soon as he heard Lin Meiyun's words, Lin Weilin knew that he must have eyebrows, so he quickly let Lin Meiyun in. What happened? Is it done? Lin Weilin is still very concerned about this matter. After all, it is related to whether their brigade can live a good life. Yes, it is indeed done, and in the afternoon you can let Uncle Neo take the money to pull the fabric back. Lin Meiyun said with a smile. This is good, this is good. Lin Weilin was so excited that he didn't know what to say, but he had a smile on the corners of his eyes and eyebrows. What we are going to discuss now is how the brigade builds the workshop and the cost, mainly to hear what the captain's uncle thinks. Lin Meiyun said. Lin Weilin really hasn't thought about this. After all, Lin Weilin still knows about these people in his team. Not everyone can understand this. If you take money directly from the brigade headquarters to build a workshop, it is even possible to build a factory in the future. Not everyone really has this pattern. Listen to the rainbow girl, you have always had an idea, why don't you give your uncle an idea? Lin Weilin threw the question back to Lin Meiyun. Lin Meiyun didn't think it was difficult. After all, even if the things in the shopping malls in later generations were used in this era, even if they were 1% to this era, it was enough. Uncle, then let me talk about my own opinion. Although this is a collective industry, it does not mean that everyone supports it. We must invest capital in the early stage, and only after this batch of clothes are sold can we see the benefits. But the early construction workshop and labor, fabric, are real investments. The current situation is clear. Even if a family only uses a few dollars, not everyone will be willing. Lin Meiyun began to analyze. Yes, you're right, this is what I'm more embarrassed about. Lin Weilin frowned. Actually, uncle, there is nothing difficult to solve. We can still change our thinking. For example, since some people will be willing, some people are unwilling, then we will let those who are willing to do it. As for those who are not willing to participate in the investment, we can also hire them after expanding production in the future. How much to invest? Let everyone pay according to their own wishes. For example, we need to invest 100 yuan in the early stage. We have already said that our Shin family accounts for 30% of the shares. Then if a family invests 10 yuan, a family invests 5 yuan, then let everyone divide the remaining 70% of the shares according to the proportion of investment. Of course, uncle, I will also give you a bottom. Our family will definitely invest, and it will probably pull the shares to 50%. After Lin Meiyun's words were finished, Lin Weilin seemed to open a new idea. It has to be you girl, why aren't you my daughter? Hearing Lin Weilin say this, Lin Meiyun just smiled shallowly. When Hani Chen came back, many people in the village also saw it, and they all began to speculate. Some people say that Hani Chen is not in good health, and the army doesn't want it, and some people say that he still came back in a military jeep, and he must still be very valued by the army. However, when Hani Chen went back this time, his body did not recover to its peak state, so he retreated smoothly. Some people are really right. Lin Meiyun went home after discussing the details with Lin Weilin. As for the matter of pulling the fabric in the afternoon, it was Lin Weilin and Uncle Nyo's business, and she was now going back to accompany her fiancé, whom she hadn't seen for many days. Chen Lianhua was making clothes at home, and was startled by the military jeep that suddenly appeared, and when Hani Chen came down from above, she was also surprised. "Xiao Yi, are you back?" "Auntie." Hani Chen nodded and greeted. Come in, come in too, this little comrade comes in too. Hey, look at me, I don't know you're coming back today, and you haven't had time to prepare anything." Chen Lianhua hurriedly beckoned them to enter the door. "It's okay, Auntie, I brought something back," Hani Chen said and went to the back seat of the jeep to pick up large and small bags of things. "Tell me about you, kid, why do you buy so many things?" Chen Lianhua looked at this big bag and felt painful. "Many of them here know that I am leaving, and they are given by my brothers, and I didn't buy anything myself," Hani Chen explained. Okay, come in and sit down." Chen Lianhua said that she was going to help get things. "Auntie, let's mention it," Hani Chen said. "For those of them who have been training all year round, it is easy to get this little thing. You sit down first, I'll go pour you water, Mir is out, and she should be back soon," Chen Lianhua said. "Auntie, I'll do it myself." The young soldier quickly got up and took the kettle in Chen Lianhua's hand. "I met Meiyun when I came back just now, and she is now at the brigade headquarters," Hani Chen said. "That's really a coincidence," Chen Lianhua said. As he was talking, Lin Meiyun walked in from outside. "I seem to hear someone talking about me." With a smile on her face, "The matter of the workshop has been decided, and of course she will not be unhappy." Come on, Xiao Yi and the others have been waiting for you for a while, you talk to them, I'll cook," Chen Lianhua said. "Okay." Lin Meiyun did not refuse. After all, after she and Hani Chen had just confirmed their relationship in the true sense, this person went back to the army, and after not seeing each other for so long, he was still thinking about it. "Meiyun, what are you doing at the brigade headquarters?" Hani Chen didn't mean to inquire, but he was really curious about what his daughter-in-law had done during the time he was away from home. "Actually, it's nothing, this matter should be notified in the afternoon, that is, our brigade is going to build a small workshop, and we can hire some skilled people to work and pay salaries. At this time, there is nothing to hide, anyway, wait a little longer for the fabric to come back, everyone will know about it." "What?" Hani Chen was a little surprised. He knew that this girl's family sometimes went to the black market to do business. Why did this business still be on the surface when he came back? "In fact, this is also an inspiration from my mother, she is very good at making clothes, but she can only earn work points in the field, and women who are not strong cannot earn many work points at all, so I went to talk to the textile factory and the supply and marketing cooperative. The supply and marketing cooperative can provide us with defective cloth, we buy it at a low price, make it into clothes and then sell it to the supply and marketing cooperative, which is equivalent to the ready-made clothes of the supply and marketing cooperative to take the goods from us." She said it was easy, but Hani Chen also knew that it was not so simple to really do this, not to mention that the commune disagreed, but said that she wanted to persuade the textile factory and the supply and marketing cooperative, especially to persuade the supply and marketing cooperative to take the goods, which was rare. "It's amazing." Hani Chen did not hesitate to praise himself. "Of course." Lin Meiyun smiled and said, "Wait and see, even if you are discharged from the army, our family can let you live a good life." The little soldier on the side was surprised. "Boss, are you going to plug the door upside down?" Hani Chen didn't feel that there was anything wrong with being told that there was nothing wrong with the inverted door. "What's wrong with the inverted door?" "My daughter-in-law is capable, do you have a partner?" Such Hani Chen looks like a child, as if showing off his beloved toy. "You see, I have it, you don't." "Boss, don't kill people." The soldier gritted his teeth. "You boy." Hani Chen raised his chin proudly. "Did you see it, how powerful your sister-in-law is? You have to find your sister-in-law in the future." Lin Meiyun couldn't laugh or cry on the side. "Whatever is a daughter-in-law, whatever is a sister-in-law, we are not married yet. This means that if they say this outside, saliva can drown them. Sooner or later, it will be settled." Hani Chen is straightforward and strong. Lin Meiyun was speechless. The soldier was still coaxing on the side. "When you get married, you have to send some candy to your brothers, even if we can't come, but we still have to eat candy." The three of them talked and laughed for a while, and Lin Wuhai and Lin Wenhao also came back one after another. and they were also stunned to see that there were two more men in the family. Lin Wuhai hadn't seen who was in the hall before, so he rushed in directly. "Little thief, let go of my little sister." This operation stunned Han Chen and Bruce Sun, that is, the little soldier who sent Han Chen back. Lin Meiyun couldn't laugh or cry. "Second brother, take a good look at who this is?" After Lin Wuhai saw the person coming clearly, he touched the back of his head in embarrassment. "Brother-in-law, when did you come back?" Not to mention, Han Chen immediately climbed up the pole because of this sentence that his brother-in-law was physically and mentally comfortable. "Second brother, you just came back from work, right?" Yes, I thought there was a thief at home." "Why didn't you see my uncle?" Han Chen thought that Lin Guoqiang had gone to work with them. Lin Meiyun patted her head. "I forgot to tell you about this, my dad is now going to work at the meat factory in the county." Han Chen's mind was full of question marks. Why didn't he leave for a long time? So many changes have occurred in the family. One moment it is his daughter-in-law joint brigade to do a career, and the other time it is the father-in-law who went to work in the county. So Lin Meiyun saved herself again, just like her former high school classmate's grandmother. Lin Wuhai added next to him, and also sent a pendant to the newspaper. The more Han Chen listened, the more proud he became. Zhou Haoran smacked his tongue while listening. "Boss, if you want to say this, I feel that you are not worthy of our sister-in-law when you come back from the army." Han Chen slapped him directly. "You don't have a partner, you know what a fart." Zhou Haoran. "Actually, as long as he is safe." Lin Meiyun still said that she saw the worry in Zhou Haoran's eyes when he spoke, thinking that the army would send someone to send him back, and she couldn't rest assured when she thought about it, but this also showed that Han Chen's popularity in the army was still very good. Sister-in-law is so nice." Zhou Haoran was happy immediately, and when he went back, he must tell his brothers well, and their boss will be happy in the future. Not to mention such a beautiful daughter-in-law, the father-in-law's family also looks promising, and the person who came in later, who was called the eldest brother by the boss, although he couldn't tell what he was doing, but he also knew that his uncle must also be a person with a job, at least it was impossible to work in the field. The father-in-law's family is not only promising, but also so enthusiastic about the boss, and they do not dislike the boss at all because the boss is disabled in the future, which can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. Because everyone in the army did not know the true condition of Han Chen's body, they all thought that he must have been injured somewhere, so he could only be forced to leave the army, and only the above few people knew that although the injuries on his body were indeed not healed, the army also said that he could be transferred to a civilian position, and it was still possible to do command or something in the army, but this guy was unwilling. In fact, transferring to a civilian position is something that many people can't ask for. Of course, the promotion after the transfer is definitely not so fast. After all, the promotion rules in the army have always been very strict. Han Chen was promoted so quickly before, not because he didn't want to die, and he made a lot of contributions. It is precisely because he has made a lot of contributions that the above did not say anything about him wanting to apply for discharge from the army with injuries, and it can be regarded as a quick approval. Han Chen is also a straightforward character, saying that he is injured and is ready to go home to recuperate and marry a daughter-in-law. The people above who are very optimistic about him are all looking up to the sky and sighing, it's a pity. Lin Wenhao didn't seem very happy because of the rumors in the past 2 days, and he just showed a smile when he saw Han Chen, and then he sat quietly aside and listened to them. "Eat." Chen Lianhua's voice came out of the kitchen, and everyone realized that it was past meal. Lin Wenhao the Lin Wuhai brothers went into the kitchen to help with the dishes and chopsticks, and Han Chen consciously helped drag the table and set up the stool. Zhou Haoran also hurriedly followed, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. No wonder the eldest father-in-law's family liked him so much, this person really has eyesight. I have to say that his boss is still very experienced in this regard. Originally, there wasn't much at home, but the wild boar meat and the pork that was served last time were still a little bit, so I cut and cooked them directly, and the wild boar meat was also eaten. She is now a little willing to oil and stir-frying, mainly influenced by Lin Meiyun. Her own craftsmanship is not bad, and now with the blessing of various seasonings, the taste is naturally better. Just smelling it made Han Chen and Zhou Haoran's index fingers move, and it was not that there was no meat to eat in the army, on the contrary, the meat in the army was more sufficient than that of ordinary units, but they were all big pots of rice. How could this be so fragrant? Although Han Chen hadn't eaten it at home, it was precisely because he had eaten that he went back to eat the big pot of rice for so long, and he missed Chen Lianhua and Lin Meiyun's craftsmanship very much. Move chopsticks. Qin Lianhua, as the only elder present, waited for her to say hello before starting to move her chopsticks. With this movement of chopsticks, Bruce Sun let himself go as if he had just escaped from the famine. As soon as Qin Lianhua saw this posture, she knew that she had made a little less tonight's meal, so she hurriedly went to scramble another egg. Now it's Zhou Haoran's turn to be embarrassed. The first time he came to the door to eat like this, it was too rude. "Auntie, I'm sorry, I don't usually do this, the main thing is that you cook so delicious." "What I said, you can eat it if you like it." After eating, Zhou Haoran went back, although he was reluctant, but he still couldn't stay here for too long. "Boss, if there is anything in the future, you must tell the brothers." When he left, Zhou Haoran was teary-eyed. He had been with him for so long, and he had been a soldier under Han Chen for so long, and he was really reluctant to part with him when he suddenly separated. Okay, isn't it just retiring from the army? It's not that I won't see you in the future, a big man, what is this like?" Han Chen waved his hand and motioned for Zhou Haoran to leave quickly. Zhou Haoran drove away, and looked behind him several times in the rearview mirror, and Han Chen also watched him leave, until he couldn't see the car, and then retracted his gaze. Although these soldiers under his opponent are still reluctant, he is selfish. If he continues to stay in the army, then he and Lin Meiyun can only get together less and leave more. It is impossible for anyone to accompany you forever on the road of life, just remember this time. How are you recovering now? When Zhou Haoran was sent away, Lin Meiyun asked the question he was more concerned about. "It's much better, but I'm still a little uncomfortable walking," Han Chen said. In fact, Lin Meiyun also saw that although he looked like he had fully recovered on the surface, his walking posture was still a bit weird, and now that he was back, he would definitely help him raise it. "You can come over for dinner later," Lin Meiyun said. Han Chen wanted to say something, but he still kept his mouth shut. His daughter-in-law was really cruel, and he wanted to say that he lived in the Shen family. But this is fine, if he really lives with Lin Meiyun, the rumors outside are afraid that they will drown out the two. After all, the situation is different now. He was recovering from his injuries before, but now he can take care of himself. "Then I'll pay for each of you," Han Chen said. "Do you have money?" Lin Meiyun looked at him a little suspiciously. After all, Han Chen gave all the money to himself before returning to the army this time. "Yes, this time I retired, and I also gave the discharge fee. After all, I was injured for the mission," Han Chen explained. But he didn't plan to give this money to Lin Meiyun, and now it's time to get ready. When the time comes to get married, he has to buy a lot of things, and Lin Meiyun can't be less than that. "Okay, you don't have to pay for food, the money you gave me hasn't been touched yet. Our surname is Shen, and our surname is not Zhou," Lin Meiyun said. "What does this have to do with the surname Zhou?" Han Chen didn't understand what Lin Meiyun meant. "Don't you know that there is someone named Zhou Poppy?" Lin Meiyun smiled. Han Chen also laughed. In the afternoon, Lin Weilin took a gong and knocked everywhere and summoned everyone to a meeting at the grain drying field. Everyone thought there was something big, and after telling each other, it took about 20 minutes for everyone to gather together. Everyone was talking about it, and they didn't know what was going on. If it's okay, Lin Weilin won't beat gongs and drums to call everyone to gather. After all, this is to delay production. "Everyone, be quiet." Lin Weilin took the gong and struck it twice. The scene quickly became quiet, looking at Lin Weilin in unison, wondering what he was going to say. The Shen family came early, because before the meeting, Lin Weilin came to notify them in advance, so the family plus Han Chen were standing in the front row. "The main reason why we brought the big guys together today is that there is a good thing I want to tell you, which is related to whether our brigade can live a good life in the future." Lin Weilin cleared his throat and said. Good life is a key word. As long as it is a person, there is no one who does not want to live a good life, so everyone looked at Lin Weilin with an expectant face, waiting for his next step. "That's right, our village decided to build a workshop, which is to make clothes, which was applied for by the commune leaders, reasonable and legal. As long as the workshop is completed, our brigade can solve the employment problem of many people, and again, if we have more and more orders, it is not impossible to build a factory." Lin Weilin said impassionedly, but as they had imagined at the beginning, many people's first reaction to this matter was actually not happy, but questioned. "Captain, why didn't we hear any news before? Isn't this too hasty? What if we can't sell it after we are built? Not all smashed in your hands?" "That's right, who can guarantee that we will definitely make money?" There are so many state-owned garment factories, how can people buy our things? Isn't that it? Don't put money in it when the time comes, and you won't be able to get it back. Lin Meiyun was not surprised. After all, the current situation was something he and Lin Meiyun had thought of for a long time. The reason why I didn't say this matter before was that I didn't want everyone to be distracted, and the dust had settled, so I will say this, let's say it, is there anyone willing to fight? The way we take this time is not to invest with the whole brigade. Let me put it this way, if everyone is unwilling to invest money, someone is willing to invest all. In the future, all the income of our brigade's workshop will be this person. If someone sees that others are making money, they will want to invest more. That is not possible. Of course, any risks are also borne by investors, so now I give you time to think about it. If you are willing to invest, come to the brigade headquarters tomorrow to tell me. This is the detail that Lin Meiyun added to him yesterday. He felt that this was very good, and the reason why he did not directly tell them that he had received the order from the supply and marketing cooperative was because he was afraid that some people would think that there was a way out anyway, so they came to invest. Lin Meiyun didn't think so much before, but Lin Meiyun told himself that even if he wanted to partner, he had to be a partner, and he couldn't do it just by looking at making money, and he was unwilling to do it if he didn't make money. Lin Meiyun also pondered for a night, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that what Lin Meiyun said made sense, so this matter was decided. Anyway, it was all about building workshops. No matter who paid more dividends, it could solve many employment problems in the village. After all, investors are also doing good things for the collective, and no one will go online. Even if the revolutionary committee comes, there is a reason to say. After saying this, everyone dispersed. They are all in groups of 3 or 5, or families together, all talking about this matter. Hani Chen also asked Lin Meiyun beside him, since it's what you want to do, should I still intervene? This is up to you, I'll talk to you specifically when I go back. Lin Meiyun said. In fact, even if the Shin family wants to get all the shares, it is not impossible, especially Lin Meiyun has treasures there. Even if the money is not enough, she can find a way. But Lin Meiyun also knows a truth, that is, the gun shoots the first bird. Even if it is nominally contributing to the production team, but if there is only one person, it is really difficult to define whether it is a collective cause. So Lin Meiyun will not take all the shares no matter what. Besides, Lin Weilin is also an insider, and it is impossible for him not to get involved. As for Hani Chen, he will be a family in the future, and it is okay to invest some now, but it should not be too much, and the specific amount needs to be discussed again. This night, the entire production team was not calm. Lin Weilin was not very hearted, but he also wanted to get 10% of the shares, so he was discussing this matter with his daughter-in-law at home. On the side of the old house, Lin Yonghai's eyes were shining, and he felt that this matter was an opportunity. Daughter-in-law, I want to try. Fang Yan curled her lips, how can our family have so much money? Lin Yonghai said, it's not that you have to invest much, listen to the captain's meaning, it should be that as long as the money exceeds 1% of the shares, you can get dividends. Even if it's 1%, you must build a workshop to make clothes, the site can't be too small, and you have to use a sewing machine to make clothes, right? Even this 1% is not a lot. Fang Yan still felt unstable. But this time Lin Yonghai unexpectedly insisted, you give me the money that was divided before, I must try, if it really happens, our life will be better in the future, if it can't be done, the big deal is that we will be tired at work in the future, and we can also live our lives. Fang Yun was very reluctant to take out this money. After all, even when they were separated, they didn't get much. Fortunately, they had just divided the grain not long ago, and they also got a little money, although it was not much, but it was not impossible to take out the money from the separation. That is, the family's savings could only shrink sharply. Okay. Although he was very reluctant, but after being a pillow person for so many years, Fang Yun also knew Lin Yonghai very well, and he was determined at first glance, so he let him go. The big house was also discussing this matter, and Lin Dalin was not completely idea-free, so he also mentioned it. Fang Sui disagreed, everyone is really a fool, if this money is so easy to earn, I will give you an omelette in the palm of my hand. Didn't you say that you would sell the clothes you made in the future? Lin Dalin frowned, feeling that Fang Sui's eyelids were shallow. You know a fart. Where to sell? Fang Sui's face was full of impatience, you said that if it can really be sold, can everyone know about this? Lin Dalin is actually not a very assertive person, and when Fang Sui said this, he hesitated. But if we can really sell it, won't we miss this opportunity? Although he still said so, Lin Dalin's voice was obviously much quieter, and he didn't sound so firm. Anyway, I resolutely don't agree to this matter. We are not married yet, and we have no money when the time comes. How can we marry him a daughter-in-law? Feng Shui's attitude is very resolute. So this matter is over. The old couple of the Shen family does not have this idea. After all, they are also old, and they just want to live a good life. Of course, it was not only the Shen family who discussed this matter, but many people were discussing it. Lin Meiyun's. If you want to invest, don't invest too much. Anyway, we can add up to 60% of the shares, and we are afraid of encountering that kind of unreasonable and jealous, and we will still cause trouble when the time comes. Lin Meiyun said. Hani Chen nodded. Then I'll be 10%, you can rest assured. My participation in this matter is actually a guarantee. After all, I am also meritorious, although I am discharged from the army, but no matter when, there will be some preferential treatment. Hani Chen said. In fact, he doesn't have to participate in this matter, whether he makes money or not is secondary, and he also wants to make this matter a little more stable. Lin Meiyun nodded, spoke for a while, and everyone went back to their rooms to sleep. After all, Hani Chen just came back today, and it was not easy to live at home, so he could only sleep here for a day for the time being, and then clean up tomorrow. Early the next morning, Lin Meiyun and Hani Chen walked towards the brigade headquarters. Chen Lianhua and Lin Wenhao Lin Wuhai did not go, so there were only the two of them. On the way, I also met many people who went to work, and when I saw them walking that way, I asked, Shenjianir, Sherya, are you going to the brigade headquarters? Shouldn't it be about participating in the Reishizi workshop? Ouch, don't be this wrong, boss. Which of these mud legs in our 10 miles and 8 villages cannot survive by relying on the ground? Others don't have any side hustles. Thank you for your concern, but he and I both want to try. Everyone knows who he is in Lin Meiyun's mouth, so naturally it is Hani Chen. Oh, Xiaoyi is not going back to the army? Everyone heard the key from Lin Meiyun's words. After all, Hani Chen was going to participate in this matter, so most likely he wouldn't go back. Hey, isn't it just that I was injured before and retreated? Lin Meiyun deliberately made a depressed look, looking as if he was disappointed because of Hani Chen's discharge from the army. After the two left, those who did not go to the brigade headquarters began to talk. So Hani Chen really retired? That's right, you shouldn't be happy to hear Xinjianier like this, right? Can that be happy? Before, Hani Chen was an official anyway, so much salary every month. Now that she has retired and has no salary, can she be willing? TSK. Now Lin Wuqian has gone to work in the county seat again. Can he still look down on this son-in-law? No, there is no parent or relative at home to help, so if you get married, you will have to suffer. It is probably a common problem. Some people just can't see others better than themselves, and they will feel very comfortable when they see others unlucky. Now these people who say sarcastic things are such a mentality. Originally the Shen family was in the limelight. First Lin Meiyun saved people, the leaders personally came to send penance, and also sent so many things, a job quota. It is enough to make people jealous. These people are not good in their hearts. Obviously they were the same people before, but they are watching the days get better and better. They are still standing still. Now I can finally take a look at the jokes of the Shen family, which resonated all of a sudden, and people gathered together in twos and threes to have a fierce discussion about Hani Chen's retirement. When Lin Meiyun and Hani Chen walked to the brigade headquarters, they actually found that many people had come, but most of them should have come to see the fun. There were still a few people in the brigade headquarters, and what surprised Lin Meiyun was that her second uncle was actually here. Lin Meiyun walked in and said hello to Lin Yonghai, second uncle. Lin Yonghai also looked very happy, his eyebrows were curved. Near is here? Lin Meiyun was not surprised at all that he came. He always felt that his niece was smart. Lin Meiyun couldn't think of anything he could think of, and the third siblings were also powerful, and they would definitely not give up this opportunity. In addition to Lin Yonghai, there are a few other people Lin Meiyun also watched. Most of them are people who have something to do with the cadres of the brigade. From this point of view, many people are still unconscious, and these people will come, most of whom are the cadres of the brigade. The rest of the people who came by themselves were Lin Yonghai and two other people, and there were more than a dozen people in total. Preliminary calculations are about 2,000 yuan for the initial investment, and the sewing machine can only be bought temporarily, and this ticket has to find a way to get it. As for what to think, of course, it is the black market, but this can't be said. Everyone will say that it is made up at that time. I didn't expect that everyone really had a bit of a family background these days, and they all came with money. At this time, Lin Meiyun must explain this situation clearly to everyone, otherwise he will not find that he can get as many shares as he imagined after everyone pays the money, which will definitely not be happy. In fact, these people who came today, except for Lin Yonghai and the other two people who came by themselves, didn't know the situation, and the others knew more or less. There is another thing I must make clear to you in advance, that is, Comrade Lin Meiyun played a key role in this incident, and in the future, Comrade Lin Meiyun will run for the cooperation between supply and marketing cooperatives and textile factories, so Comrade Lin Meiyun can account for 30% of the dry shares. Lin Weilin said, and by the way, he glanced at the crowd to see their reaction. As expected, no one else reacted except for those two people. 30? Could it be too much? Even without her, wouldn't we still be able to do it if we invested money? One of the men said. Lin Weilin glanced at him and said, this is not mandatory, if you don't want to quit, and you just said that, I can answer you now, if it weren't for Comrade Lin Meiyun, we really wouldn't be able to do it. Do you think this matter was decided on the fly? In fact, Comrade Lin Meiyun and I have been preparing for a long time. You think that what can be done by touching the mouth? Comrade Lin Meiyun doesn't know how many days it took to make a plan for the commune, textile factory, and supply and marketing cooperative, and I can convene everyone to talk about this matter. That must be eyebrows. At least even if we produce clothing right now, the town supply and marketing cooperative can buy it. In this way, do you still think that you can do the same without Comrade Lin Meiyun? I don't say anything else, the director of the supply and marketing cooperative can agree to buy our things, or because Comrade Lin Meiyun's previous good people and good deeds were published in the newspaper, and they gave this face. Lin Weilin said so much in one breath. He was also very thirsty, so he picked up the enamel cup in front of him and drank all the water inside. And this kind of thing? The man was immediately speechless. He was unhappy at first because he didn't know how much role Lin Meiyun played in it, but now that he knows, he really can't say a word. Others have long been mentally prepared, so this decision was passed unanimously. In fact, everyone has preliminarily calculated at home how much it costs to build a workshop, so they also have an estimate in their hearts, knowing how many shares they can buy with their own money, so they all know what the concept of 30% of the shares in Lin Meiyun's hand is. But in the future, people will have to go to the market, and they have no use except to pay money, and it is normal to think about it. If they are asked to go to the director of the supply and marketing cooperative or the textile factory to talk about things, I am afraid that they will not be able to say a word. If you can't even pull business, what can you talk about making money? This time, 70% of the shares are a total of 2,700 yuan, and everyone buys the shares they need according to 30 yuan a share, and what expenses are involved later, then everyone has to give according to this amount. Because Hani Chen still had to make a move, Lin Meiyun originally planned to take another 20% of the shares and turn it into 15, so she had to pay 450 yuan to sleep on her side. It is not surprising that she can take out this money. After all, Fangxing brought so many things when he came to thank him before, and everyone didn't know if he had money, plus Chen Lianhua's family could support them, maybe there was money they took in it. Although it is less than 5%, Lin Meiyun also has 55% of the shares in his hands, and he can already have full decision-making power. Lin Meiyun did this, and she didn't want anyone to point fingers at her work. These people are not everyone familiar with them, they invest, just wait to share the money. If there is someone who doesn't know how to pretend to understand, it is also uncomfortable. Hani Chen paid 300 yuan and won 10% of the shares. Everyone else was dumbfounded, and then looked at the dozens of hundreds of yuan in his hand, and felt a little embarrassed. But it can't be compared with others. How many years of salary has Hani Chen earned? Not to mention 300 yuan, that is, 600, it is estimated that it is very easy to take it out. Lin Weilin won another 10%, leaving only 35% of the shares. Several cadres of the brigade took away another 15 shares from their families, and finally only 20 shares were left to share with others. However, some people didn't want to invest a lot in the first place. After all, if they account for a lot of shares, the investment is also large, and if something goes wrong at that time, the loss will be the greatest. They just want to give it a try. They can be the best, and they can't lose too much if they can't. So even if the shares were determined, Lin Weilin wrote a contract by hand, writing clearly about everyone's shares, and finally wrote a lot of matters, including if someone did something that deliberately harmed the collective interests, everyone had the right to use the shares in their hands to vote people out, and the shares could only be returned according to the original standards. In other words, even if the workshop can earn 10,000 yuan a year in the future, someone can only recover his shares at the price of 30 yuan per share if he is expelled for violating the regulations. This was proposed by Lin Meiyun, and she was worried that someone would want to take advantage of the loophole. Regarding these terms and conditions, Lin Weilin also made it clear, these things are to say them first and then not mess up, and wait for everyone to sign their names and press their handprints, and then put away their respective copies. Lin Meiyun and Han Yichen also got one each, although it is not a very standardized contract in later generations, but it can be regarded as a guarantee. After all, if someone comes out of the moth, everyone else here can take this out. After signing, everyone discusses the follow-up together. Captain, we don't understand these things either. Since everyone is sitting here, then what you say, we will do whatever we want. It was the scorer of the brigade who spoke, and he also knew a little inside story, so today he also came with the money he had saved over the years. As soon as he said this, others echoed it again and again. That's right, we are the big boss. If we don't have some money in our hands, we can't even think about participating in this kind of thing. Or the captain and Shinjianeer, how do you do it? Everyone's face was excited. After all, it was not an easy thing to make up their minds to take out the money. Since they made this decision, it was to make money by pointing to this. If they could really turn over, then they would have a good life. Lin Weilin looked at Lin Meiyun, wanting to see what she said. If you want to talk about doing business, Lin Weilin is really not good. Lin Meiyun glanced at everyone, said, our first step is to build a workshop. In order to reduce costs, we can ask the villagers to help. When the time comes, just give some wages or take care of the food, and then recruit people with good skills. The samples I gave to the supply and marketing cooperative were made by my mother, and we have to recruit people with this craft. Of course, when the sewing machine is bought, it will not be too difficult, and then the design of the clothes is what I am doing, but it is a little more difficult to do than ordinary clothes, and the requirements for the craftsmanship are naturally higher. Lin Meiyun said very clearly, that is, he was worried that these people wanted to stuff their family members over because they accounted for the shares, which is really not what everyone can do, at least in the early stage, because they can't buy a lot of sewing machines now. If the scale is expanded in the future, the assembly line management requirements will not be so high. Lin Meiyun's words can actually be regarded as a reminder to everyone. Some people really have such thoughts, and now Lin Meiyun said this, and he didn't know whether to mention it. She didn't disappoint everyone too much, she just said, we are doing this, we must hope to make a name for ourselves, and we don't want our money to be wasted, right? So in the matter of hiring people, we have to be cautious. My suggestion is that we organize an assessment, give everyone a little rags, and sew a pattern each. After all, what we have to deal with is the defective cloth of the textile factory, so there are still some requirements for the embroiderers. No one can say that her proposal is wrong. After all, it is an open recruitment, and there is an assessment, which is quite fair to everyone. Including Chen Lianhua also wants to participate in the assessment, not for anything else, just to convince everyone. Even if the business of the supply and marketing cooperative can be negotiated, Chen Lianhua is also indispensable. At this time, Han Yichen also added, I still do it about sewing air tickets. I know a lot of friends, it shouldn't be a problem to get a few tickets. If you really go to change it, you can't afford to check it, we still have to be in case. After all, the black market is still very sensitive in this era, unless it is a last resort, otherwise ordinary people are really unwilling to go. Lin Meiyun didn't tell Han Yichen about this before he came, and it was only then that he remembered that it was easy to get some votes in the army, and the treatment of the army was still very good, and Han Yichen had a way in this regard. The details have been discussed, and the next step is to announce this matter. It's good to leave these things to Lin Weilin, he knows what kind of person to choose, and those who can be captains are not fools. On the way back, Lin Meiyun asked Han Yichen, do you want several sewing tickets? Will it be more troublesome for you to get them? No, I was alone before, and many of the unused tickets were given to my comrades in arms with better relationships, but now I need it, and writing a letter was not a big problem in the past. Han Yichen said. What he said is true. When he was not engaged to Lin Meiyun before, he was alone, and he didn't have any parents or brothers at home, so naturally he couldn't spend so many tickets, and even food and housing were in the army, and he could save a lot of money by himself. If he encounters his brothers in need, he will take out his ticket, sometimes it is exchanged, and the one with a particularly iron relationship will be given directly. He had met several times before that his soldiers were going to get married and needed all kinds of tickets, and he took them out. If he needs them now, he really has seen the wrong person, but Hani Chen still believes in his brothers. Hearing him say this, Lin Meiyun didn't say anything. As long as he wouldn't be embarrassed, anyway, he wouldn't let him suffer. He took out the sewing ticket, they gave him money, although it was similar to going to the black market to exchange, but for the brigade, this was safer. After arriving home, Hani Chen went directly to write a letter, and he could go to the post office to send it in the afternoon. How long will it take if they send the ticket? Lin Meiyun asked when he saw him writing the letter. The troops I was in before were actually not too far from our side, but it definitely took 5 days to go back and forth, and if I made up another ticket, it might take 6 or 7 days. Hani Chen replied. Lin Meiyun nodded, this matter is not in a hurry, besides, even if they want to buy a sewing machine, they have to go to the supply and marketing cooperative to say it, let them buy back. Especially in the town supply and marketing cooperatives, because the demand here is not large, there is only one sewing machine in the supply and marketing cooperative, and the same is true for bicycles. But this time, Lin Meiyun didn't want to go to the town supply and marketing cooperative to buy a sewing machine, she planned to go to the county seat, although the town supply and marketing cooperative could also get the goods back, but Lin Meiyun planned to make this matter a stepping stone for her to negotiate business with the county supply and marketing cooperative. In the afternoon of the same day, Lin Weilin held another conference so that anyone who was interested could come to participate in the assessment. Of course, each person who wanted to participate brought a piece of broken steps to test the embroiderers on the spot. In fact, it's not that you can't provide broken steps, but the current things are all expensive. If you really come to participate in the assessment, it's okay. I'm afraid that I will meet the kind of people who want to join in the fun and make trouble. If they all come, how much cloth is enough for Huahua? So many people know the news, but anyone who knows a little needlework, there is no one who doesn't want to give it a try. After all, I heard that as long as they can be selected, they can get a salary in the future. Who doesn't want to get paid these days? You can't eat commercial food, but you always have to try the work at your doorstep. So even if they brought their own broken steps to participate in the selection, there were still many people. As an important figure, Lin Meiyun naturally wants to see the results, including the final selection. She is also the key. After all, except for her, the other people who participated in the investment did not know much about these needles and threads. Hani Chen was going to send a letter, so he went out after lunch. The selection venue is in the grain drying field, because this side is spacious enough. Because of this incident, people who did not go to work came to watch the fun, and helped to get stools to facilitate these people participating in the selection. Making clothes not only pays attention to craftsmanship, but also pays attention to speed. After all, it is to be taken out and bought. If you can obviously make 2 clothes a day, because you can only make 1 piece because your hands and feet are slow, that is not good. So Lin Meiyun asked Lin Weilin to give these people a time limit to embroider something for half an hour. After all, there is no need for anything complicated, and the style of this era does not need to be too complicated. Half an hour passed quickly, and everyone took their works to Lin Weilin and Lin Meiyun in order. To be honest, there were not many who could meet the requirements, and a total of dozens of people participated in the selection, most of whom were completely unqualified. Some embroidered flowers, and you can't tell what it is at all, it's just a few lumps of thread made into a shape, and you can barely guess it. Seeing Lin Meiyun like this, she shook her head directly, and she could generally know what it meant. But not everyone is self-aware, such as Feng Sui. She came to participate. After the investment was resolved, the list of those who participated was posted, but it did not show everyone who owned how many shares, but Feng Sui also knew that Lin Meiyun was one of them. In her heart, she was not optimistic about this matter at all, thinking that this Lashizi workshop would not be able to open at all. But this did not prevent her from wanting to earn some salary, even if it was only for a month, so not only did she come, but Lin Lianye was also brought in. Lin Lianye was reluctant at the beginning. If she really went to work, it would not be equivalent to working for Lin Meiyun. But she couldn't resist Feng Sui, so she still came. The mother and daughter took up the works one after another. Feng Sui was full of confidence, feeling that the clothes worn by the family were not all made by themselves. What was so difficult about this? It was easy to get through. Who knew that both mother and daughter were brushed down? She also noticed that many times Lin Weilin gave an answer after watching Lin Meiyun's actions, and it was obvious that Lin Meiyun was a person who could make the decision. Feng Sui stopped. Lin Meiyun, you little cheap hoof, are you determined not to let us earn wages? Why did you brush us down? Her noise directly interrupted the steps of the people behind her, and many people looked towards her. The people who were eliminated before basically didn't leave, and at this time they were all watching the play next to them, just to see what kind of standards they needed to be selected, and maybe they could go up after working hard. But I didn't expect that someone would make a fuss directly because he was not selected. Lin Meiyun looked at Feng Sui for a long time, and finally spoke when Feng Sui was numb from her look. Are you okay? Feng Sui was stunned when asked, what's wrong? I just want to ask you if there is a problem here. Lin Meiyun pointed to the position of his head and said, if there is really something wrong, you go to the doctor. Feng Sui was stunned for a moment, and then looked angry. Are you scolding me? No, I just want to know if you used your brain when you asked this. Not to mention that you two can't see what you embroider at all, and even if you embroider well, we obviously have grievances. What can we do without you? Lin Meiyun said bluntly. Feng Sui's face was extremely ugly. You are avenging your private revenge. Wrong, I'm responsible for everyone, we have personal grievances. Who knows if you come to work, will you do anything? You must know that so many people are involved. If something happens, who is responsible? Do you think I look like a wronged boss? Lin Meiyun's words were reasonable, and Feng Sui couldn't even refute it. Lin Lianya looked at this little cousin, who was not easy to see again after the separation, and felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. They all lived together before, even if Lin Meiyun was in high school in the county, but Lin Lianya didn't feel that the gap between the two could be so big, and now she even had a feeling that they were no longer people from the same world. This feeling has nothing to do with education or family background, but the kind of aura on Lin Meiyun's body that Lin Meiyun did not have before. Even if Lin Meiyun relied on her uncle's family and her parents who favored her before, she was almost unaware of her at home, but Lin Lianya felt that she had changed like a different person after she was thrown and woke up. This made her feel very uncomfortable. Lin Meiyun was now like a fairy above the 9 heavens, but she was dust. Lin Meiyun, even if you are involved in this matter, you are not the one who has the final say. Can we pass it? Why did you make a decision alone? Lin Lianya's dissatisfaction was basically written on her face. Lin Meiyun rubbed her eyebrows and looked at Lin Weilin with a headache. Lin Weilin received the signal and immediately stood up. You two don't be unreasonable. This matter has been decided to let Comrade Lin Meiyun make a decision after we discussed it, and not to mention Comrade Lin Meiyun, even a few of us bosses who don't know much don't look down on you as a. He wanted to say something, but found that he really didn't know what they were embroidering, so he simply shut up in the end. The others also nodded, and they didn't look down on it. Really, it turned out that even if they made trouble, they couldn't make a name for themselves, and soon the people behind them began to take their own works and stepped forward, and when they passed by Feng Sui's mother and daughter, they were still saying, if you don't get elected, hurry up and leave, and you can make trouble until you get elected? Then everyone is here. Delay everyone's time. Not to mention the quinoa of the people who were not selected at the beginning. Some people are really thinking, if Feng Sui and the others make trouble until Lin Weilin promises them to go to work, then they will also make trouble. So Feng Sui's behavior is really stupid. Even if Lin Meiyun avenges his personal revenge, their works are really good, and it is impossible for them to change their minds when they make trouble, otherwise everyone will follow suit. Although most of them are here to join in the fun, the advantage is that there are many people participating, and there are many people who can do needlework in this era, and they really let Lin Meiyun and the others choose a dozen. But this is a little more than the original number. Lin Meiyun pondered for a while and then pulled Lin Weilin to speak. Lin Weilin's eyes were visible to the naked eye and brighter. This method is good. Lin Weilin nodded appreciatively. So these dozen people were used, but not according to how much they were paid each month, but how much a piece of clothing cost. Lin Meiyun had already calculated before. According to their purchase price, the profit of a piece of clothing is about 3 yuan, which is the profit after counting the salary, which is very good. There is no problem for more than a dozen people to make 20 clothes a day according to the slowest situation, so that the daily profit is 60 yuan, if there are more hands and feet, but to ensure the quality, those people before really can't ask for it. But now more than a dozen people are completely enough. After all, it is impossible for the supply and marketing cooperative to buy so many clothes every day. Lin Meiyun must still have to find other ways out. To be honest, according to preliminary calculations, it will take at most 2 months, and those who invest will be able to fully recover their capital, and when they wait for the future, it will be a pure profit. Now I'll talk about the algorithm of wages. Considering that many people in our village have to take care of their children, and sometimes they have to cook or something, so we give a piece of work, a piece of clothing to Sanmao's handicraft, that is to say, even if you only make one piece of clothing a day, it will cost 9 yuan a month. If you work hard, it is still very easy to get 15 yuan a month. Do you have any objections? They had never heard of this piecework method, thinking that as long as they were selected for a month, they would get a fixed salary, but they didn't expect that they were thinking too much. But this is actually fairer and can also improve everyone's enthusiasm. The elected person naturally had no opinion, and he was very happy to think that he could get a salary of more than 10 yuan or even 20 yuan by making clothes casually in the future. You must know that even the regular employees of the county state-owned factory only have a salary of 36 yuan a month, and rural people work even harder and have little money all year round. After all, as long as you have money, you can spend money to buy it when you divide the food, and it is cheaper to buy food in the brigade, not to mention that you don't need a ticket, and the money you earn back is definitely enough for your family to eat for a while. Feng Shui's mother and daughter naturally heard it, and they were so angry that Feng Shui had a big quarrel with Lin Dalen after returning home. Lin Dalen, I think the third room is not good for us. Lin Dalen was so annoyed that he had said before that he wanted to invest the money but was stopped by Feng Shui, but today he found that the second brother and his little niece had gone to invest money, and when they sat on it and decided whether Feng Shui and Lin Meiyun could work over there, he felt particularly uncomfortable in his heart. It's as if he didn't invest this money and was shorter than the second and third bedrooms. What are you still making trouble about? If you hadn't stopped me, if I had invested this money, I would have made it impossible for you to even go to work. Feng Shui curled her lips. It's like you can let us in if you invest money. Didn't the second families can't get in? There are a few other families, not even failed to get in. To put it bluntly, Lin Meiyun still has the final say on this matter, she just can't see us well. Lin Dalen was so frightened that he couldn't speak, he only felt like there was something stuck in his throat, he couldn't go up or down, so he simply went out the door. Where are you going? Haven't you eaten? Feng Shui asked in her throat. Don't eat it. Lin Dalen replied without looking back. Feng Shui curled her lips and complained to Lin Meiyun, your father doesn't know what's wrong with this time, he always runs out, and so does your brother. Everyone in the big room today was not in a very good mood. Lin Meiyun was naturally no exception. The gap between Lin Meiyun and herself was already so big, she even felt that when she came back in disgrace, everyone was watching her jokes. No matter how bad they are, they haven't heard you say a word about them? Lin Meiyun finished speaking in a bad tone, and turned back to her room. After Feng Shui was stunned for 2 seconds, she began to curse, Am I wrong? Am I wrong to serve your family every day? She stood in the yard and scolded for a long time until the second room and the 2 old men came back, and she rushed directly to Lin Yonghai. Second brother, tell me, can you get me to work if you invest money? Lin Yonghai was suddenly stopped by his sister-in-law and looked confused. Sister-in-law, this is open and transparent, and I can go up if I have the ability, and I don't have the final say. Feng Shui said in disgust, Look, your eldest brother wanted to invest that money before, but I stopped him. It was useless to invest money. Anyway, I couldn't speak. Besides, I don't know how long this can be done. I don't know if I can sell the clothes to anyone. Sooner or later it will fall. She crackled a bunch of words, which made people speechless. Old Mrs. Lin even began to scold directly, I think you are a heartless thing. If you can't speak, don't talk. Her second son invested money, and the third son's family also invested money, and she directly began to curse the workshop to close down, which was really annoying. After the separation, Feng Shui was not so afraid of her mother-in-law, and she became angry. Now the third family is really developed, not to mention the workers, there is still so much money to take out to invest in that workshop, life is really better, but it seems that I haven't seen them come over to deliver things to you during this time, right? Old Mrs. Lin choked. In fact, she herself knew why the third family didn't come over during this time. The rumors of Zhou Qin and Lin Wenhao were boiling 2 days ago. If it weren't for the fact that there was a workshop in the past 2 days to suppress the heat, the most talked about designation now is also this topic. And as long as you go out and ask, the third family can know, so this is probably the reason why you haven't come here in the past few days. But will Mrs. Lin admit it? Of course not. Haven't you seen how busy these 2 days have been? You think it's the same as you, if you don't do anything for a day, you know how to provoke trouble. Feng Shui pouted and entered her room. Don't think that she didn't know that the old lady of Lin Wenhao was also an accomplice. With the character of the third family, it would be strange if she could take care of the old lady in the future. After the number of people and candidates were determined, Lin Meiyun discussed the details with Lin Weilin again, and then went home. When she went home, Hani Chen hadn't come back yet, only Chen Lianhua was by her side. Chen Lianhua was naturally chosen, but the mood now doesn't look very good. Now the old house is really bullying more and more, and I'm talking there in front of so many people. If I hadn't thought that too many people were bad, I really wanted to go up and tear her mouth apart. And your mother, I didn't think she was such an unclear old lady before, and now I don't know what's going on. If it weren't for the fact that the workshop in the past 2 days had attracted everyone's attention, your eldest brother's rumors would probably not have gone down. There is no one Chen Lianhua likes from the people over there in the old house. Mom, it's okay, no one can afford this matter during this time, and with Aunt Jiang here, this matter will have to be made clear sooner or later. Lin Meiyun comforted. However, it was not that they thought it was so simple, especially after seeing Lin Meiyun talking so well in the team today. Zhou Qin's mind began to come alive again. When class was out of class that day, Zhou Qin went to Lin Wenhao's class. Because of the rumors during this time, Lin Wenhao basically didn't go to the office even after class in order to avoid her, so she could only find someone on the class side. Comrade Lin Wenhao! Zhou Qin shouted. Lin Wenhao turned his head to look at the door, and when he saw that it was Zhou Qin, he turned his head again, unwilling to pay attention. Zhou Qin was not discouraged. Comrade Lin Wenhao, I really have something to do with you. Lin Wenhao still ignored it. Seeing that class was about to start, Zhou Qin bit her lip and could only leave in despair, but she was thinking about how to marry Lin Wenhao in her heart. And Lin Qingqing also returned to the brigade at this time, and in order to take a few days off, she also fought wits and courage with the leader for a long time. Finally asked for leave, and Lin Qingqing went directly to Shen's house as soon as she came back. Listen to the rainbow, listen to the rainbow. Her voice immediately attracted the attention of the mother and daughter, and Lin Meiyun had a melon-eating smile on the corner of her mouth. Qingqing, did you really ask for leave? Lin Qingqing glanced at Chen Lianhua in the yard and made a shhh gesture. He must be coming back, I want to see where that Zhou Qin came from. Lin Qingqing said this very quietly, and only she and Lin Meiyun could hear it. They all went to school in the county seat before, but in fact, they didn't know much about educated youth. This time I heard that a female educated youth was pestering Lin Wenhao. Where could she still sit? Can there be a day when you come back this time? Lin Meiyun asked. It's only 3 days, or I finally got a leave, and I have to deduct my salary. Lin Qingqing said painfully. Tisk. Lin Meiyun turned her head to Chen Lianhua and shouted, Mom, I'll go out with Qingqing. Okay. Watching the time, I almost came back to eat. Chen Lianhua shouted. Got it. After saying that, Lin Meiyun went out with Lin Qingqing. Where are we going now? Lin Qingqing's mind was full of question marks. Go out for a walk, it's not a place to talk at home, do you want my mother to know? Lin Meiyun looked at Lin Qingqing mockingly. Lin Qingqing's face turned red with a miso, no. The two chatted as they walked outside. When I came back, I heard that you and my dad were doing that workshop, and several people asked me, is it true? Does our brigade really want to supply and marketing cooperatives? Lin Qingqing asked. Of course it's true, since this matter has come out, it must be a real hammer. Uncle should have gone to contact the materials, and we will start building a workshop soon. Lin Meiyun replied. No wonder you were mysterious before, to be honest, I really want to know how you persuaded our director, she doesn't seem to be such a talkative person. Lin Qingqing still admires Lin Meiyun. Others don't know, she still knows very well when she works in the supply and marketing cooperative. First, the supply channels of the supply and marketing cooperative are basically fixed, and she will not easily agree to supply a collective industry that has not yet taken shape. Secondly, Swabilan herself is a very strong woman, and she is not so easy to be moved, but in fact, Lin Meiyun has only met directors once. The mountain man has his own clever plan. Lin Meiyun said meaningfully. Cut. Look at what you are proud of. Lin Qingqing went to scratch her. The two of them were fighting and actually walked to the village primary school. After looking at each other, Lin Meiyun asked, do you want to go in and take a look? Just take a look, I'm here to meet this woman, but... Lin Qingqing leaned into Lin Meiyun's ear and asked in a low voice, do you think I want to tell Brother Wen what I think when I come back this time? After all, I am working in the county seat now, and I don't have much time to come back. If I don't say it again, what if Brother Wen really looks at each other with the right eye? Lin Meiyun nodded, what you said makes sense, but have you ever thought about what if my brother is not interested in you? After all, he had said before that he had no idea of dealing with a partner for the time being. This is to be made clear to Lin Qingqing, although this girl looks carefree, but she is actually very sensitive. If she doesn't say it clearly, what if she hurts her heart? One is her own good sister, the other is her eldest brother. She doesn't want to hurt any of them, but the good sister wants to be her sister-in-law. She wants to assist whatever she says, right? But I didn't expect Lin Qingqing to be very open in this regard. 7 I know, if I am rejected, I will not be discouraged. Anyway, Brother Wen has not found the girl he likes now. I still have a chance, right? Not to mention that after going to work in the town supply and marketing cooperative, Lin Qingqing really dressed up a lot, and she doesn't often roam wildly in the mountains, and she looks much whiter, which is strangely good-looking. So the two walked directly into the village primary school and came to the outside of Lin Wenhao's class. Lin Wenhao was in class at this time, and the appearance of standing on the stage with his eyebrows dancing was still very attractive. He himself is good-looking, and his lectures are also humorous. Lin Qingqing directly fell in love with it, and said to Lin Meiyun beside him, "Meiyun, if our previous teachers were like Brother Wen, maybe my grades could be similar to yours." Lin Meiyun looked at her speechlessly. "I think what you want to say is that if our former teacher can be as handsome as my brother, you will definitely listen to the lecture, right?" Was ruthlessly debunked by the good sisters. Lin Qingqing didn't feel embarrassed. She didn't think there was anything wrong with her like this. Anyway, she just thought that Brother Wen was handsome. Lin Wenhao's peripheral vision also saw the little sister outside the door and Lin Qingqing, but at this time she was still in class and did not come out to talk to them, so Lin Meiyun and Lin Qingqing had been watching quietly outside. Until the sound of the gong sounded, the class was over. Lin Meiyun and Lin Qingqing were about to go over when they saw a woman rushing out of the classroom 2 classes apart, heading straight towards Lin Wenhao's class. Lin Meiyun. Lin Qingqing, what's wrong? You were chased by a dog. Although she is not familiar with Zhou Qin, she also knows her. After all, there are only a few educated youths in the brigade, and she still has more memories. When Lin Wenhao saw Zhou Qin, he only felt a headache. "Comrade Zhou Qin, can you not bother me? We are all teachers, role models for children. What do you look like this?" During this time, I was really annoyed by Zhou Qin. In fact, Lin Wenhao is a very gentle person, and he generally won't speak so rudely to lesbians, but Brother Zhou Qin is really a bit. Listen to Brother Wen. Just when Zhou Qin wanted to say something, Lin Qingqing made a sound, stepped forward and glanced at Zhou Qin, with a little contempt in her eyes. There was nothing wrong with pursuing her love, but through Lin Meiyun's description, Lin Qingqing also knew that this woman's methods were a little out of the picture. Lin Qingqing will never be able to do this kind of thing. After reading books for so many years, she knows that feelings are to be decided by herself, whether it is an arranged marriage, or Zhou Qin's kind of creating public opinion to force others to marry herself. She will never get the other party's sincerity. So even if I have liked Lin Wenhao for a long time, I have never thought of telling Lin Weilin or Lin Guiqiang about this, but I don't want to add pressure to Lin Wenhao. Qingqing. Lin Wenhao was obviously much gentler towards Lin Qingqing, which made Zhou Qin suddenly sound the alarm. "Comrade Lin Wenhao, do you have time?" Zhou Qin asked. Before Lin Wenhao could answer, Lin Qingqing preemptively said, "He didn't, because I have something to do with him now." Gave Lin Wenhao a wink, and Lin Wenhao immediately understood what Lin Qingqing meant. "Then let's go." Now that school is over, they left directly. Lin Meiyun stayed to help Lin Wenhao watch, because the teacher could only go home after the children went home. In order to escape from Zhou Qin, Lin Wenhao left his little sister for the first time and left first. Lin Meiyun glanced at Zhou Qin, then went straight to the classroom and told the children that Lin Wenhao had something to do, and she would accompany everyone here to wait for the parents to come. In fact, not every child has a parent to pick them up, and some go by themselves first. Some families are more concerned about it, so they pick it up in person, but they are a minority. Zhou Qin also had to wait until the children were gone. The children in Lin Wenhao's class all left. Lin Meiyun helped close the classroom door, and then prepared to go home, but was stopped by Zhou Qin. "Comrade Lin Meiyun." Zhou Qin walked over generously. Lin Meiyun frowned, not knowing what she was calling herself for. "Is there something wrong?" Zhou Qin smiled and nodded. "Can I talk to you?" "I still have to go home." "We can be together," Zhou Qin said. "The educated youth point and my family are not in the same direction at all." Lin Meiyun was speechless. "You can get familiar with it first, right? Maybe we will be a family in the future," Zhou Qin said meaningfully. Lin Meiyun frowned. She hated Zhou Qin's natural tone, as if her and Lin Wenhao's affairs were already a foregone conclusion, but Lin Meiyun has always been rude to this kind of person with an improper mind. Comrade Zhou Qin, you can eat indiscriminately, but you can't talk nonsense. We can never become a family. You should have heard something. My right to speak in my family. To be honest, if there is really someone who wants to become my sister-in-law, it will definitely not be you. As long as I don't agree, no one will agree. Lin Meiyun's words can be said to be very conceited, but in fact, everyone who knows how Lin Guoqiang and Chen Lianhua treat Lin Meiyun knows that what she said is not a lie. As long as she doesn't agree, even if Zhou Qin wins everyone's consent, it is impossible to enter the door. Zhou Qin's face was very ugly, but she knew that what Lin Meiyun said was the truth, and if it weren't for understanding Lin Meiyun's status in the Shen family too much, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to talk to her. I just never thought that Lin Meiyun would say it so clearly. Comrade Lin Meiyun, I am sincere to Comrade Lin Wenhao. I don't know how your opinion of me is so big. Zhou Qin's eyes were red, as if she had suffered a great grievance. Lin Meiyun shook his head when he saw it. It turned out that green tea was really not a specialty of later generations. Was there so much in this era? She hasn't been here for a long time, but she's really seen a lot. Comrade Zhou Qin, I don't say it so thoroughly. I want to save you some face. Who do you really think you can hide from that little action you made behind your back? I don't know what kind of mentality you have to marry my eldest brother, but you still die with this heart, not to mention my eldest brother. Our family doesn't look down on it. After saying that, Lin Meiyun left directly without looking back, and on the way happened to meet Han Yichen, who was returning from the town, and the two went back together. Seeing that Lin Meiyun seemed to be a little angry, Han Yichen was also confused. What's wrong with you? So Lin Meiyun told Han Yichen about this. Han Yichen was stunned when he heard it. In the end, people in this era are relatively feudal, so even Han Yichen is not very good at understanding Zhou Qin's brain circuits. After Lin Qingqing and Lin Wenhao walked out of the village primary school together, they walked side by side. Lin Wenhao thought that Lin Qingqing was deliberately helping him out of the siege, so he said to Lin Qingqing beside him, Qingqing, thank you for helping me. Lin Qingqing looked confused. What did I help you with? Lin Wenhao, didn't you come here to help me relieve the siege? Lin Qingqing, it's really a beautiful misunderstanding. Actually, it's not all. I mainly have something I want to tell you. He looked left and right, and made sure that there was no one around, so he whispered, I made a special trip to come back to you this time. After saying this, Lin Qingqing's face was already red, but Lin Wenhao was a stuffy gourd, and he couldn't see Lin Qingqing's meaning at all, and asked, is there something wrong? Lin Qingqing. Something, of course there's something. Plucked up the courage, Lin Qingqing's voice became a little louder. Brother Tingwen, I have liked you for a long time. I want to be with you. If you don't agree, there is nothing to do. Don't be embarrassed. If you are willing to be unwilling. You don't have to be embarrassed because of my relationship with Meiyun. Don't worry, I won't embarrass you. Are you my partner? Meiyun and I are the best sisters. Lin Qingqing's words made Lin Wenhao freeze in place, and then he looked at her small mouth, and the more he talked, the more outrageous it became. Lin Qingqing also wanted to bite off her tongue. She obviously wanted to make a sensational confession. Zay was the kind that the more she said in the end, the more she said, the kind that she wanted to bite off her tongue. I thought Lin Wenhao would refuse directly, but I didn't expect that after Lin Wenhao was stunned, he suddenly laughed out loud. Comrade Lin Qingqing, I will seriously consider this matter. Lin Qingqing's mood suddenly cleared up a lot. He said that he would seriously consider. Does that mean he is very hopeful? After all, when he heard Hong say that Zhou Qin was looking for him, he directly refused. That. Then think about it. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qingqing finally picked up the words, and then felt that it was embarrassing to continue to stay here, so she said to Lin Wenhao, that brother Tingwen, I'll go back first. Before Lin Wenhao could speak, Lin Qingqing ran away. Shaking his head helplessly, Lin Wenhao also went home, and when he got home, he met his little sister's gossip eyes, and he was a little embarrassed. This girl must know, right? Am I still in time for dinner? Lin Guoqiang's voice suddenly came in from outside the door, and Chen Lianhua's face was suddenly overjoyed. Hurriedly trotted out, seeing that it was really Lin Guoqiang, the smile on his face was simply uncontrollable. Why are you back? Lin Guoqiang was aggrieved. I have never been separated from you, and I am not used to being alone, so I asked a colleague to help me stand up for the afternoon, and tomorrow I will be on vacation, and I can stay at home for one night. Then come in quickly, I just cooked. Today, Xiaoya went to the town to buy things of all ages, and tonight is very rich. Chen Lianhua babbled. Hani Chen and Lin Meiyun also stood up to greet Lin Guoqiang, dad/uncle. Lin Wenhao Lin Wuhai also shouted, Dad. Lin Guoqiang is indeed quite lonely living alone in the dormitory, and he is very happy not to see his family, especially when he sees his daughter and Hani Chen. Xiao Yi is retreating? Yes, uncle, I was going to come back and straighten out and then report a letter to you, but I didn't expect you to come back first. Hani Chen replied. Hey, isn't this homesick? Lin Guoqiang scratched the back of his head, it's still my own family. You, others can't ask for such a job, are you still not satisfied? Chen Lianhua said. That being said, when Lin Guoqiang first left, she was still not used to it for several days. The Shin family did not have those rules of eating and sleeping, and Lin Guoqiang washed his hands and ate directly after arriving, and the family chatted while eating. Chen Lianhua and Lin Meiyun also told him everything that happened during Lin Guoqiang's departure, but they didn't say anything about Zhou Qin and Lin Wenhao, so as not to be bad when they just came back. Hearing the big things that his daughter had done during this time, Lin Guoqiang was proud. It's still my daughter's ability. No, I just said that our daughter is very promising, you see, she is just graduated and has done such a big thing. Chen Lianhua did not hesitate to praise herself at all, and she has always been very confident in Lin Meiyun. In Chen Lianhua's heart, if there is something that her daughter can't do, others can't do it either. Although the mother's filter is indispensable, she doesn't know it, but she is proud. Lin Meiyun covered her face. Fortunately, there were no outsiders here. If she was heard by others, she really died, and now she hasn't done anything yet, and the benefits haven't been seen. Her parents' tone is as if she has helped the brigade make money. Xiao Yi won't go to the army in the future, right? Lin Guoqiang asked. Yes, uncle. Hani Chen nodded. Then you and Meiyun's marriage can be considered. Lin Guoqiang said. Chen Lianhua also answered, yes, we really have to prepare for this matter quickly. Next month is our 18th birthday of Meiyun. Mom, will it be too soon? Lin Meiyun looked confused, and as he spoke, he said that he was going to get married. You silly girl, what do you know? Do you think you can get married? There are many things to prepare. Chen Lianhua said with a smile. Lin Meiyun nodded. She was not disgusted with the matter of marriage, firstly because she liked Hani Chen quite a bit, mainly because she was also a face control, and Hani Chen happened to grow on her aesthetics. Secondly, Hani Chen retired for herself, she has nothing to be pretentious. Of course, if she wants to get married, even if Hani Chen doesn't mention it, she will mention that he will be discharged from the army, but she just happened to make an article about this marriage. Lin Meiyun still knows herself, she is not the kind of person who loves boundlessly, her husband gathers less and leaves more, not to mention that as a soldier, he will face many dangers all the time. Whether she is selfish or small, anyway, she can't stand guarding a small family alone and guarding everyone alone. I don't have parents, so I'm going to trouble my uncle and aunt to worry about getting married, but I'm definitely not bad at all. Hani Chen said this, but his face was proud. Okay, know that you are a good boy, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to let Nir get married to you at that time. Chen Lianhua is very satisfied, as long as Hani Chen is good to his daughter, what is there to worry about more? Hani Chen glanced at Lin Meiyun and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that she didn't say anything against her. In fact, he was still a little nervous just now, he was afraid that Lin Meiyun would not want to get married, but fortunately, his little girl was also willing to marry. He only had a bicycle ticket in his hand, but fortunately, when he wrote to his brothers this time, he also talked about asking them to help get another watch ticket and a radio ticket. He got a lot of discharge money, and he must let the little girl marry himself in a beautiful way. After eating, Hani Chen went back to his home, and he had already picked it up over there, so there was no reason to live here anymore, and he was not in a hurry now. When he married the little girl home, he could be together every day, all the time together. Thinking of the near future, when he opened his eyes, he saw Sunshine and Lin Meiyun, and the corners of Hani Chen's mouth couldn't help but hook. Lin Wenhao didn't speak when they talked about marriage, as if he was thinking about something. Lin Qingqing was in the brigade for the next 2 days, and Lin Wenhao also disappeared as soon as he finished school, until the night before Lin Qingqing was going back to work. Lin Qingqing followed Lin Wenhao back to Shen's house and brought a bombshell. What? Chen Lianhua looked at the two people in front of him blankly, and was still a little incompetent for a while. Lin Guoqiang has already returned to the factory, otherwise the current reaction is estimated not to be much better than Chen Lianhua. Lin Wuhai also looked like no, right? Looking at Lin Wenhao's gaze, it was more like looking at a heartless man, saying that you were single together, and you actually had your own partner. Not to mention those who didn't know about them, even Lin Meiyun, who knew what Lin Qingqing was here to do when she came back this time, didn't expect that the progress of the two could actually be so fast. Could it be that this is the legendary female chasing male compartment veil? No, isn't Zhou Qin chasing the eldest brother separated by a steel plate? Ah, in order to celebrate, why don't I cook? Second brother, why don't you call Uncle Wei Jun and Aunt over for a meal together? Lin Meiyun immediately reacted. They are in-laws, and now that the girls have been brought to the door, can't they notify the elders over there? This is the etiquette they should have, and it is indispensable. And Lin Qingqing doesn't know when she will come back next time. After all, she only took 3 days off this time, and it will definitely not be very easy to ask for leave for a long time after that. Ah. Oh. Lin Wuhai also nodded quickly after reacting. Chen Lianhua has lived for so many years, and she is more or less able to bear it, and she also reacted after Lin Meiyun reminded her. Yes, the second child, hurry up and go to your captain's uncle's house. Lin Qingqing was a little embarrassed. Lin Wenhao seemed much calmer after the enlightenment of the unenlightened enlightenment, but Lin Qingqing, who had been bold before, became like a little daughter-in-law. Lin Meiyun went to the kitchen. Hani Chen also came to help. Recently Hani Chen came back. Lin Meiyun's space is not of any use. The main thing is that this guy is going to buy it when he sees that the inventory at home is not much. His tickets are all military tickets, and he can get preferential treatment for anything he buys, no need to queue up, and he doesn't have to be so restricted, so Hani Chen has been going to his home to get good things during this time. So even if you want to invite Lin Weilin and Lin Qingqing's mother Li Shoulan to dinner tonight, the things at home are enough. Lin Meiyun took out the meat and pig's trotters that Hani Chen had just bought, and began to process them directly. The pig's trotters did not plan to stew, she planned to braise them, because the taste in Chuanxi province is generally heavier, and it is enough to boil an egg soup alone for a while. The chickens at home are also competitive, probably because Lin Meiyun feeds them some space well water every day, so the hens not only grow fast, but also lay eggs diligently. But when it comes to laying eggs, these two hens are second in the village, and no chicken dares to say first. Chen Lianhua has been talking about it several times, saying that the chicks this time are good, and if it is suitable, go to match the seeds, hatch the chicks and feed them. When the chicks start laying eggs, the two old hens can retire and be slaughtered directly. In addition, the self-reserved land is also very good. In fact, the Shin family is not lacking in anything other than buying some meat. Lin Weilin and Li Shoulan were still confused when they were called by Lin Wuhai, because they didn't know what was going on. Originally Lin Wuhai also called Lin Qingqing's eldest brother and sister-in-law and younger brother to come together, but Lin Weilin was stunned and did not agree. On the way, I asked Lin Wuhai what was going on, but Lin Wuhai was afraid that he would say something wrong, so he didn't reveal anything, so that when the couple arrived at Shin's house, they saw their daughter and Lin Wenhao sitting together. They are all people who have been here. They are clearly showing off their feelings. What else do they not understand? Lin Weilin darkened his face at that time, not that he was dissatisfied with Lin Wenhao, but he was angry with his girl, and he didn't say a word to them, so that they were not prepared at all. Seeing them coming, Lin Wenhao stood up, but he was not so calm at this time. Uncle, aunt. I was nervous at first sight. Lin Weilin responded sullenly. On the contrary, Li Shoulan is still very happy. She used to feel that her daughter was a few months older than Shin Jian'er, and Shin Jian'er has a partner, and she didn't believe in this at all, so she introduced a few to her, and she was all kinds of faults. Either she thinks that her parents are short or dark, or she thinks that other people's work is not good, but Li Shoulan is sad, and she thinks that her daughter is really unwilling to deal with an object, but she knows that she has actually had a sweetheart for a long time. But this is good. It is said that the mother-in-law is more and more satisfied with her son-in-law. Li Shoulan is no exception, and now who doesn't know that the Shin family's life is good? Lin Wenhao himself is also a cultured person, good-looking, and immediately smiled. Listen to the text. What are you guys? Uncle and aunt, you sit down first. Lin Wenhao moved a stool for them. Then Lin Wenhao and Lin Qingqing stood in front of Lin Weilin and Li Shoulan together, and Chen Lianhua also wiped her hands and hurriedly ran out of the kitchen to greet them. Wei Jun, Shoulan. Chen Lianhua is still a little guilty. Her own son quietly abducted other people's daughters, and there was no news at all before. Uncle, aunt, Qingqing and I are in the same place, and I hope to get your consent. Lin Wenhao said seriously. Lin Weilin frowned. He was still a little uncomfortable in his heart. This kind of dissatisfaction with Lin Wenhao's discomfort. Probably all fathers are like this. After all, the daughter is her own little padded jacket, plus the eldest daughter married like that. There is only such a daughter in front of the family, thinking that the little girl will also marry in the future. So Lin Weilin is still very fond of Lin Qingqing. Doesn't this feel like the silent cabbage has been taken away by someone along with the basin? When did you get there? Lin Weilin asked. Just today. Lin Wenhao told the truth. Didn't the team still rumor about you and Zhou Qin before? Lin Weilin asked. He didn't take this kind of rumor to heart before, but now that his daughter has become the protagonist, he can't help but ask clearly. Dad, that's all fake. It's a rumor that Zhou Qin herself deliberately released, just to force Brother Wen to marry her. Lin Qingqing was afraid that Lin Weilin would misunderstand, so she hurriedly explained. Lin Weilin couldn't go up or down in an instant, and almost choked himself to death. Shut up. Then he looked at Lin Wenhao again. You come. Uncle, this matter is indeed fake. Comrade Zhou Qin came to me before and said that he wanted to be with me. I didn't agree at the time, and then I walked around her, and I don't know how this rumor spread out. Lin Wenhao was frank, because it was originally a rumor, and he didn't have a guilty conscience. But it is said that there is no wind. Lin Weilin did not believe his words immediately. Uncle, I can guarantee that before confirming the relationship with Qingqing, I really didn't have an intimate relationship with any lesbian, and I didn't even take the initiative to talk to lesbians. Lin Wenhao said. He looked calm. In fact, Lin Weilin had basically believed it, but he still didn't show it on his face. Wei Jun, I only found out about the two children today. I'm really embarrassed. Isn't this just asking you to come over for a meal together? Let's discuss? Chen Lianhua interjected at the right time. Okay. In the face of Chen Lianhua, Lin Weilin's attitude was still very good. Lin Meiyun and Hani Chen were smiling as they listened to the conversation outside in the kitchen. Hani Chen said aggrievedly, Meiyun, it seems that the time for us to get married has to be pushed back. Lin Meiyun replied to him while cooking, if the second brother is also in the target, maybe he will have to push back. Hani Chen felt a bit of a myocardial infarction. But the rules here are indeed like this. Generally speaking, the big one in front can only take the turn of the child after the object is married. But the Shin family is an exception. It stands to reason that people like Lin Wenhao and Lin Wuhai should have been dealt with a long time ago, but the two of them just didn't get enlightened. But the matter between the original owner and Hani Chen was decided by mistake. But now if Lin Wenhao and Lin Qingqing's affairs are discussed, they will have to take care of their affairs first. In fact, this has no impact on Lin Meiyun. After all, it is from later generations. Even if she wants to get married, she also wants to experience the feeling of falling in love, so it's nothing to be a little late. In her opinion, she and Hani Chen are still very young. But Hani Chen was a little disappointed. After all, he only talked about him and the little girl 2 days ago. Stuffed a handful of firewood into the stove, Hani Chen said aggrievedly, when will I be able to marry you back? Lin Meiyun couldn't help but laugh, sooner or later. This sentence gave Hani Chen a great comfort. She said that it was only a matter of time. Hani Chen Lin Meiyun couldn't take out the seasoning from the space here, but she was still very willing to take the ingredients, so soon the kitchen was filled with fragrance, which was very greedy. Is this Meiyun cooking? Li Shoulan asked. Yes, during this time Anir cooks a little more, and I don't make clothes every day. Smelling the fragrance, Chen Lianhua's face was also full of pride. It's really capable. You are a good blessing, such a good girl. My son is also a top competence. I see, your family Daqiang will also feel distressed. Li Shoulan's tone was full of envy. Chen Lianhua was embarrassed to say, although she also felt that what Li Shoulan said was true. How can you say it so exaggeratedly? Besides, you are not bad. Wei Jun is in the eyes of all of us, and Qingqing, who is also a smart girl, and her current job is also very decent. Saying this, Chen Lianhua suddenly felt that her eldest son seemed a little reluctant to match Lin Qingqing. Although he is a little better than most people in the village, after all, he only works in a village primary school, and his monthly salary is only that much, and Lin Qingqing is a regular employee of the supply and marketing cooperative. Regardless of how people get in, anyway, their current salary is higher than Lin Wenhao's. But thinking of the current situation at home, I feel a lot more at ease. If they don't deserve it, then these 10 miles and 8 villages, I can't find two that can match. The juniors just listened to these two women complimenting each other, and the atmosphere would be very good for a while. Second brother, come and help me serve the food. Lin Meiyun shouted. Lin Wuhai hurriedly ran in, and Han Chen brought out all the food and set up the dishes and chopsticks. Looking at a table of sumptuous meals, Lin Weilin and Li Shoulan were a little overwhelmed. Even if they couldn't be so sumptuous during the new year, it seemed that Chen Lianhua still cared about this matter. However, the couple didn't know that the Shen family usually ate like this, and if they knew, they would probably be shocked. Tell me, it's just to have a meal together, why are you spending so much money? Li Weijuan's face improved a lot. Although he didn't eat for this bite, they would go to such great lengths to make so much delicious food and invite them over, which showed that they also attached great importance to their daughters, which made him feel much better. This is the first time that the two families have sat together to eat as future in-laws. Although I don't object to your affairs, I still hope that you can solve the rumors outside, and then by it will definitely have an impact on my daughter. Lin Weilin said. I know, uncle. Lin Wenhao nodded obediently. So the next day, Lin Qingqing went back to work in the county, but the matter between her and Lin Wenhao spread in the village like wings. Under the spread of Jian Dahua, Lin Wenhao and Lin Qingqing became childhood sweethearts, and they have always liked each other. But as for Zhou Qin, they don't know where they came from, and Lin Wenhao has never paid attention to each other. Zhou Qin, who originally thought that she would definitely be able to marry Lin Wenhao smoothly, was simply blown up. Because it has been 2 years since she went to the countryside, when she first came, she was indeed enthusiastic about the Manchu Qing dynasty, thinking about supporting rural construction, but time passed day by day, and the days were getting worse and worse, and returning to the city was far away. Of course, her life was still a little better than most of the educated youths, but she was not satisfied with this, and sent a few letters to her family asking when she could return to the city, but she didn't get an answer, and she knew that she should be abandoned by her family. Even if she returned to the city, she might not have a good life, so she moved the idea of finding a man to marry in the production team. But she claims to be a city dweller, and she is also a cultured city dweller, and she doesn't look down on ordinary mud legs. Lin Wenhao is indeed good-looking, but she only admired him before and had no idea of marrying him, but some time ago, the Shen family suddenly made a fortune. Lin Guoqiang went to work in the county. Lin Wuhai is a capable person that everyone knows, and now he is not married, so he naturally works for the family, especially after Lin Meiyun became an investor in that workshop again. She was completely moved. I thought that she was a city girl who took the initiative to pursue Lin Wenhao, and he would definitely be eager to agree, but he didn't expect that not only did he not agree, but he also agreed to have another mud leg, if Lin Wenhao really didn't feel uncomfortable because she didn't want to deal with a partner, but now she refused to turn her head and deal with Lin Qingqing, that would be slapping her in the face, as if she didn't look down on herself, and she couldn't compare to Lin Qingqing. So after this incident, Zhou Qin started to do it again. She ran to Lin Wenhao every day, and every time she looked teary-eyed, as if Lin Wenhao was the heartless man. Lin Wenhao couldn't help but tell Chen Lianhua and Lin Meiyun about this, and Lin Meiyun felt that his head was big. Big brother, what are you going to do about this? Lin Meiyun asked. I want to make it clear, if it's all like this, you can frame whoever you want in the future. Is there still a royal law? Lin Wenhao grabbed his hair, a little irritable when he spoke. Yes, everything has to pay attention to evidence. You and she haven't interacted much before, everyone sees it. Lin Meiyun said. I have a friend from the Public Security Bureau. Do you want him to come? This matter is easy to solve. If she can't produce evidence of your partner, and there is no witness, then she is slander, and slander is also a sin. Han Chen proposed after hearing what they said. Can this work? Wouldn't it be too troublesome? Chen Lianhua was a little hesitant. No, this matter was originally the problem of that female educated youth, and as a public security officer, in the final analysis, this matter is also in his control, but this matter must not bring substantial harm to the female educated youth named Zhou Qin. After all, when the time comes, she will admit it, and what she can do is explain this matter clearly. Han Chen analyzed. Lin Meiyun nodded, and big brother, you will continue to work in the village primary school in the future. We can't even want a job because of a Zhou Qin. What will you do if she has something to do when the time comes? With Zhou Qin's cheekiness, this matter is really not impossible. What will her brother do then? This matter may have to trouble Uncle Captain. Lin Wenhao said, with a hint of impatience in his eyes. He didn't expect that a girl could be so thick-skinned before, and when she spread these rumors, didn't she think that if she didn't want to marry her, her reputation would be gone in the future? Or does Zhou Qin think that she will definitely marry her, thinking of the carefree Lin Qingqing, and then thinking of Zhou Qin, Lin Wenhao's heart suddenly felt like swallowing a fly. How could he be so responsive? Yes, we can find the captain's uncle. Lin Wuhai also patted his thigh. Why should a person like this who has an improper style educate the flowers of the motherland in the village primary school? Lin Meiyun's eyes had a smile on his face. Second brother, you are quite good at buttoning your hat. In fact, this matter is really easy to solve. She and Han Yichen have already discussed it, and there is always a way to let Zhou Qin tell the truth by himself. But this matter is Lin Wenhao's business. Lin Meiyun feels that if he can't think of a way to even think of this little thing, he will face more wind and rain in the future. Then it will really be like that. To be honest, a rumor can make it exist for so long, which Lin Meiyun is a little dissatisfied with Lin Wenhao, but fortunately, he has also begun to fight back. Chen Lianhua had found Jiang Dahua before, and the rumors had almost been whitewashed, but in the past 2 days, because Zhou Qin frequently went to Lin Wenhao, and deliberately showed the grievances of being let down in crowded places, the rumors in the village have a tendency to make a comeback. So the next day, the police came to the door, and it was Han Yichen who went to notify him, and it happened that there was nothing else in the past 2 days, and it was Han Yichen who spoke again, so he was naturally very positive. Originally, this kind of thing could be big or small. If they didn't care about it, it would be nothing, but who told him that he had a good relationship with Han Yichen? The public security came to the village, which was not a trivial matter, and everyone began to talk about it. What the hell is going on? How could there be a police officer? That's right, it can't be someone who did something, right? Don't, if you really come to catch people, we won't have an excellent brigade at the end of the year. No, Shenjianir did good things before, and I thought it was stable this year. Chen Lianhua and the others heard everyone's discussion very clearly, because they knew that the public security would come today, so the whole family came out. Comrade Public Security, I don't know what you have to do with our brigade? Lin Weilin was one of the insiders, but on the surface he still pretended not to know anything. I received a report from the real name system that someone was spreading rumors in the brigade and slandering the family of the female Lei Feng. Qin Weidong was dressed in a public security uniform, and he looked righteous and awe-inspiring, looking really bluffing. What? There is such a thing? Lin Weilin's acting skills are also very good, immediately as if he didn't know anything, and now he was very angry when he knew. Yes, so I'm going to find some of your educated youths, Comrade Zhou Qin and Comrade Lin Wenhao, hoping that she can give Lei Feng's family an explanation. Qin Weidong saw Han Yichen in the crowd, but his eyes met, and he did not show that the two knew each other. Comrade Zhou Qin? Lin Weilin looked confused, and then found a villager to call someone. This villager is also a good thing, just waiting to watch a good show. Naturally he will not ventilate Zhou Qin. Zhou Qin and Lin Wenhao were still confused when they were called out of the village primary school together, but they were happy to see Lin Wenhao. She thought that everyone knew the rumors about them, so she had to let them solve it now, and then she could naturally ask Lin Wenhao to marry her. She wasn't wrong, this matter was indeed a big deal, but it was not only a fuss in the village, it had already gone to the public security, and she was also dreaming of marrying into the Shen family soon. When she actually went to the place, she found that there was actually a police officer there, and she immediately felt a little bad. Big. The captain. Zhou Qin was a little guilty, walked over and called Lin Weilin and shut up. Can Lin Weilin have a good face for this woman who is always thinking about robbing his girlfriend? Of course not, but now he had to pretend that he didn't know anything, or nodded at Zhou Qin, but his attitude was very cold. Captain, is there something wrong with you calling me here? Seeing that Lin Weilin did not take the initiative to say what was going on, Zhou Qin was still a little panicked. Someone reported that you spread rumors and slandered the family of the female Lei Feng. Lin Weilin said coldly. Who? Who reported it? Zhou Qin's face turned pale. I reported it. Lin Wenhao stood up directly, his waist was straight, and he looked frank at first glance. Zhou Qin looked incredulous. She really didn't expect Lin Wenhao to have no reaction to her behavior during this time. It turned out that she was holding back a big move. If that's the case, don't blame her. Why am I slandering? At this point, she could only insist that she and Lin Wenhao really had a relationship. This is Comrade Zhou Qin, right? I received a report that you spread rumors that you and Comrade Lin Wenhao are in the same place. I don't know if you have any evidence? Qin Weidong asked. Zhou Qin was dumbfounded. This kind of thing is not good for people to say. Why do you need to provide evidence? And besides, she didn't have a partner with Lin Wenhao in the first place. Where did she go to find evidence? how do I want to take out this evidence? The object of punishment is the object of punishment, what evidence can there be? Zhou Qin said with a stiff neck. Lin Wenhao's eyes were full of mockery. If we are the object, at least you should know a little about my family, right? For example, my nickname, my brother's nickname, my sister's nickname, can you name it? Regarding the nicknames of Lin Wenhao and Lin Wuhai, they stopped being called when they grew up. One was called Gooden and the other was called Goyu, so not many people actually knew about it. After all, the name is really not good. You didn't tell me. Where does Zhou Qin know this? You don't know, but my partner knows. Lin Wenhao made a rare and decent gesture and rolled his eyes fiercely. I have told my partner Comrade Lin Qingqing about many small things. Comrade Zhou Qin, your behavior really affects the relationship between me and my partner. Lin Wenhao directly pointed out the relationship between himself and Lin Qingqing. And you have always said that I have a relationship with you, and you always make a look that is easy to misunderstand outside. But whether there is any abnormal communication between the two of us, several teachers we work with can prove it, but it's you say we are in the object, who really sees it. How can a girl be so unself-loving? Lin Wenhao output frantically. Zhou Qin was so frightened that he had nothing to say, and his face was already extremely difficult to see. I really haven't seen this, it's always Han Jiqing who said some ambiguous things, who of us really saw it? Jiang Dahua timely made a vocal rhythm in the crowd. Yes, I heard this rumor before, and I went to ask Han Jiqing, she just looked shy, I thought she admitted it. How can this person be so shameless? Fortunately, it's not my daughter, otherwise I'd really be embarrassed to die. Everyone, you said word by word, and these words naturally fell into Zhou Qin's ears. She shook her head frantically, no. I'm not lying. Seeing that she was about to bite this question to death, Lin Wenhao asked another question, then say you don't know my nickname, you should know my birthday, right? Zhou Qin bit her lip, she knew a fart, now she really hated Lin Wenhao, she must embarrass herself in front of so many people, right? Comrade Zhou Qin, do you have anything else to say? Qin Weidong asked. Zhou Qin hung his head, and it wasn't until after a long time that he raised his head, his eyes were red, and his face was full of hatred. Lin Wenhao, where am I inferior to Lin Qingqing? She is a country mud-legged, what can compare with me? I am from the city, and I am blessed to see you. This matter is a speech that destroys the three views. Lin Meiyun stood up, looking at Zhou Qin's eyes were not friendly. Of course, Lin Weiling's expression on the side was not very good. Just now this Zhou Qin also said that his daughter, so angry. Comrade Zhou Qin, there is really something wrong with your ideological awareness. A girl wants to be self-respecting and self-loving. What is it that you slander others that will like this? And the leaders all say that the workers and peasants are a family, why do you look down on mud legs? Do you have any opinions on leaders' decisions? Lin Meiyun asked. In this era, as long as it is a hat, no one is not afraid. Zhou Qin's face has lost its blood, this hat is too big, or in front of the police, if this is buckled, will she still live? Don't talk nonsense, I don't mean that. Do you know what it means? Let's not talk about this yet, your behavior is also improper, Uncle Captain, the children who go to school in our village primary school are the hope of our village in the future, and the style of Comrade Zhou Qin is really not suitable to continue to work in the village primary school. The reason why this is not Lin Weiling's words is because Lin Qingqing is now dealing with Lin Wenhao. If it is not good, people will also say that Lin Weilin will take personal revenge at that time. But Lin Meiyun's words still resonated with many parents. There were very few people who could be willing to let their children go to school, which one is not a treasure in the family, when they think that their children may be educated by such a woman with an improper style now or in the future, they are not comfortable. Even if sending children to school is not to let them get ahead, they don't want to be taught to have the wrong views. That's right, Captain, I think Xinjianese makes sense. This kind of person with an improper style is not worthy of educating children in school. Yes, if she continues to stay in the village primary school, who will dare to send her child to the village primary school in the future? Isn't that clearly sent to learn badly? Anyway, the public security is coming. If it really has an impact, then this year's advanced brigade will definitely be gone, and it's the same whether to make a fuss or not. It's better to be happy than to join in the fun. Zhou Qin didn't expect the result to be like this. She thought that as long as she did it, she would definitely be able to marry Lin Wenhao. But now not only did she not achieve her goal, but because of this matter, everyone regarded it as a delicious job. You must know that the teachers of the village primary school actually choose the educated young people of the brigade. and if the brigade cannot be selected, they will consider the educated youth. She can get this job, and I don't know how many people envy it. Especially female educated youths, who doesn't want to get a job where they can eat and dress warmly without basking in the sun. It's much better than working in the field. No. I know wrong. Zhou Qin was frightened. She knew that even if she continued to make trouble, she couldn't produce evidence, and the final result could only be worse. Comrade Zhou Qin, look at the current situation. You are indeed not very suitable to stay in the village primary school. In fact, I can directly inform the educated youth office about such a thing, but it is the first time, even if it is the first time, but you will definitely not be able to do the work of the village primary school again, and if there is another time, I can only return you to the educated youth office. Zhou Qin didn't dare to be a monster anymore, because today's incident was a lesson for her, and she took it for granted before. Do you feel that as a city girl, this countryman is not for her to choose? Not only will she lose her job in the future, but she will also completely lose her reputation here, not to mention whether her behavior is bad or not, but who can look down on a woman who is in a hurry to stick to other men? Her plan to find a man to marry here is not to say that it has failed, but it is definitely impossible to find a good one. Who wants to marry a serious person? In the end, Qin Weidong asked Lin Wenhao if he had any thoughts on the handling of this matter, and Lin Wenhao said that it would be enough to teach her a lesson. After all, they knew from the beginning that they couldn't do anything about Zhou Qin. After Lin Wenhao was sure to let her go, Zhou Qin ran away crying. In the next few days, the hot search in the village changed again. Lin Wenhao and Lin Qingqing became childhood sweethearts, and Zhou Qin became the one who wanted to intervene but was not favored. Anyway, Zhou Qin was a joke in the village for a long time. But these have nothing to do with Lin Meiyun and the others. In the past 2 days, Lin Meiyun and Han Yichen began to go to the supply and marketing cooperative in the county to order sewing machines. The army had already sent a telegram saying that they had raised the tickets Han Yichen wanted, but the county supply and marketing cooperative definitely did not have so many goods, so the two of them took an ox cart to the town early in the morning. The reason why I went to the town first was because those who were selected in the past few days had made a batch of clothes according to Lin Meiyun's requirements, because they were sewn by hand, so naturally they would be a little slower, but there were dozens of pieces. Take it to the supply and marketing cooperative, just enough for them to sell for a while. And you have to leave 1 or 2 sets to take to the county supply and marketing cooperative. I had already made an appointment with Swabilan to bring the goods today, so when they went, Swabilan was also in the supply and marketing cooperative. After all, it was the first batch of goods. No matter what, Swabilan had to personally check it. After looking at all the clothes, Swabilan was in a good mood. I really didn't expect that the flawed cloth could really be played so many tricks by you. If you don't say this, who knows if there are flaws? This workmanship will definitely sell at a good price, and it will definitely sell out. Lin Meiyun was very modest. Sister Zhua, that is, you are willing to give us this opportunity. Capable people are never buried, just like gold, even if they are dusty, they always have to shine. Swabilan has a very high evaluation. Then he looked at Han Yichen beside Lin Meiyun. This is your partner? Yes, Sister Zhua has good eyesight. Lin Meiyun smiled. It's not that I have good eyesight, your object's sight has basically never left you, I can't even think about it. Swabilan teased. Lin Meiyun's face turned red directly. Although the two lives are already dozens of years old, but falling in love is the first time to love. To put it bluntly, she is a big girl with yellow flowers. Can she be embarrassed to be ridiculed so directly? Haha, Meiyun, I always thought you were much better than your peers, but I didn't expect you to have such a side. Swabilan looked very easygoing. What does your partner do? After getting down to business, Swabilan also began to ask about Lin Meiyun's lifelong events like a big sister. He is a soldier who was discharged from the army due to injuries. Lin Meiyun said. It's really good. Swabilan said that she also admires soldiers, and soldiers who are discharged from the army due to injuries are more worthy of respect. I thought before that if you didn't have a partner, I would introduce my brother to you, which is that our family does not have this blessing. Swabilan has really moved this idea, and she has been in contact with it several times, and she really likes this girl who has ideas and is upright. It would be great if she could be her sister-in-law, but before she had time to say this, she brought the object over, and when she saw Han Yichen's eyes, she couldn't help but bring the scrutiny of her mother's family. But it doesn't look like anything, and I don't know where it's hurt, and the appearance is also very thoughtful. If you want to look at it like this, then her brother is really not as good as others. Swabilan nodded. You treat our comrade Meiyun well, she is really a very good girl. When Hani Chen heard that Swabilan was going to introduce her little girl to a partner, her facial nerves tightened. Although he knew that Lin Meiyun was not the kind of person who saw and loved one, he would still be subconsciously nervous when it came to this issue. Thank you Sister Zhua for your concern, but I will definitely treat Comrade Lin Meiyun well. Hani Chen said. Lin Meiyun glanced at him, and the corners of his mouth were also smiling. This is the money for this batch of clothes, according to the 5 yuan agreed before for you. Swabilan handed over the money for the clothes to Lin Meiyun. Lin Meiyun counted very calmly in front of Swabilan, no problem, then thank you Sister Zhua. Swabilan not only did not feel disgusted because of her action of counting money, but admired this girl who had a clear distinction between public and private, and was more and more sorry in her heart. Swabilan loves her work so much that she is not married until now, she is in her 30s, and even if she has such an excellent job in this era, it is not easy to find a partner. But she doesn't think there's anything, and even thinks that getting married and having children will delay her career. She is not afraid that she will be old and have no one to provide for her. Her brother will get married sooner or later, and when the time comes, she will raise it as her own child. If it is a white-eyed wolf, the big deal will be that her own money will be left in the future, and whoever gives her pension will be given to whom. Because she likes to shine in her position too much, she didn't think that she would give up this job to her family when she retired in the future, but wanted to cultivate a suitable successor. Lin Meiyun is very optimistic about her, because she feels that Lin Meiyun is very similar to herself, dares to fight and dare to work, and will not look down on herself because she is a woman, and thinks that women should teach their husbands and children at home. In Swabilan's view, this is the real feudal dross. Again, if you don't want to work in the brigade in the future, you come to me. As long as there is a chance to dig into a corner, you can't give up. Swabilan wouldn't feel so immoral. If I have the opportunity, I would also like to learn from Sister Zhua. Lin Meiyun said very tactfully, but the implication was that there was no such opportunity yet. Swabilan couldn't help but laugh. You really have a great appetite for me. After handing over the goods to the supply and marketing cooperative, Lin Meiyun and Hani Chen went to the station and took a bus to the county seat. He took out 2 oranges from the satchel he was carrying with him and handed one to Hani Chen. Take this. Are you motion sick? Hani Chen took the orange and asked. There is a little. Lin Meiyun nodded. Hani Chen looked at the orange in his hand. The quality of this orange is too good. The supply and marketing cooperative does not sell this kind of orange. It can be said to be a high-end product, but it is only for a moment. He did not delve deeper. He knew that the little girl had a secret. He thought she was a little goblin somewhere, but now he felt that the little girl must be a fairy descending to earth, and it was not unusual to get such a fruit. After nearly half an hour of bumps, I finally arrived at the county seat, although I occasionally ate a piece of orange and smelled the orange peel when I was uncomfortable, but Lin Meiyun's face was still not very good when I got out of the car. Take a break. Hani Chen pulled Lin Meiyun to the bench at the station, asked her to sit for a while, and then went to the small shop at the station to buy a bottle of orange-flavored Arctic Ocean. The Arctic Ocean is packaged in glass bottles, which is not cheap, and a bottle of soda costs 2 cents, which ordinary people are reluctant to do. Lin Meiyun drank it once after he came back. Why did you buy this? Isn't it uncomfortable? I used to buy this drink when I took the train for a long time, and it would be much better. Hani Chen said and helped her open the bottle cap. Sweet happy water will indeed make the mood a lot better. In fact, after taking this shuttle bus several times, Lin Meiyun also has a little adaptability, and it didn't take long for him to be alive again. Let's go to the supply and marketing cooperative first, and then go to the department store. Lin Meiyun said. Because there are 10 sewing tickets exchanged this time, after discussing with Lin Weilin, he decided to first see how many goods there are in the county, and then decide how much to buy. Of course, this also depends on the supply of the county supply and marketing cooperative, and the department store can be negotiated. As long as they can negotiate, they can buy more sewing machines, so that they can make more clothes in a day. Moreover, the county supply and marketing cooperatives and department stores definitely need more goods than the town, and there are more rich people in the county, so the consumption power is naturally not comparable in the town. The two came to the supply and marketing cooperative and went straight to the place where the sewing machine was sold, but even the county supply and marketing cooperative only had a Butterfly brand, a Donghai brand, and a standard sewing machine. These 3 are all Huoguo's own brands, and the workmanship is very good. Both of them were not badly dressed and good-looking, but the salesman did not look down on them, but introduced them very seriously. In comparison, the most expensive of the Donghai brand requires a sewing ticket and costs 150 yuan, the compromise of the butterfly card is 130 yuan, and the standard one is slightly cheaper, which also costs 120 yuan. After discussing between the two, they decided to buy the butterfly brand. Overcome all difficulties and strive for victory. Hello comrades, we want to buy 5 sewing machines of the butterfly brand, do you have them? Lin Meiyun asked. The salesperson was directly dumbfounded, and even forgot to memorize the quote, and after a long time she stammered, indeed. Are you sure it's 5? She didn't know how to describe her mood, although they didn't get a commission on what they sold, but if they really sold more, maybe they could get bonuses, and any welfare units would also give priority. So no matter whether Lin Meiyun and the others are looking for themselves to be happy, but she is still very excited, as long as she can do it, then she may have a chance to be promoted in the future, as one of the 4 major pieces, sometimes only 1 or 2 can be sold a month. If she sells 5 units at a time, it can be regarded as a glorious deed. Yes, is it in stock? Lin Meiyun confirmed again. No. No, but it can be ordered. The salesperson said. Okay, can I meet the director of your supply and marketing cooperative? Some details I want to talk to him. This is Lin Meiyun's main purpose. In fact, according to the consumption level of the county, they know very well that a brand of sewing machine supply and marketing cooperative cannot have 5 units, and meeting their leaders is her real purpose. Okay. I'll go call you now, wait a minute. The salesperson hurriedly ran to the director's office, because she was selling big items here, and she didn't ask anyone else to help her look at it, so they couldn't take it quietly anyway. What? It's true. The director of the county supply and marketing cooperative looked shocked, and he didn't believe that anyone would really buy so many sewing machines at once. It's really Director Qian, and now they are still waiting outside, saying they want to see you. The salesman said, also anxious, for fear that the director would not believe it. This is a big order. Then you bring someone over. Director Qian nodded, still feeling that it was not very credible, but he still planned to meet him. As the director of the county supply and marketing cooperative, he also has his own pride, so naturally he will not go to see them himself. The salesperson nodded repeatedly, and then went to call Lin Meiyun and the others. Lin Meiyun and Han Yichen looked at each other, and also knew that the director of this supply and marketing cooperative was putting on a shelf, but it didn't matter, as long as he could see people. You want to buy a sewing machine? Director Qian looked at the two of them, and only felt that they were too young, and they didn't look like they could make the decision to buy so many sewing machines. Yes, Director. Lin Meiyun nodded. Although Han Yichen didn't make a sound, he kept standing behind Lin Meiyun, which gave people an invisible pressure. Director Qian said, our supply and marketing cooperative doesn't have so many sewing machines, if you really want to buy it, you have to pay first. There was indispensable contempt in his tone. Lin Meiyun and Han Yichen were not very comfortable when they heard this, and Han Yichen said, we can pay the deposit, but if it is the full amount, it will definitely not be possible. After all, now is the time when the state-run is in power, no one can compete with the state-owned industry, they don't even see the goods now, if they want them to pay the full amount, if there is any problem, there is no place to reason. Director Qian's expression was not very good-looking, and he looked down on them even more, if you come to make fun of me, please go back. He really couldn't imagine what kind of person would need so many sewing machines at once. Director, let me introduce myself, we are from Longhe Commune Unity Village, our village is now building a garment factory, this time I came here not only to buy a sewing machine, but also to let you see our samples, I don't know if the supply and marketing cooperative has any ideas. Lin Meiyun also saw that this person was not very easy to get along with, but still handed over their samples. Director Qian obviously didn't expect Lin Meiyun and the others to come to talk about business. But in a rural area, what kind of garment factory can be built, and it can even be said that what kind of good clothes can be made, a group of mud legs, and they still want to make clothes for the city people, can they know what kind of clothes the city people wear, without even looking at it? Director Qian frowned and pushed the sample back, and then said, our supply and marketing cooperative doesn't accept everything, I don't need to look at your clothes, I guess that's what it is, the people in the city are more particular, I think it's better to forget it. Lin Meiyun also knew that things couldn't go so smoothly, but the director's tone of looking down on rural people in and out of his words really made her very uncomfortable. Eating rice grown by rural people, I just look down on rural people, and there are too many such people in this era. In Lin Meiyun's words, it is to pick up the bowl to eat, put down the bowl and scold the mother. Then disturbed Director Qian. Lin Meiyun took the sample back to her backpack. Well, do you still buy the sewing machine? Director Qian looked at them jokingly, if you can't afford it, don't hit your swollen face here to make you fat. If he didn't say the last word, Lin Meiyun wouldn't have bought a sewing machine just because he didn't want his own clothes, but now she really didn't want to buy it, where to buy it was not to buy it, why bother with this luck? No, director, let's go to the department store to take a look. After saying that, Lin Meiyun pulled Han Chen away, and of course he politely brought him the door. You learn a little, you can't look at people at all, two young people can decide so many sewing machines? In the future, don't take anyone here. Director Qian said proudly. It's like you have a pair of fiery eyes. What the salesperson wanted to say, but he still wanted to speak. Leaving the door of the supply and marketing cooperative, Lin Meiyun was a little discouraged. He was an ordinary person in his previous life, and he had not experienced so many setbacks, even if he went to run a business, but working for others and running a business for himself is a completely different feeling. As a worker, even if the business is not successful, it is not so uncomfortable, at most it is a little less commission, now it is different, the cooperation with the county supply and marketing cooperative has not been negotiated, if the department store cannot be negotiated, it will be difficult. Don't worry, can't we still go to the department store? Han Chen knew at a glance that her mood was not very high, and comforted her with a voice. The department store is a 3-story building with more variety of things and a greater flow of people. Han Chen directly led Lin Meiyun to find a man named Song Jiang. Do you know? Lin Meiyun was a little surprised, after all, he had never said that he knew people in the department store before. But I haven't seen him a few times, he's a brother of one of my comrades in arms, but he's a buyer here, and the number of our clothes is not very large, he can make the decision. Han Chen explained. Department stores are different from supply and marketing cooperatives, they are not the director's hall, there are several leaders in it, and everyone is doing their own duties. This is still after writing a letter by himself, a comrade in arms took a telegram to ask himself to come over to find someone, and the purchase of department stores does not have to be purchased in state-owned factories, and sometimes he will go to the countryside to collect eggs from the villagers in batches. This is similar to the meaning of the acquisition station. Okay, you. Lin Meiyun's mood has improved a lot, at least there are people he knows, and he has to take things easier. How is it, your future man is still quite useful, right? Han Chen leaned into Lin Meiyun's ear and whispered. Lin Meiyun made a big red face at the time, you are serious. Han Chen stood up straight, and he really looked serious, which made Lin Meiyun mutter, dressed beasts. If I don't wear clothes, I'm even more beastly. Lin Meiyun. When the two said this, Song Jiang came. It seems that he is a little younger than Han Chen, probably about the same as Lin Meiyun, so young to be able to do this kind of oily and water-rich work in a department store. It is estimated that there is only one possibility, that is, to inherit the family business. Is it Brother Yi? Song Jiang asked very familiarly. Yes, I am Shiliang's comrade in arms, you are Comrade Song Jiang, right? Han Chen also smiled and greeted him. Yes, Brother Shiliang has already sent me a telegram before, let's go to the office. Song Jiang said. The three of them came to the office of the purchasing department, and there was only one job inside, which should be Song Jiang's dedicated office. Being able to have an independent office in the department store shows that Song Jiang still has a lot of say in the department store, and Lin Meiyun's heart is a little more stable. Although she has always been very casual about this matter, she is not completely worried. If she can only win the order of the town's supply and marketing cooperative, the workshop will not lose, but even if you want to get back the cost, it will take a long time, let alone make money. Brother Yi, do you bring samples? Song Jiang took the initiative to ask. Lin Meiyun hurriedly took out 2 sets of samples prepared in advance from her backpack. Comrade Song, take a look. After Song Jiang took the sample, his expression became serious, and he looked at the sample carefully, even the stitches in the corners were not let go. This is not entirely from Chen Lianhua's hand, some of which are also done by others, but the people who can be selected must not only have good skills, but also be light and capable. Although everyone is making clothes by hand during this time, they are also serious, and they are not irresponsible because they are piecework, and everyone knows how many people are staring at their work. The more Song Jiang looked, the more satisfied he became, not to mention the good-looking style, and the workmanship was indeed very good, which was better than the high-end goods in the department store that came in from other places. And because the defective cloth is not a designated fabric, Lin Meiyun and the others also got a few good horses this time, plus the embroidery treatment, it looks not too high-end. I don't know what your price is? Song Jiang's eyes lit up. As long as the price was not very high, they could definitely make a lot of money. Especially if it is indeed made of good fabric, this kind of workmanship is not too much to sell for more than 10 yuan. Cotton cloth is purchased for 5 yuan, and indeed good or other slightly high-end fabrics are 7 yuan. Lin Meiyun said. This price is very suitable, then this matter has been decided, no matter how many goods you have now. Song Jiang said. I'm really sorry about this, because our sewing tickets haven't arrived yet, so everyone is sewing by hand during this time, so it's slower, and I have promised the town supply and marketing cooperative before, the first batch of goods has been given to them, and another very important thing here this time is that we have to order a batch of sewing machines, about 88 to 10 units. I don't know if there are any goods here in the department store? Lin Meiyun explained. Of course. No goods. Song Jiang covered his face, who would buy so many sewing machines at once. Lin Meiyun. Let's give the deposit first, you help us get the goods back and let's come over and pay the final payment. Hani Chen said. Done. Song Jiang was also happy, although his job did not need to be judged by selling things, but it was also good for him to be able to negotiate such a large amount of business. You must know that usually, you may not be able to sell 5 units in a month. So both sides ended the conversation very satisfied. Of course, Lin Meiyun still took out the contract he had prepared in advance, which was actually a piece of paper, and he wrote some terms and conditions on it. Lin Meiyun is still more cautious in this regard, including when negotiating with Swabilan later. The two also signed a contract, although it is not as formal as those in later generations, but it is better to write one. Leaving the department store, Lin Meiyun's mood was visible to the naked eye in the clear sky. Hani Chen saw that she was happy, and he couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. There is nothing else going on now, should we go to the movies? Watch a movie? Lin Meiyun looked at him suspiciously. It's not that I don't think it's a rare thing to have movies in this era, mainly because I didn't expect Hani Chen to know that he wanted to date when he fell in love. Yes, don't you like it? Hani Chen was a little nervous. Lin Meiyun had been very busy since he retired, so he hadn't had much time to come out and play alone for so long. Hani Chen thought that it was still early anyway, so he wanted to live a two-person world with Lin Meiyun. I like it very much, let's go. The cinema in the county is also very simple, not as high-end as in later generations, and there is no 3D 2D, but the atmosphere is good. They choose an war film, mainly because the current thinking is still very conservative. There are very few romance movies, and there are no horror movies. After all, they are fighting feudal superstitions now. Therefore, war films have become the best choice for young people. Movie tickets cost 3 cents a piece, which is not expensive, but it is definitely not cheap, and the people sitting in the cinema are basically some young men and women, and everyone is looking for their own seat numbers. Lin Meiyun and Hani Chen's seats are in the middle, which is the best viewing position. Hani Chen bought another bottle of soda, a bucket of popcorn, but it really tastes like that. At the beginning of the movie, the lights in the cinema also dimmed, leaving only the light on the big screen. At the beginning, the two still watched it with relish. For Lin Meiyun, although this type of film is rarely watched, it is very characteristic of the era, so it is also very interesting. But looking at it, the two found something wrong. The little couple sitting around began to be dishonest, some began to hold hands, some hugged each other, and those who were bolder directly hugged each other and gnawed on each other. Lin Meiyun was also shocked. She thought that people today were really very conservative, but she didn't expect that the young people who were just starting out in love were also very bold. Hani Chen also noticed, both of them were a little embarrassed, and could only stare at the screen in front of them without squinting. But for some reason, seeing others holding their partner's little hand, Hani Chen was also moved, and quietly reached out to hold Lin Meiyun's hand. Lin Meiyun's body stiffened, and the warmth from her big palm made her feel that her whole body was wrapped in an ambiguous atmosphere, and she felt the cocoon on the man's palm that had grown out of his perennial training to hold a gun, and he felt even more secure. She didn't struggle, and Hani Chen didn't move more excessively, and the two held hands until the end of the movie. Feeling the sweat on the man's palms due to nervousness, Lin Meiyun felt inexplicably funny. After leaving the cinema, Lin Meiyun noticed that the man's ears were already red, and he didn't dare to look at himself, which looked very interesting. After all, Hani Chen is a relatively stable man, it is difficult to see such a performance, she thinks it is fun. The two went to the park for a while and then went home. When I arrived at Omping village, I went straight to the brigade headquarters. Brought the good news to Lin Meiyun. This is really good, I'll tell you that we have to build the workshop quickly, and our female workers must also speed up. 2 days later, Hani Chen received a ticket from his comrades in arms, because after he counted, he recorded it to every comrade in arms who sent a large ticket, and they could not trade privately, especially in the army. So the county friar. For nothing else, it is because the department store sold 9 Butterfly brand sewing machines at one time, which is enough for a BMW 4S store to sell one time in later generations, and it is the same reason to sell 10 cars. Director Chan of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative was dumbfounded. 2 days ago someone said that he wanted 5 sewing machines, but he didn't buy them here, and the department store sold 9 units in 2 days, he didn't believe this was a coincidence. So he couldn't sit still and began to inquire about this matter, and when he learned that 2 young people, a man and a woman, came to buy it, people were dumbfounded. However, this is not the end, and then in a small town, there is a kind of clothing that begins to become popular, with embroidered patterns on it, which is good looking, and young people like it. The main reason is that the style of the clothes is also very fashionable, and it can even be said to be very avant-garde and unique, at least this style of clothing was rare before. Lin Meiyun is not afraid that this kind of clothes will be imitated by the state-owned factory. First, it is the creativity of their village in the end, even if the state-owned factory wants to use it, it will definitely come to tell their village, to put it bluntly, the benefits are to be given. Everyone belongs to the collective industry, but they are making money for the country, and their unity village is to bring benefits to the team members. No one is more noble than anyone, as long as the entire unity village is twisted into a rope, even the state-owned factory cannot steal their creativity like this. Originally, the clothes in the town were on fire and had no impact on the county, but soon the department store also got that kind of clothes, and it suddenly caught fire in the county seat. It's like catching up with fashion, everyone wants to buy such clothes, so that when they get to the back, the clothes in the village are a bit in short supply. Because although there is a sewing machine now, the embroidery on the clothes is done stitch by thread, and it naturally takes a little longer. Lin Meiyun changed his strategy after the sewing machine arrived, and began to let everyone divide labor and cooperate, and those who know how to embroider with better skills are only responsible for embroidery, but this is a dime and a half, and other sewing machines are also a dime and a 51, in fact, the salary has not changed, but it has greatly improved efficiency. Even if we have tried our best to catch up with the shipment, it is still a bit insufficient, because now it is the county supply and marketing cooperative and the department store in the town. Don't underestimate the number of a county's population, and don't underestimate everyone's spending power. There are even people who buy clothes to give to people in other places, not very far away all come over in person to buy clothes, and those who are far away need to ask their friends here to help buy them. Yes, Unity is the brand given to these clothes by Unity Village, so that as long as you talk about the Unity card, you will naturally think of Unity Village. Lin Meiyun is very happy every day now, as long as he goes to the commune for a meeting, they will not be praised in the Unity Village. As the captain, he naturally had a light on his face. For this reason, Lin Meiyun is even more satisfied with Lin Meiyun. If Lin Meiyun has already been engaged, whether there is a boy in his family who is suitable for the age, he must also mention a kiss. However, Lin Qingqing and Lin Meiyun are such good friends. Lin Wenhao is now with Lin Qingqing, and after the two get married, the children of the in-laws are their own children, so thinking that Lin Weilin is more satisfied with the marriage of Lin Wenhao and Lin Qingqing. Although even Lin Meiyun doesn't know how Lin Wenhao and Lin Qingqing got their partners, but now that both families are so satisfied with this matter, then they will definitely put the matter of marriage on the agenda. When Lin Qingqing took another vacation, the two sides sat together, and for their matter, Hani Chen also wished to solve it as soon as possible, and Lin Wenhao could only take his turn and Lin Meiyun after he got married. Now that the workshop is on the right track, Lin Meiyun plans to recruit another batch of manpower in a few days, and begin to implement a shift system, with night shifts and day shifts alternating, which will be much better. There is nothing to do in the past 2 days, just in time to listen to Lin Qingqing and Lin Wenhao. Because he was going to invite Lin Weilin's family to dinner today, Lin Meiyun found an excuse to go out early in the morning, for nothing else, but for fear that Hani Chen would come to him. Although she is not disgusted, and even feels a little sweet, but the things in the space must be taken out. Let's talk about eggs, although she usually adds 1 or 2 from time to time when cooking, but The chickens, ducks and geese in the space are really powerful, and they have to be disposed of before they can be disposed of. That's why she went out early in the morning, still carrying a basket, changing her outfit several times, and selling a lot of things on the black market, the most of which were eggs. After getting more than 100 yuan, Lin Meiyun didn't make any more moves, and then began to walk back. She came out just to give her things a little serious, so when she walked to the entrance of the village, she put an old hen and a duck that she had killed in the space last night in the basket. If you don't give space to reduce some burden, you will really have no place. But now I haven't thought of how to deal with the livestock in the space logically, so I can only take one step at a time. After arriving home, I found that Hani Chen was really here. Lin Meiyun really couldn't laugh or cry, because his injury had not yet healed, so he had been following Lin Meiyun to run business during this time, and now that the injury was almost healed, Lin Meiyun decided to encourage him to work in the fields. It's not that he wants to support his family or something else, the main thing is that if he follows him all day and has nothing to do, she will really go crazy. If there is no space for this secret, but she has a secret, and she is not the kind of person who looks at the mountains of gold and silver and does not use them. Hani-chan didn't know that he was disliked by his future daughter-in-law because he was a little clingy. Lin Weilin's family also came, and this time Lin Weilin's eldest son, Lin Qingqing's brother Shen Hongbing, his younger brother Shen Hongqi, and even the married eldest sister Shen Xiaotsui came back. It can be seen that Lin Weilin's family also attaches great importance to this matter. Lin Meiyun is extremely glad that she brought back enough things today, otherwise so many people would really not have enough to eat. I'll help you. The moment he saw Lin Meiyun, Hani Chen came over to pick up the basket, and there was still a little grievance in his voice. It's like accusing Lin Meiyun of why he didn't wait for himself. Lin Meiyun didn't give in, so he asked Hani Chen to take things into the kitchen and say hello one by one. Meiyun, this girl is getting more and more beautiful now. Shin Xiaotsui said with a smile. Shin Xiaotsui is 7 or 8 years older than Lin Qingqing. Lin Qingqing is her eldest sister who grew up watching. Lin Meiyun has played with Lin Qingqing very well since she was a child, so Shin Xiaotsui is also very familiar with her. Lin Meiyun has been good since she was a child, but Shin Xiaotsui feels that Lin Meiyun she saw this time has an indescribable feeling, that is, she is more beautiful, dressed up very temperamentally, and she can't tell the specific changes, but she is becoming more and more charming. Sister, how can you say so exaggeratedly? You sit down first, I'll cook. Lin Meiyun said generously, although her mouth was humble, it made people not feel her hypocrisy at all, and it gave people the feeling of being frank. Meiyun can cook? Or should I help you? Shin Xiaotsui said. She knew when she was in her parents' house, Lin Meiyun was a celebrity among the girls, that was the existence that had been pampered and grew up, unlike most rural girls who had to help work at a few years old. Until she got married, Lin Meiyun was not touched by the spring water. No need to be an eldest sister, you can just sit down. Lin Meiyun said. But in the end, Shin Xiaotsui still didn't resist. Lin Qingqing also wanted to follow Qi to the kitchen to help, but was kicked out by Lin Meiyun and Shin Xiaotsui together. Chen Lianhua and Li Shoulan were also busy working in the kitchen with them, so that the kitchen, which was not very big, looked a little crowded. Hani Chen originally planned to go in to help, but there was no place for him. The 4 women cook very quickly, but except for Lin Meiyun, they are all good hands at home and outside the house. So many things? Li Shoulan and Shin Xiaotsui's mother and daughter who came to help were simply stunned by the ingredients in front of them. There were really a lot of chicken, duck and fish meat. Especially ducks, there are very few people raising this now, and most of the things you can eat are wild ducks, which require excellent luck to meet. Our family attaches great importance to this matter, and we prepared it a long time in advance, and we were lucky, but we bought a lot of good things. Lin Meiyun said. Now the weather is a little cold, and everyone is going to start wearing cotton clothes, so it is not strange at all that it took a few days to buy these things. Anyway, things during this period can still be stored for a few days. Li Shoulan naturally felt comfortable when she heard this, whether she had really prepared for so long or not. The Shen family entertained them with so many things, and she was also attentive. It shows that she still attaches importance to her daughter. When the eldest daughter got married, everyone's conditions were not good, and the little girl could marry beautifully, which can be regarded as a regret for them. You bother. Li Shoulan said. This is all as it should be. Chen Lianhua said. The 4 women were very agile with their hands and feet, and the ingredients were processed after a while, and Lin Meiyun began to cook. At first, Shin Xiaocui and Li Shoulan didn't believe that Lin Meiyun's cooking was really delicious, but after a while, an attractive smell came out of the pot, and they believed that Lin Meiyun was really different from before. When the food was served, the two families sat at a large table and were still a little crowded. Lin Meiyun, Lin Wuhai and Han Yichen were all standing and eating. Wei Jun, come, let's take a couple of sips. Lin Guoqiang took out the wine he brought back from the county seat. On such an important day, Lin Guoqiang would definitely not come back. He had already booked the date, so naturally he took leave in advance. Hey, there's this thing. Lin Weilin looked surprised. They don't like to drink, but wine is not a common thing now, even if it is the most ordinary. It is all about wine tickets or food stamps. Who said that this thing needs grain to brew? Grain is a precious thing. Yes, this kind of day must be on the hour. Lin Guoqiang was also very happy. Usually Chen Lianhua doesn't let him drink much, even if the conditions at home are good now, but he basically doesn't drink, usually has to go to work, drinking and making mistakes. It is also rare to have such an opportunity. He took 3 days off this time. Even if he was drunk, he was not afraid, and he could have a good rest. The woman's family doesn't drink anymore. Lin Wuhai rubbed a little to drink, sticking out his tongue spicy, and it was the first time he had lived for 20 years to drink. But slowly it was like opening the door to a new world, but it became more and more smooth, looking like a veteran of the tavern, and even shouting to punch Lin Guoqiang and Lin Weilin. Lin Qingqing's eldest brother Shen Hongbing also drank some, but it was really much better than Lin Wuhai. Lin Meiyun floated. They drink, let's drink this. Chen Lianhua took out a few bottles of the Arctic Ocean. This is what she remembered after Han Yichen bought it for Lin Meiyun to drink last time, and it was perfect for entertaining guests. I haven't drunk this thing yet. Shin Xiaocui looked at the Arctic Ocean in her hand, with a look of envy. Afraid that she would be too careful, Li Shoulan said, the conditions were not good before, but there will be good days in the future, and we can enjoy more things that we haven't enjoyed before in the future. For Shin Xiaocui, both Lin Weilin and Li Shoulan feel guilty. At that time, Lin Weilin had not yet become a captain, and Lin Weilin had a little better life when he went up. But it was at this time that Shin Xiaocui reached the age of marriage again, and the family was indeed difficult at that time. So many children, even if she wanted to stay for a few more years, Li Shoulan didn't dare, so she could only tell her a marriage. But fortunately, the other party is also a good family, and Shin Xiaocui's life has been quite comfortable for so many years. I know. Shin Xiaocui smiled. She knew what her parents were guilty of, but she didn't feel anything, but she was happy for her sister, and it was really a good family for her sister to marry Lin Wenhao. Everyone knows the roots, and they are in the same village, and they are not afraid of their sister being bullied, and Lin Wenhao also has a salary to earn, and the conditions of the Shin family are also very good, and she is really happy. In fact, everyone tacitly knows that today is actually a betrothal banquet between Lin Wenhao and Lin Qingqing, and now they don't pay attention to big deals, but their banquet is definitely very good. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have passed 5 flavors. Everyone began to talk about Lin Qingqing and Lin Wenhao. It's all the elders who are saying, and the juniors are still eating with their heads stuffed and not interrupting. Lin Qingqing has always been a little blushing, and after confirming her heart, she cares more about her image than before, and now she is also a white little girl. It's also very good looking with a red face. In-law, the atmosphere is here. Let's talk about the 2 children by the way, what do you think? Seeing Lin Guoqiang drinking, Chen Lianhua rolled her eyes in her heart and said to Lin Weilin and Li Shoulan with a smile. You women can discuss this kind of thing. Lin Weilin was a little on top, waved his hand and continued to drink. Li Shoulan also felt strange and speechless. This was related to the lifelong happiness of her daughter, and this father was not reliable at all. So basically Li Shoulan and Chen Lianhua are talking. As for Lin Weilin and Lin Guoqiang, they only say a few words occasionally. The main thing is that both families are relatively satisfied with this matter, and if they are not satisfied, they can't get together so happily to eat. After some discussion, it was decided to marry Lin Qingqing and Lin Wenhao at the end of the year. At that time, the team was not too busy, and it was just right to get married. In terms of bride price, I don't know if you have any ideas? Chen Lianhua took Li Shoulan's hand and asked. You also know that our family is not the kind of family that sells daughters, as long as 2 children are good. Li Shoulan said. If other people's families could be guaranteed for their daughters, she would definitely not hesitate to make demands, but she has been in contact with Chen Lianhua for so many years, whether it is Chen Lianhua or Lin Guiqiang, they all know it, and they are not the kind of people who treat their daughters-in-law harshly. So they don't have much requirements in this regard, just look at what Chen Lianhua and the others say. Then we will do this matter ourselves, but I will also explain it to you, Qingqing, this child we are also watching, naturally we will not let her be wronged. I dare not say that I can give it to her 3 turns and 1 ring, but as long as we can give it, we will definitely do our best. Chen Lianhua said. Qing, let's choose another day in 2 days. The smile on Li Shoulan's face never came down, and the attitude of the Shen family also made them see sincerity. After that, the elders went busy, and Lin Meiyun began to think about the new style of the workshop again. The main reason is that it is cold now, and the previous clothes will definitely not sell for long, but they don't have cotton, and it is indeed very difficult to make clothes. But it's not just clothes made of cotton that can be warm. Lin Meiyun thought of the most common down jacket in winter in later generations. But down jackets are relatively troublesome to make, and the other is that there is no one to feed the ducks here, and even if they do, it is estimated that it is not enough to collect them to make a few clothes. Lin Meiyun couldn't help but think of Huaqing, not because the roast duck in Huaqing is very famous. I don't know how many people will queue up to buy roast duck every day, but there are definitely duck farms in Huaqing. It is useless for them to hold duck feathers, and they can buy them in the name of the brigade. In the coming year, their brigade can also open up a wasteland to raise ducks, and when winter comes, there will be down to use. But it is not so easy to go to Huaqing. As soon as she told Chen Lianhua and Lin Guiqiang, she was ruthlessly rejected. Chen Lianhua, no, it's so far, you haven't gone far yet, I don't agree. Lin Guiqiang was naturally worried, and could only give Lin Meiyun a helpless look. Lin Meiyun covered her face. She knew that fortunately, she didn't plan to go alone. Anyway, Hani Chen has nothing to do, why not let him go with me? Chen Lianhua kept her mouth shut, but she didn't let go. In her eyes, Hani Chen was also a child, and she couldn't rest assured what she said. Lin Meiyun only felt a headache. Mom, we can't help but do winter business, besides, I'm an adult, and I have my own sense of proportion in doing things, and nothing will happen, so you can treat me as a trip to Huaqing? In the end, Chen Lianhua still loved her the most, and after she acted coquettishly for 8 consecutive days, Chen Lianhua couldn't stand it anymore, so she was relieved. Hani Chen was overjoyed when he knew that Lin Meiyun was going to take him to Huaqing with him, and repeatedly promised that he would definitely bring Lin Meiyun back with all his beard. Lin Meiyun was happy to see him like this. Is this considered a business trip at public expense to talk about their own love? After getting Chen Lianhua and Lin Guiqiang done, the next thing was much simpler. But Lin Weilin was still a little hesitant. Do you think that duck feathers can really be made into clothes? That thing can be warm? And it tastes good. Uncle, don't worry, it can definitely be done, and it is definitely warmer than clothes made of cotton, you will see it then. Lin Meiyun said. Lin Weilin still issued a letter of introduction to the two and stamped their official seals. Lin Meiyun was still a little excited when she got the letter of introduction. She had been in this world for so long, and it was the first time she was preparing to go far away, and she had never taken a green train before. The fact that they were going to Huaqing quickly spread in the brigade, and they said everything for a while, but everyone knew that they were going for the workshop. In fact, it was okay, most of them were envious that they could go to Huaqing. For the villagers, Huaqing is a legendary place. They may not have the opportunity to go there in their lives. Who doesn't yearn for Tiananmen? Who doesn't want to climb the Great Wall? There are also people who are sour, thinking that Lin Meiyun and the others just have nothing to do, and what kind of things must go to Huaqing to purchase. Maybe they are just looking for excuses to go to Huaqing to play. Lin Lianya didn't know what she thought, but after hearing about this, she actually came to Lin Meiyun. Lin Meiyun and Hani Chen were walking on the road, and Lin Lianya ran out to block the way of the two. She didn't even look at Hani Chen. She probably died with self-knowledge. With Lin Meiyun Zhiyu in front, Hani Chen couldn't look up to herself. It may also be because Hani Chen has been discharged from the army now, and in Lin Lianya's heart, he is not much better than mud legs. Anyway, he will have to work in the fields in the future. In short, no matter what the reason was, she dispelled her thoughts about Hani Chen, which is also true. Lin Meiyun, are you going to Huaqing? Looking at Lin Lianya standing in front of her, Lin Meiyun only felt a headache. She hadn't appeared for a long time, and she thought that this person had stopped, but she didn't expect to be able to jump out from time to annoy herself. The two families have already torn their faces, and I don't know what kind of mentality Lin Lianya has to run to her again and again. What's the matter with you? Lin Meiyun asked. You're going to Huaqing, take me with you. Lin Lianya said. Lin Meiyun? Sister, there's nothing wrong with you, right? What am I going to do? Why should I take you with me? Lin Meiyun was really speechless. I don't care, you can take Hani Chen with you, how can he help? You can bring a cripple, why can't you take me? Lin Lianya began to be a little outspoken, but she didn't know that this was likely to anger Lin Meiyun. She just heard the conversation between Feng Sui and Lin Dalin, and was about to find someone to marry her, and the other party was from the next village. Lin Lianya was naturally unwilling. How could she be willing to marry a mud-legged man? Otherwise the original owner would not have been pushed down and killed by her because she might become an official wife. She wanted to run now, but she couldn't run far without a letter of introduction, so she thought that she could go to Huaqing with Lin Meiyun this time. If she finds a man who is good to her in Huaqing, then she can marry in Huaqing, and if she can't find her, she can run away directly, and no one will go to Huaqing to find her anyway. She doesn't care if she does, this will cause trouble for Lin Meiyun. In Lin Lianya's opinion, Lin Meiyun and she are also girls from the Shin family. Lin Meiyun can get along well, why can't she? She just didn't meet the right opportunity. She heard that Huaqing was very good, she would definitely be able to find a job there, and maybe she could meet her true son and become a Huaqing citizen. Get out. Lin Meiyun was also really angry. Everyone knows that Hani Chen was discharged from the army due to injury, but now Hani Chen is already good. After all, he eats at Shin's house every day, and Lin Meiyun's space well water is not stingy at all. But Lin Lianya still feels extremely annoying when she talks like this. Is Hani Chen a crippled wheel to get her to say? If you don't want me to go to the old house, you'd better stop a little. If you don't want me to trouble you, just stay honest, don't hang around in front of me. If you are sick, you can cure it, don't bother me. How can you talk like that? I'm your sister? Lin Lianya was also frightened. My mother only gave birth to one daughter to me, what kind of sister are you? Lin Meiyun was not polite at all. Lin Lianya is always like this, only when she is really angry with her can she realize that she has no face in others. But she was still unwilling to give up this opportunity, so she simply told Lin Meiyun why she wanted to go to Huaqing. My mother wants to marry me to the mud legs of the next village. Lin Meiyun, help me. If you don't take me to Huaqing, you can introduce me to a city object, just the one who came here last time, the Su Jiwei of the county meat factory. I think it's good. Originally, Feng Sui was not very happy because she sent eggs to Su Jiwei and the others before, but she said that she could deal with Su Jiwei. As a result, they never came to the village after that, and they couldn't see anyone at all, so Feng Sui was moved to think about marrying her. Speaking of which, Lin Lianya's age was actually not young, and other girls, such a big girl in the village, had already married and had children. Because Lin Yuqing is becoming more and more out of tune now, and no one wants to marry him, Feng Sui was so anxious that she thought of marrying her daughter out in exchange for a bride price, and she could also take the money to marry a daughter-in-law for her son when the time came. Lin Meiyun was completely speechless. Your mother wants to kiss you. If you don't want to, go tell your mother. What's the use of you coming to me? Besides, I don't know the person you said. This girl is actually thinking about Shang Jiwei, and she doesn't know what is in her mind, which is really a bit strange. She and Su Jiwei should be a one-sided relationship, although Su Jiwei used to be a little fat man, but now she is still very good-looking after losing weight, and besides, her family conditions are so good, how can she be confident that people can look down on her? You are lying. Lin Lianya looked like Lin Meiyun was not loyal. I've inquired about it, that Su Jiwei is your high school classmate, so what's wrong with you introducing me? Wouldn't it be good for you if I became with him? Maybe I can arrange a job for you. Hani Chen, let's go. Lin Meiyun didn't want to talk to her anymore. This person's mental state was most likely problematic, the brain circuit was so strange, and she had met her for the first time in her past and present lives. You are not allowed to leave. Lin Lianya reached out and pulled Lin Meiyun's clothes. But Hani Chen had long paid attention to her actions, and he had already inquired about the grievances between Lin Meiyun and the Shin family's big house, knowing that when Lin Lianya almost killed his daughter-in-law before, he almost came to the door to beat someone, but was stopped by Lin Meiyun. Thinking that they had cleaned up before, it would seem that they were wrong to make trouble again, and they still endured this breath in the end, but they didn't expect to have the face to make trouble. Get out. Hani Chen basically didn't hesitate for a second, and directly raised his foot and kicked Lin Lianya's body. The strength is naturally not light. You must know that Hani Chen is not a good master to mess with when he is in the army. Before Lin Meiyun could react, she was kicked to the ground, and the whole person was stunned. After a few seconds, I felt the pain in my body, and the feeling of falling apart. I started crying directly, attracting many people to watch the fun. Well done. Lin Meiyun did not blame Han Yichen for being watching, but also praised. Lin Meiyun is really annoying. They beat people. Help, I'm in pain. I don't care, you have to pay me. You must pay me 100 yuan, otherwise this matter will not end. Lin Meiyun is also a person who is very good at seizing opportunities, knowing that letting Lin Meiyun take her out and introduce her to the object will definitely not be possible. If she can take this opportunity to cheat a sum of money, then Feng Sui will not have to marry herself out in exchange for a bride price. It's you who have been entangled with Meiyun and want to do it. I just blocked it. I didn't use any strength at all. If you don't believe it, you can find a village doctor to see. Han Yichen said with a cold face. In the end, there is still a royal law, and it is impossible for him to really beat Lin Meiyun to do anything. As a soldier, he knows very well where it hurts the most, and nothing will happen. Lin Meiyun didn't believe it. She felt that her whole body was in pain, as if it had fallen apart. There must be something wrong. If you are looking for a village doctor, you can find a village doctor. Soon Feng Sui also heard the news and looked for it, and then Chen Lianhua and others. Anyway, everyone who should come came. As for Mrs. Lin and Mr. Shen, they didn't come. Just before Zhou Qin's matter, Mrs. Lin was guilty, and after that, the third room didn't pay much attention to them at all, so even if they heard the news, they didn't come, mainly because the third room sent them something from time to time, which was not too moist. Now the third room is not given, except for the second room who occasionally gives them some, and the big room is also too busy to take care of itself, and Mrs. Lin simply regrets it. If he hadn't been involved in that matter, Sanfeng wouldn't have left them, and now he naturally doesn't want to muddy the waters. If the third room is offended again, there will really be no chance to repair the relationship in the future. Feng Sui was clamoring all kinds of things as soon as she came, which was nothing more than making Han Yichen lose money. Seeing that Feng Sui still wanted to pluck her daughter, Chen Lianhua also lost her temper and directly grabbed Feng Sui. If you want to cheat money, you have to wait for the village doctor to come. If the village doctor really says that there is something wrong with her, let's admit it. Chen Lianhua felt that Han Yichen would not be the kind of person who asked for trouble, and Han Yichen also behaved very calmly. Even if Lin Meiyun really had something good, it was self-inflicted. It would be worth losing some money if she could lie in bed for a month or two. Lin Meiyun caused her daughter to recuperate for so long before, and Chen Lianhua is still haunted by it. At that time, they lost 20 yuan, and those 20 yuan were far less important to Chen Lianhua than their daughter. The village doctor came quickly, and after reading it, he shook his head. Even if you are looking for something, don't make trouble for me. Aren't I tired of running back and forth? Obviously nothing happened. Why do you pretend to be so similar? Lin Meiyun couldn't believe it. You. Will you see a doctor? I was obviously in pain, but you actually said I was fine. The village doctor was also angry. Everyone in the village was polite to him. After all, only he could see a doctor, and Lin Dalin's daughter opened her mouth saying that she would not see a doctor, that is, questioning his ability. I have been practicing medicine for so many years, this is still clear. If you don't believe it, go to the hospital. Don't blame me for not reminding you. It is a waste of money for the examination. After saying that, the village doctor left with his medicine box, leaving Lin Meiyun messy in the wind. She is not crying now, nor is she crying. Obviously she was in pain to death. The village doctor said that she was fine. If she cried again, everyone would think that she was trying to deceive people, but she was really uncomfortable. It's just a farce. Lin Meiyun's family has long been down, and sometimes they even feel that it is interesting to have Lin Meiyun and the others have some fun in their boring life. Within 2 days, Lin Meiyun and Han Yichen set off, and before leaving, Chen Lianhua also told 1,000 times, although he also knew in his heart that Han Yichen was also a very reliable child, but the mother was worried. No matter how many people they went, whether they had the ability to protect themselves, as a mother, they would be worried. Han Yichen found a friend to get 2 sleeper tickets, and the two finally embarked on the train to Huaqing. Until after getting on the train, Lin Meiyun's original expectations turned into disappointment. Even if it is a sleeper, the bed is not soft at all, and you can feel pain all over your body when you lie down. There are 4 beds in a sleeper, and there are 2 other people in addition to Han Yichen and Lin Meiyun, and there is no private space, but it is already heaven outside. When Lin Meiyun came in from outside, she found that there were really a lot of people and a lot of luggage. Because the current rules are not as many as in later generations, and there are even people with live chickens, it is estimated that they are going to visit relatives or see children. In short, the smell of the whole carriage is not good, and the sleeper is not too good in comparison. This is because the weather is no longer hot, and there are so many odors. I don't dare to think that it is summer, and this smell should be more on the top. Before coming, Chen Lianhua prepared a lot of food for them, enough for her and Han Yichen to eat slowly and watching, and then they only needed to connect some boiling water on the train. They chose a bunk berth. Lin Meiyun lived in the upper bunk, Han Yichen lived in the lower bunk, so that they were not afraid of encountering any villains, and Han Yichen's soldiers for so many years were not in vain. In addition, he is very vigilant, so this arrangement is simply appropriate. After entering the carriage, the two began to pack their things. Looking at the sheets that were not very clean, Lin Meiyun felt a little uncomfortable, so she climbed onto the upper bunk and took out 2 sheets from her bag and gave Han Yichen one. "You don't have to do anything, just cover it with a pillow." Han Yichen took the sheets and cried and laughed a little. This little fairy was really not cautious at all. Her bag had to contain other things, and 2 sheets, no matter how you looked at it, it was a bit unrealistic. But he didn't say anything, just spread the sheets like Lin Meiyun. This is what Lin Meiyun bought in the wholesale market in his previous life. The style is very old-fashioned, and it is also in line with this era, but the texture is very good and comfortable. On the opposite bunk bed was a middle-aged man wearing a tunic, looking more serious, and one was a woman with a child. The child was white and fat, and his facial features were relatively delicate, and Lin Meiyun couldn't help but look at it several times. The train stayed on the platform for a while, probably at noon, before it started with a bang. And Han Yichen had already gone to the flight attendant to ask for some hot water, and the things Chen Lianhua prepared for them were all things that could be stored for a long time, but some could not be stored for too long. Lin Meiyun picked up some things by herself, such as pig's trotters and braised chicken. The taste is naturally not to say. This kind of taste is relatively heavy, and they are easy to preserve. "What shall we eat at noon?" Seeing him come in with hot water, Lin Meiyun turned over and sat up, looking at Han Yichen. "What do you want to eat?" Han Yichen smiled dotingly. "Then eat braised pig's trotters?" Lin Meiyun asked. "Okay." Han Yichen went to get their bags containing food, and found braised pig's trotters and a jar of hot sauce from it, and a flight attendant happened to come over to ask if he needed lunch, and he asked for 2 more servings of white rice, which was also quite delicious to eat with hot sauce. The child on the opposite side looked at the pig's trotter in Han Yichen's hand and swallowed his saliva, but as if he had some scruples, he didn't dare to say a word. Han Yichen has always been a person with a strong sense of observation, and he couldn't help but have some doubts in his heart. This child was raised very well at first glance, otherwise he wouldn't be so white and fat, and he looked like he was more than 3 years old. If he saw what he liked to eat and didn't cry, he would at least tell his mother, right? Han Yichen remained calm, calling Lin Meiyun down to eat as if nothing had happened, and Lin Meiyun also noticed the strangeness over there. Because when she got in the car, she had to take a few more looks at the child's delicate facial features, but found that the child didn't seem to be very dependent on the woman around her, but was a little afraid, which was very intriguing. When the two were eating, the child kept looking at them, swallowing his saliva, but still didn't make a sound. Lin Meiyun and Han Yichen looked at each other and felt that this matter was a bit strange. "Child, come here, this is for you to eat." Lin Meiyun went to the bag containing the food and took out a marinated egg. Because although pig's trotters are cheaper than meat and Jade, they are not very easy to buy. After all, there is meat, so Lin Meiyun only marinated 2. And if they also take meat for this child, it is easy for others to target it. Don't think that people in this era are generally simple, but it is not that there are no bad people. In fact, the reason why future generations see those things on the internet that make people panic is only because there is an additional way to spread the internet. When going out, it is essential to be vigilant. The child was obviously very greedy and wanted to come over, but he glanced at the woman next to him again. The woman nodded and smiled at Lin Meiyun. "This comrade, thank you so much." Seeing that the woman agreed, the child dared to step forward, and Lin Meiyun didn't say anything and handed him the egg. The child returned to the bed with the woman and wanted to eat, but because it was a little clumsy, it was very slow. The woman saw him like this, probably feeling anxious, stretched out her hand and took the egg from the child's hand, and peeled it by dividing it by 2. In the expectant gaze of the child, he directly and unceremoniously ate the egg, probably feeling a little choked, and took water to drink. The child couldn't hold back anymore, and cried directly, and then was glared at by the woman fiercely, and I don't know why, although the child continued to cry, he didn't dare to make a sound. Seeing this scene, Lin Meiyun and Han Chen looked at each other, and felt that something was wrong in their hearts. The man in the tunic who lived in the women's upper bunk was also eating, and he frowned when he saw this scene, and finally probably felt that the way the child cried sadly but didn't dare to make a sound was really pitiful, so he said, "Comrade, the child is crying so sadly, how can you rob the child to eat? What does it have to do with you? It's really wide." The woman was not a good-tempered person, so she immediately scolded her. The uncle in the tunic was probably a gentleman, and when he heard such vulgar words from this woman, he didn't know what to say for a while. The child kept crying, and the woman didn't say anything to coax or anything, and after eating, she lay back on the bed by herself, and didn't even leave a place to rest for the child, which didn't look like something a mother could do. Lin Meiyun still couldn't bear it, no matter who this woman was, but this child was indeed pitiful. After giving Han Chen a look, Han Chen stood up and pulled the child to their side. The woman, who originally had no reaction, saw Han Chen's movements but made a sound, "What are you going to do?" In this way, it was as if Han Chen was a human trafficker, very vigilant, but I have to say that among the few people present, she was the most like a human trafficker. Seeing Han Chen's actions, the uncle in the tunic on the upper bunk also found a white noodle steamed bun from his bag, but it was already cold and a little hard. "Give it to the child." Han Chen took it and said to the woman, "We are not bad people, we just want to fill the child's stomach." The woman didn't care about it after she was sure that Han Chen didn't have any other actions. She didn't want to care about this little wild seed. If she wasn't timid, she would have thrown the child directly into the mountains. It didn't matter. Anyway, when the time came, there would be a sum of money if she sold it. Han Chen brought the child to their bunk. Lin Meiyun peeled an egg for him again, and then took a braised chicken leg for the child to eat. The woman on the opposite side looked at this scene, rolled her eyes. "Just a small wild species, I don't know what's so strange, these people are stupid and have a lot of money, and they give her some expensive things, so it's better to give her something to eat." I originally thought that this child couldn't eat much, but the child didn't know how long he had been hungry, and he ate all the chicken legs and eggs. Even the big white noodle steamed buns given by the uncle in tunic were eaten more than half. "Eat slowly." Lin Meiyun poured a glass of water for the child. "What's your name?" She didn't mean anything else, she just wanted to communicate with the child, who seemed to be very scared. "What are you still doing over there? After eating, don't hurry up and get over." The woman interrupted Lin Meiyun and yelled at the child. "This lesbian, please keep your voice quieter, this will disturb other people's rest." The uncle in tunic said unaccustomedly. "Why do you have so many things?" No one else said anything, just you kept beeping. The woman rolled her eyes, which showed that she didn't want to pay attention, but continued to shout at the child, "Hurry up." Lin Meiyun noticed that the child trembled when he saw the woman roaring, as if it was a stress reaction. Patted the child's back comfortingly, "Go." The child opened his big eyes, looked at Lin Meiyun and Han Chen, and left their bunk with a little reluctance and returned to the woman. The woman was still yelling at the child, and Lin Meiyun couldn't help but speak. "This eldest sister, you will indeed disturb everyone like this. Let's not say that we just save face for each other, it doesn't mean that you can make such unscrupulous noises." Seeing that the remaining three were all accusing themselves, the woman was a little restrained. The main reason is that she has a guilty conscience, and if it really makes a big fuss, she is afraid that it will be bad for herself. But what she didn't know was that because of her harshness on her children, Lin Meiyun and Han Chen were now suspicious of her. After eating, Han Chen began to clean up the garbage, and then went out, and before going out, he and Lin Meiyun's eyes met for 2 seconds, and they both understood each other's meaning. Taking advantage of the time to throw away the garbage, Han Chen found the flight attendant and explained that he was a soldier who had just been discharged from the army, because he found a suspected trafficker in the carriage, hoping that the other party could cooperate. The flight attendant was also stunned when he heard that there was a trafficker, and immediately agreed. And Lin Meiyun began to blow the woman's rainbow fart like a silly white sweet at this time, and inquired about the news by the way. Sometimes the woman's voice was loud, and what the uncle in the tunic said, Lin Meiyun had to help the woman refute it. After these few words, the woman felt that she was dressed well, and Lin Meiyun must have wanted to curry favor with herself, and immediately raised her tail like a flower peacock. Before she could say a few words, her name was asked by Lin Meiyun. The woman's name was Xie Jiaojiao. She herself had no ability, but she had a more powerful brother-in-law. The brother-in-law was an officer, and the allowance was very good. However, Xie Jiaojiao is not completely brainless. Her relationship with her children, and her brother-in-law did not say which unit he was. But as long as you know which train station she got on from, combined with her name, you can quickly find out where she came from. There are always more good people than bad people, and then Lin Meiyun made an excuse to leave the box and went to tell Han Yichen the news he had heard. Han Yichen gave her a thumbs up, and then went to find the flight attendant. After all, the local public security bureau must have a roster of everyone. After all, the household registration book is handled there. Find out the person named Xie Jiaojiao, and then according to the information she given, you can soon find out the details of this woman. After talking about the characteristics of the child again, Han Yichen returned to the box. They all seemed to have nothing happened, and Xie Jiaojiao didn't notice anything wrong, but the uncle in her tunic on the top bunk had vaguely guessed something. He didn't believe that Lin Meiyun suddenly showed favor to that Xie Jiaojiao because he really felt that her conditions were good. Judging from his eyesight, Lin Meiyun and Han Yichen were no worse than Xie Jiaojiao's, and they could take out so many delicious things at one time. Their conditions were naturally very good. So it is only possible that Lin Meiyun is making a cliché, combined with Xie Jiaojiao's attitude towards the child just now. The uncle in the tunic is basically guessed 8 or 9. At the next stop, the train stayed for a long time, and Xie Jiaojiao obviously didn't realize anything. The train stayed for 2 hours without moving, and everyone was a little complaining for a while. It wasn't until a group of police officers rushed onto the train to arrest Xie Jiaojiao and protect the children around her that everyone finally knew what was going on. Don't panic, there are enthusiastic comrades who found the traffickers, so they delayed for a while, and now it's okay. The flight attendant began to reassure everyone. Human traffickers. The crowd on the train began to exclaim, no matter what era, human traffickers are definitely hateful, and when they heard that there were traffickers on the train, everyone naturally panicked for a moment. But the flight attendant immediately explained the matter and said that he had been taken away by the police, and everyone relaxed. For the next period of time, the carriage was noisy, and everyone was discussing the traffickers. And Lin Meiyun and the others were in the carriage. The two comrades are really good. The uncle in tunic praised. Actually, it's nothing, since we found something strange, we must give it a try. In case it's not a human trafficker and there's no loss, it's a big deal to apologize and make amends, but if you don't try, there may really be a family that is going to break up.